Green Firmament Immortal Domain. Battle Kingdom. Lin Zhan sat in the hall with a dark expression and bright eyes. He looked at the 20 immortal kings sitting below with a dignified aura. Immortal Queen Ling Long sat at the side with a faint worried expression. After obtaining the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, not only had Lin Zhan's injuries healed, he had even taken another step forward and was already a quasi-emperor. As for Immortal Queen Ling Long, she had already obtained Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden's inheritance to begin with. Coupled with the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, her comprehension deepened and her realm increased. Now, she had already cultivated to the perfected Grotto Heaven realm. As Lin Zhan's injuries healed and he recovered to his peak, he gradually stabilized the situation of the internal and external problems of the Battle Kingdom. Immortal King experts took the initiative to join the Battle Kingdom one after another. Although he had yet to recover to his peak, there were already more than 20 immortal kings in the Battle Kingdom. However, over the years, as the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain underwent huge changes one after another, the situation in the Green Firmament Immortal Domain became chaotic. It was only when Immortal Emperor Green Firmament died that the peace of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain was completely broken. Against the might of Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, many factions of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain chose to submit one after another. Except the Battle Kingdom. Under such circumstances, the Battle Kingdom would inevitably become the target of public criticism and was in imminent danger. Even the internal affairs of the Battle Kingdom began to disintegrate. Battle King, the situation is getting clearer now. The entire 9 Firmament Immortal Domain will be under Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. From now on, there will be no 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, only the Immortal Domain. Immortal King Flying Sand said in a deep voice. Even the immortal emperors of the other immortal domains bowed their heads one after another. I don't understand. Why are you insisting? That's right. Immortal King Silver Feather added. Unifying the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain is the trend. Only by unifying the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain can we have a chance to fight equally with the Pure Land of Bliss and Fiend Domain. Immortal King Blazing Wind said. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight entered the Emperor's tomb and survived. He returned domineeringly and was the only one who has the strength to fight against Heavenly Lord Six Brahma of the Pure Land and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse of the Fiend Domain. Lin Zhan said slowly, Immortal Emperor Green Firmament's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. He died in the hands of Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. There's no way I can surrender. Back then, if not for Immortal Emperor Green Firmament, Lin Zhan and Fairy Ling Long would definitely not have been able to establish themselves in the heavenly world. It was also because of the support of Immortal Emperor Green Firmament that Lin Zhan could establish an immortal kingdom that protected the living beings of the lower worlds in the heavenly world surrounded by experts. Without the support of Immortal Emperor Green Firmament, Lin Zhan and his wife would have been ostracized, targeted, plotted against, and even surrounded by countless living beings of the upper world. Their outcome would not be much better than Feng Xantian's. How could Lin Zhan surrender to Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight after the death of Immortal Emperor Green Firmament? Immortal King Flying Sand harumphed coldly. Battle King, if you're so stubborn, you'll only implicate the tens of thousands of living beings of the Battle Kingdom and suffer a calamity. Lin Zhan knew in his heart. With his current combat strength, if he wanted to challenge Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, he would only be throwing an egg at a rock. Lin Zhan said in a deep voice, if anyone wants to leave the Green Firmament Immortal Domain, I'll naturally arrange an escape route for them. As for everyone present, everyone has their own aspirations. I won't force them. He had discussed this with Immortal Queen Ling Long before. Under such circumstances, the Battle Kingdom could no longer be protected. For them, there was only one way out: Tianhuang's sect of the Fiend Domain. Although Tianhuang's sect resided in a corner, they had never encountered any calamities all these years. Furthermore, Fiend Emperor Apocalypse presided over the Fiend Domain. Even Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight would not dare to enter rashly. Lin Zhan, you won't be able to leave. Right then, a voice sounded from outside the hall. Immediately after, powerful auras surged over. Lin Zhan stood up and swept his spirit consciousness. Around the hall, at least 200 immortal kings descended. A few of them had extremely powerful auras and were clearly quasi-emperor cultivators. There was one more. Right then, a yellow-robed man entered the hall, and an incomparably powerful and torrential might descended, enveloping everyone in the hall. It was an immortal emperor. "It's you." Lin Zhan's gaze landed on that person and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Back then, Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple had once fled in a fight with Immortal Emperor Green Firmament and was nowhere to be found. Unexpectedly, not long after Immortal Emperor Green Firmament died, Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple appeared once more and was already a supreme Immortal Emperor. "Looks like you've already submitted to Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight?" Lin Zhan asked. "There's no Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight now." Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple cupped his fists slightly with a reverent expression and said respectfully, "There's only Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament now. In the future, Master will even take another step forward and create an era to become Great Emperor Nine Firmament. We'll follow in Master's footsteps and fight in all directions for him. We'll trample through the heavens and be recorded in the annals of history for eternity." At that point, Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple's tone became excited, and there was even an imperceptible fanaticism in his eyes. Immortal Queen Ling Long secretly used a dermic art. However, when it entered the surrounding void, it was like a stone ox entering the sea without causing any ripples. "The surrounding space has been sealed." Immortal Queen Ling Long frowned secretly and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "Don't waste your energy." Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple seemed to have sensed Immortal Queen Ling Long's actions and smiled. "The surrounding space has already been sealed. No one in the hall can leave today. Greetings, Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple." Immortal King Flying Sand hurriedly stood out and bowed to Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple with a fawning smile. "I'm Flying Sand and have long had the intention of surrendering. I was trying to persuade Lin Zhan to surrender just now, but he was too stubborn." "Well said." Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple nodded. "A good bird chooses a proper tree to nest in. We won't kill those who surrender." When he said that, Immortal King Silver Feather and Immortal King Blazing Wind looked at each other and stood up as well, indicating that they wanted to surrender. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 20-odd Immortal Kings under the Battle Kingdom were on Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple's side. Apart from Lin Zhan and his wife as well as Lin Lei and Lin Luo, there were only 5 Immortal Kings who had not expressed their stances. These 5 Immortal Kings were all from the lower worlds. It was only because the Battle Kingdom took them in that they had a place to stay. Lin Zhan was their benefactor and even saved their lives. Their feelings for the Battle Kingdom were completely different from others. Lin Zhan looked at Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple and took a deep breath before saying slowly, "Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple, I have nothing to say about my death today. I only hope that you can give them a way out." "I told you." Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple smiled faintly. "As long as you bring them to submit obediently to Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament, I'll give you a chance. It's up to you to choose whether you want to die or live." Lin Zhan gritted his teeth expressionlessly. If he was alone, he would naturally fight to the death and not submit. However, behind him was Immortal Queen Ling Long, Lin Lei and Lin Luo, as well as 5 Immortal Kings who had followed him for many years. "No matter what choice you make, I'll accompany you." Right then, Immortal Queen Ling Long suddenly reached out and held Lin Zhan's hand, saying gently, "Father." Lin Lei said loudly, "We're a family. If we want to fight, let's fight together. We have no regrets even if we die." Lin Luo also stood beside Immortal Queen Ling Long in silence with a resolute expression. "Battle King, give the order." The few Immortal Kings from the lower worlds stood up one after another. "Fu-fu." Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple laughed with a pitying expression. He shook his head and sighed. "In that case, are you guys choosing death?" "So hat if we do?" A voice sounded in the hall. "Then don't blame me." Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple revealed a murderous expression and was about to attack when he suddenly frowned and sensed that something was amiss. Lin Zhan was not the one who said that. At some point in time, another person had appeared in the hall. Everyone in the hall looked in the direction of the voice. Even Lin Zhan and his wife as well as Lin Lei and Lin Luo were stunned. They turned around in shock. At some point in time, a black-haired, purple-robed man wearing a silver mask appeared behind Lin Zhan and the others. In fact, no one in the hall knew how this person broke through the spatial seal of the Immortal Kings and arrived here. When he saw who it was, Lin Zhan's eyes lit up. He was excited and said instinctively, "Z! Cough!" Immortal Queen Ling Long coughed gently. At the same time, she extended her finger and quickly poked Lin Zhan's waist, asking with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal?" The moment the Martial Tao Prime body appeared, Fairy Ling Long knew that the danger to the Battle Kingdom was resolved. It was no wonder why there were always signs of dangers being averted when she tried to divine the fate of the Battle Kingdom several times previously. It was precisely because of this that she did not arrange too many backup plans, causing the current situation to happen. However, she could have never divined who the people who would help the Battle Kingdom resolve the crises were. So, it was because it was Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal? When they heard that Tao title, everyone in the hall was shocked and their expressions changed. The battle in the Great Wilderness, the resolution of the battles of the dragons and phoenixes and the Kuns and Pungs, the destruction of the witch race, the deaths of the Blood World Lord and the Poison World Lord and the serious damage caused to the two worlds. After all those news spread, there was nobody in the medium Kiliacosm right now who did not know of Desolate Marshal's name. Lin Lei and Lin Luo were shocked when they saw the Martial Tao Prime body. Speaking of which, Lin Lei and Lin Luo were lucky enough to have seen Desolate Marshal attack in Langfeng City and Builder Tree Mountain Range back then. At that time, Desolate Marshal was even called a notorious fiend of the Fiend Domain. Back in Langfeng City, Lin Lei felt that the difference between him and Emperor Desolate Marshal was not that great. In fact, he even treated him as his greatest opponent. By the time they fought in the Builder Tree Mountain Range, the difference between the two of them was already extremely great. When Lin Lei heard the news of the battle in the Great Wilderness, he even doubted that Emperor Desolate Marshal was the same person as Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. Until now, Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple and the other experts looked at the Martial Tao Prime body with flickering gazes and bewildered expressions. The name of Desolate Marshal was extremely famous and had already spread throughout the medium Kiliacosm. However, not many people had truly seen Emperor Desolate Marshal before. Furthermore, no one had seen Emperor Desolate Marshal's true appearance. If it was really Emperor Desolate Marshal, everyone would kowtow without hesitation. But if not, Emperor Desolate Marshal wore a silver mask all year round. It was hard to say if this person was Emperor Desolate Marshal's true body. Furthermore, given Emperor Desolate Marshal's status, why would he suddenly come to the green firmament immortal domain of the heavenly world and get involved in such a trivial matter? Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple narrowed his eyes and observed every move of the Martial Tao Prime body, wanting to find a flaw. It was rumored that Fairy Ling Long was peerless and intelligent. It was highly possible that she could have gotten someone to impersonate Emperor Desolate Marshal in order to scare them off and survive this calamity. Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple remained silent and decided to bide his time and wait and see. Ha ha! Right in front of everyone, Lin Zhan burst into laughter and welcomed him. He grabbed Emperor Desolate Marshal's shoulders and shook them vigorously, shouting, "Brother Desolate Marshal, you're here!" Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. Even Lin Lei opened his mouth instinctively with a puzzled expression. When did father become so close to Emperor Desolate Marshal? Lin Lei subconsciously looked at Immortal Queen Ling Long and guessed a possibility. He thought to himself, "Mother, isn't this method too fake?" When Lin Zhan first saw Emperor Desolate Marshal, he blurted out a word before being interrupted by Immortal Queen Ling Long. Lin Luo saw this detail. Father's reaction back then did not seem like he was pretending. It was as though he really knew Emperor Desolate Marshal. What? Lin Luo frowned slightly and looked at the Martial Tao Prime body before looking at Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long in deep thought. When Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple saw that, he finally relaxed and scoffed, unable to help but laugh. This is what it means for a wise man to make a mistake no matter how much he thinks. Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple sneered. Immortal Queen Ling Long, You spent so much effort to find someone to impersonate Emperor Desolate Marshal in order to scare us. To think that your Lin Zhan would go all out in his exaggerated acting. The other kings gradually reacted and sneered. You're just a quasi-emperor, but you dare to address Emperor Desolate Marshal as your brother. Are you worthy? I've been in the Battle Kingdom for many years, but I've never heard of Lin Zhan having any relationship with Emperor Desolate Marshal. You don't say. If we're not careful, we'll really be easily intimidated by him. Everyone take a look. He's dressed in a purple robe and wears a silver mask. He really looks like the real deal. The problem is, who knows what Emperor Desolate Marshal looks like? Even if I change into purple clothes and wear a lousy mask, I'll be Emperor Desolate Marshal as well. Ha. When Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long heard everyone's mockery, they did not care at all and seemed to laugh even more happily. Lin Lei thought that Immortal Queen Ling Long's scheme had been seen through, and his face heated up when he heard that. You guys are too noisy. Suddenly, the Martial Dao Prime body spoke. The mocking laughter in the hall suddenly stopped and burst into even louder laughter. Ha. So, Lin Zhan, Ling Long, where did you find this person? Why is he so addicted to acting? The Martial Dao Prime body did not look at them directly. He merely raised his arm slowly and opened his palm, clenching it in the direction of the crowd. Blood mist spewed. A pungent blood filled the hall instantly. Instantly, the bodies of the dozens of immortal kings who had laughed the loudest exploded and turned into a blood mist. Their essence spirits were destroyed and they died. Among them, 2 quasi-emperors were not spared either, and their essence spirits and bodies were destroyed. The hall was completely silent. Furthermore, it remained silent for a long period of time. Even the sound of breathing disappeared without a trace. The immortal kings who were still alive stood on the spot with warm blood splattering on their faces. However, they did not dare to move and their bodies stiffened. Their eyes filled with endless fear. What sort of power was that? Dozens of immortal kings were like ants in the hands of that person and died with a single grip. Even Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple was dumbfounded. His eyes widened in shock. Given his cultivation realm, he had the ability to kill dozens of immortal kings as well. However, he definitely could not do it so easily. That power had even exceeded his understanding. Could this person really be? Hiss! At the thought of this possibility, Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple's hair stood on end and he felt his scalp tingle and his legs go weak. I am under the orders of Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament. You, Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple took a deep breath and mustered his courage. His voice trembled slightly as he wanted to use the name of Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament to stabilize the situation. Oh! The Martial Dao Prime body glanced at him. I forgot to kill you. He flicked his fingertip. A beam of light descended. Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple's pupils constricted as he hurriedly propped up a world. The light descended from the skies and broke through his world instantly, slashing his body into 2 and killing his essence spirit. Everyone watched this scene in shock. A supreme immortal emperor was killed by this person with a flick of his finger. Emperor Desolate Marshal. Those were the only words in the minds of everyone in the hall. In the world, only Emperor Desolate Marshal had such methods. Thud! Thud! The immortal kings who were arrogant just now knelt on the ground one after another with terrified expressions. They lay on the ground and trembled. Greetings, Emperor Desolate Marshal. Emperor Desolate Marshal, please forgive us. We were blind. We don't want to be enemies with the Battle Kingdom at all. We were all forced by Immortal Emperor Fallen Maple to come. Immortal King Flying Sand smiled ingratiatingly. Immortal Queen Ling Long. I was from the Battle Kingdom to begin with. I was just one lost for a moment just now. I'm willing to our return to the Battle Kingdom. You're not worthy. Immortal Queen Ling Long interrupted with a cold gaze. What should we do with these people? The Martial Dao Prime body looked at Lin Zhan and his wife and asked. When the many kings kneeling on the ground heard that, they immediately became nervous and sweated profusely. Their hearts were in their throats. Their lives depended on a single thought from Lin Zhan and his wife. After an unknown period of time, let them go. Lin Zhan's voice sounded. These are just puppets who did evil for the tiger. The immortal kings relaxed. However, everyone continued kneeling on the ground obediently and did not dare to get up casually. Who would dare to move when that person had not said anything? Let's go, the martial Tao prime body said indifferently. The immortal kings felt as though they had been pardoned. After thanking him, they fled one after another and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at the empty hall, it was only at that moment that Lin Lei gradually realized that his father, Lin Zhan, really knew Emperor Desolate Marshal. Furthermore, they had a deep relationship. At the same time, another doubt in Lin Lei's heart was resolved silently. Previously, Desolate Marshal went on a killing spree in Langfeng City in order to save his Dao child. However, at that time, it seemed as though he was deliberately avoiding Lin Lei and his sister and did not injure them at all. It turned out that Emperor Desolate Marshal had long known his father and mother. Why have you decided to return to the heavenly world? Immortal Queen Ling Long asked. The Martial Tao Prime Body said, Xiaoning and Night Spirit are in trouble. I can conveniently settle some grudges along the way. When Su Zimo arrived at the Battle Kingdom after the 9 Firmament meet, he had chatted with Lin Zhan and his wife about everyone from Tianhuang mainland in this generation and mentioned Night Spirit and Xiaoning as well. At that time, he even got Lin Zhan and his wife to search for Xiaoning's whereabouts. Where are they? Lin Zhan asked. The Martial Tao Prime Body said, The Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain. They're being hunted by Elixir Firmament Palace. Immortal Queen Ling Long smiled and said, If you appear, Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament will probably be scared half to death. The Martial Tao Prime Body shook his head gently. I have to look for someone else. Who? Lin Zhan and his wife could tell that the tone of the Martial Tao Prime Body was a little solemn. They could not help but wonder who was the person whom Desolate Marshal valued so much. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. The Martial Tao Prime Body said slowly. Him? Lin Zhan and his wife exchanged glances and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. All these years, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight had been bold and unrestrained. He unified the 9 firmaments with lightning methods and created the situation in the heavenly world where the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend domains were now at odds. Of course, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, who had revived, was very strong. However, Lin Zhan and his wife did not expect him to be so powerful that Desolate Marshal would be so cautious. Go and meet him. Leave the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain to us. Lin Zhan said in a deep voice. The Martial Tao Prime Body nodded and turned to enter the void, disappearing. Lin Lei, Lin Luo, gather everyone and head to the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain to prepare for a battle. Lin Zhan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he shouted. Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain. Jade Blood Mountain Range. Most of the mountain ranges here were scarlet, as though they were dyed with blood. They were layered and precipitous with towering walls and strange rocks. Halfway up a mountain, there was a cave hidden under vines. There were 2 people sitting inside, a man and a woman. The man was dressed in tight black clothes and had an expressionless and cold expression. His gaze only softened when he looked at the woman. The woman wore a white Taoist robe and had a gentle appearance. She refined some pills carefully with a focused expression. A moment later, a few immortal pills flew out of a furnace, emitting a fragrance. The woman took a look at the patterns on the immortal pills and nodded in satisfaction. Then she handed them to the black-robed man. Here, eat them. The black-robed man reached out and received it. It might be a little bitter, the woman reminded again. The Martial Tao Prime Body pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't think so. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. Coupled with these immortal pills, your injuries should recover quickly and our chances of escaping will increase. The black-robed man nodded and began circulating his bloodline, closing his eyes to recuperate. Back then, after leaving the evil fiend battlefield of the blessed heaven world, he went through countless worlds and almost did not cultivate much. He traveled everywhere just to find the woman beside him. Otherwise, given his innate talent and bloodline, he would most likely have already entered the grotto heaven realm. All these years, he had experienced countless dangers along the way. Fortunately, he finally found her in the heavenly world. Once I step into the grotto heaven realm, we'll definitely be able to escape, the black-robed man thought to himself. Su Xiaoning, Night Spirit, the two of you can't escape. Right then, a cold voice sounded from outside. The woman in the cave shuddered. The black-robed man opened his eyes as well. The two of them were none other than Night Spirit and Su Xiaoning, who were hiding in the Jade Blood Mountain range. Night Spirit could clearly sense that more and more experts were gathering around the mountain peak, forming an encirclement. There was no way to avoid it. Night Spirit stood up slowly and hid in the darkness of the cave like a ghost in the night. Xiaoning stood up with him with a worried expression. Boom! Night Spirit waved his hand and broke through the cover in front of the cave. The two of them walked out. There were already more than 100 immortal kings gathered around the mountain peak. More and more immortal kings, perfected immortals and many other experts were speeding over and setting up an inescapable net. In front of the two of them, a blue-robed man stood in midair with his hands behind his back and a cold expression as he looked down at the two of them in front of the cave. It was the son of Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament, Immortal King Shirke. Su Xiaoning, you've disappointed me too much, Immortal King Shirke said coldly. You'd rather follow this beast to the ends of the world than enter my harem as a concubine. Su Xiaoning said in a deep voice. We've already decided to marry each other long ago in the lower worlds. Immortal King Shirke, please fulfill our wish. Ha! Immortal King Shirke sneered. A marriage engagement in the lower worlds? So, you're aware of your status as someone from the lower worlds. As a prince, I wanted to give you a chance to get rid of your lowly status by offering you a chance to join me as my concubine. Unfortunately, you're someone who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Su Xiaoning, don't forget that if Elixir Firmament Palace hadn't taken you in back then, you would be nothing. You're just a lowly servant who won't be able to live to this day. Not necessarily. Right then, a woman's voice sounded from not far away. It was neither light nor heavy but was sonorous. If Elixir Firmament Palace didn't take her in, she would naturally have a place in my Xian Immortal Kingdom. Not far away, a few figures arrived. The person who spoke was Book Immortal Yunju. Tao Yao and Lu Ping followed closely behind. Behind the three of them was an old man at the Grotto Heaven realm. However, the few of them were blocked outside the encirclement of Elixir Firmament Palace's army. Initially, Immortal King Shirke did not care. The Xian Immortal Kingdom was only a heaven-level faction in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain and was on a completely different level from Elixir Firmament Palace. If it was Divine Firmament Palace that had appeared, he would still have some reservations. Xian Immortal Kingdom? Fufu. Immortal King Shirke's gaze swept over nonchalantly. However, he suddenly froze and his eyes lit up. One of the three great fairies, Book Immortal Yunju. The four great fairies were all stunning and talented paragons with their own strengths. They were extremely famous in the entire heavenly world. Unfortunately, he heard that the Zither Immortal was disfigured at the Nine Firmament Meet and was later killed by Suju of the Sword World in the Blessed Heaven World. Among the remaining three great fairies, the Chess Immortal was extremely belligerent and cared about nothing except fighting. Immortal King Shirke was not interested in her. Heaven and Earth Academy, where the painting Immortal was located, had long declined. Coupled with the fact that she lived in seclusion and rarely appeared, her reputation was far from it was previously. The one he liked the most was Book Immortal Yunju. In fact, he had invited the Book Immortal to Elixir Firmament Palace several times. Unfortunately, there was no response. Let them come over. Immortal King Shirke smiled and waved his hand. An opening appeared in the army of Elixir Firmament Palace and Yunju and the other three walked in. At that moment, there were already hundreds of thousands of Elixir Firmament Palace troops gathered around and more than 300 Immortal King experts had arrived. Amidst the formation of thousands of troops, they were stared at by countless gazes. With so many Immortal King experts, Yunju and the others were indeed under immense pressure. Immortal King Perdition, who was protecting Yunju, was used to seeing storms. Despite that, He was also a little nervous and tense when facing such a situation. In such a situation, once a conflict broke out, he would not even be able to protect himself, let alone protect Yunju. Immortal King Ke smiled gently. Fairy Yunju, I've invited you to my elixir firmament immortal domain many times, but you rejected me. To think that you would come uninvited today. Yunju cupped her fists. Immortal King Ke, these two are old friends of mine. I hope you can give me some face and show mercy. In reality, she did not have much of a relationship with Xiaoning and Night Spirit. She was merely here at Su Zimo's behest. However, she was worried that Immortal King Ke would not agree given that additional degree of relationship. When Xiaoning and Night Spirit saw Tao Yao, they could roughly guess who Yunju was here for. All right, Immortal King Ke smiled. Fairy Yunju, since you've asked, I'll give you face no matter what. Unexpectedly, Immortal King Ke agreed immediately. Yunju was slightly stunned. However, before long, she noticed the glint in Immortal King Ke's eyes and realized that he had other motives. In that case, thank you, Immortal King Quebec. Yunju pretended to be ignorant and waved at Xiaoning and Night Spirit. Let's go. Hold on. Immortal King Ke's expression darkened as he said coldly, Fairy Yunju, why are you pretending to be muddle-headed with me? It's fine if you want me to release her, but you have to pay a price. What do you want? Yunju asked. You, Immortal King Ke said with a fake smile. Su Xiaoning should have been my concubine. I can naturally let her leave if you're willing to replace her. Of course. Fairy Yunju, don't worry. If you're willing to submit to me, I can make you my official Dao companion. Yunju had a calm expression and there was no fluctuation in her eyes. It was impossible to tell if she was appeased. She merely said indifferently, Immortal King Ke, you must be joking. I don't like to make things difficult for others. Immortal King Ke smiled. You decide for yourself. Yunju remained silent. She appeared at this moment because she had no other choice. She wanted to stall for time as much as possible. However, judging from Immortal King Ke's attitude, she might not even be able to protect herself. Tao Yao had an anxious and worried expression. Fellow Taoist Yunju, thank you. Xiaoning cupped fists from afar. However, don't be fooled by him. He has many wives and concubines and has an official Dao companion to begin with. The fact that he wants to get rid of the original Dao companion for you right now shows that he's a heartless person to begin with. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about us. Interesting. Immortal King Ke was not angry when he heard that. He merely looked down at Xiaoning and Night Spirit. I really didn't expect you guys to be able to get book Immortal Yunju to appear. Unfortunately, even if the Xian Immortal Kingdom appears, they won't be able to save you. If my father appears, the various factions of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain will have to give him face. You're just an adulterous couple from the lower worlds. Do you think you can fight me just because you know a few people? What's wrong with coming from the lower worlds? Right then, a crack suddenly opened in the void and a teasing voice sounded. Did someone from the lower worlds fuck your mother? Is that why you've got such a grudge towards the lower worlds? When he heard that voice, Night Spirit shuddered and looked up in disbelief. 4 figures descended from the crack. The person who spoke earlier on looked strong and fierce. Who else could it be but Tiger? Beside him, a green-robed woman with slender legs said coldly, They don't need to know many people. It's enough with us siblings around. Ching Ching. A blond burly man at the side looked at Night Spirit and grinned. 5th, we're here. Did you miss us? Little Fox did not say anything and merely blinked her watery eyes, waving vigorously in Night Spirit's direction. Night Spirit clenched his fists with reddened eyes and his emotions stirred. Perhaps it was because of his nature. Night Spirit had always been extremely calm and did not show much emotion. However, at that moment, an indescribable emotion suddenly burst forth from the depths of his heart. His siblings. Night Spirit was not alone. He had a few good siblings. Tiger, Ching Ching, Little Fox and Golden Lion sprinted over and hugged Night Spirit one after another, touching him up and down. It's been a long time since we last met. You seem to have become stronger. Ah, Lil Night Spirit, let me cherish this moment. I was the one who hatched you back then. Eh? Your temperament has changed. If it was in the past, you would have kicked me away long ago after being touched by me. Under normal circumstances, how could Night Spirit let anyone get close to him and even have such intimate contact? However, at that moment, when he heard the familiar voices around him, Night Spirit merely pursed his lips and looked at the 4 familiar faces before him. Warmth surged in his heart and his vision gradually blurred. After his ascension, Night Spirit had never felt as free as he did in Tianhuang mainland. Even after he found Xiaoning, he could not help but feel that something was missing. Until now, everything had returned. Those familiar feelings and companionship that he was used to. Everyone hugged each other and ignored the strange gazes around them. They cried and laughed, as though they had returned to Tianhuang mainland. In the eyes of everyone, it was as though they were looking at a few fools. Perhaps everyone would never understand that the feelings between these few people were above everything, surpassing kinship and life and death. No matter how much time passed or where they would be tied together forever. Immortal King Xianxia frowned slightly with a dark expression. Earlier on, that tiger cursed with obscene words. The reason why he held back and did not attack was not because he was afraid of the 4 demon beasts. There was nothing to fear about these beasts. They were only perfected spirits. What truly made him wary was the terrifying aura emitted from the spatial rift in midair. Tearing through the void was something that Grotto Heaven Kings could do. However, it was probably not a demon king who had sent these 4 demon beasts over. I wonder which expert is here. Why don't you show yourself? Immortal King Xianxia looked at the void crack and asked in a deep voice. After a short silence, 2 figures walked out of the void rift, a man and a woman. The woman was dressed in a pink fur coat and was naturally charming. Her 2 jade arms were exposed like lotus roots, and her slender snow-white legs and waist exuded a seductive charm. The moment the woman appeared, she attracted the gazes of hundreds of thousands of troops. Everyone stared fixedly at the pink-robed woman, and the sound of people swallowing could be heard. The man beside her was tall and burly with a deep aura. If it was any other time, he would definitely attract attention. However, after the woman appeared at the same time, it was as though the only person left in everyone's line of sight was that woman. Demon Emperor Divine Elephant seemed to be used to this scene long ago. He only shrugged slightly and did not care. Immortal King Xianxia looked at the woman in a dazed manner and had even forgotten everything. Suddenly, in his mind, a jade ornament worn by his essence spirit emitted a faint light. Immortal King Xianxia jolted awake and his eyes gradually regained clarity. When he saw the 9 tails swaying slightly behind the pink-robed woman, he could not help but exclaim, "Demon Empress 9 tails!" When they heard that voice, many immortal kings recovered one after another and broke out in cold sweat. Backing Demon Empress 9 tails was the great wilderness world ruled by Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. The person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Demon Empress 9 tails was most likely a demon emperor as well. What were 2 demon emperors of the great wilderness world doing by descending at the same time? Although there were hundreds of thousands of troops, more than 300 immortal kings and even quasi-emperor experts present, they were still not enough in front of the 2 demon emperors. Seeing the 2 demon emperors of the great wilderness world appear, Yunzhu heaved a sigh of relief. The outcome was set. She just did not know if he would come. Senior demon emperors, are you here to start a war between the worlds? Immortal King Xianxia quickly calmed down and asked in a deep voice. This time round, he did not say anything about Elixir Firmament Palace. Instead, he used the name of the heavenly world directly. Don't be nervous. Demon Empress 9 tails chuckled. We didn't lead an army over. We only sent the 4 of them over to watch a show. Immortal King Xianxia lowered his head and avoided Demon Empress 9 tails' gaze. Demon Empress 9 tails' coquettish eyes were like silk. He had merely taken a casual glance earlier on and his soul almost left his body. Demon Emperor Divine Elephant said, "Continue. We won't interfere in your grudges." The words of an emperor expert were of utmost importance. Naturally, he would not go back on his word. The immortal kings present exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief. However, although that was the case, everyone was still wary. If these 4 perfected spirits of the demon race could affect the situation, would there be a need for 2 demon emperors to personally escort them? Hey, Mr. Bullshit Prince. Tiger looked up at Immortal King Xianxia and raised his voice. Listen up. I'm from the lower worlds as well. We're all from Tianhuang mainland. A dog relying on its master's power. Immortal King Xianxia harumphed coldly. If not for the fact that the 2 demon emperors are present, you lowlifes would not have the right to speak here. I've never even heard of Tianhuang mainland. Then I'll make you remember today. Right then, a long roar sounded from afar. An army tore through the air with flags fluttering and dust billowing. There were actually 100,000 people. The leader held a halberd and strode forward with a surging fighting spirit when he approached. The immortal king experts of Elixir Firmament Palace were actually intimidated by his aura and did not dare to block him, making way for him one after another. Battle King. Immortal King Xianxia frowned when he saw who it was. Lin Zhan glared at Immortal King Xianxia with a burning gaze and said murderously, I'm also from Tianhuang mainland. Lowlife? Come on. Repeat that word in front of me again. Immortal King Xianxia did not dare to reply. He had a feeling. If he dared to say that word again, Lin Zhan would chop off his hand on the spot. Immortal King Xianxia swept his gaze and saw Immortal Queen Linglong and 5 other Immortal King experts following closely behind. He heard that the Battle Kingdom was about to be destroyed. How could he still mobilize so many people? Lin Zhan, what are you guys trying to do? Immortal King Xianxia asked slowly. Did you lead an army to the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain to declare war on our Elixir Firmament Palace? So what if I am? Lin Zhan was fearless. If you dare to touch anyone from Tianhuang mainland, I'll flatten your Elixir Firmament Palace. Ha 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 ha. Immortal King Xianxia burst into laughter. Immortal Emperor Green Firmament is already dead. Do you think your Battle Kingdom and the few people of Tianhuang mainland can flatten Elixir Firmament Palace? No matter what, Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament presided over Elixir Firmament Palace. If not for the arrival of the 2 demon emperors from the great wilderness world today, the current situation would still be under the control of Immortal King Xianxia. Right then, another crack opened in midair. A few figures descended. One of the old men wore an iron crown and stood with his hands behind his back. His figure was straight, and the aura he emitted was not inferior to Demon Empress Ninetails and Demon Emperor Divine Elephant. Immortal King Xianxia did not know the Iron Crown old man, but he knew Lu Yun and the other peak masters of the Sword World. Could that be an emperor of the Sword World? Immortal King Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Fellow Taoists of the Sword World, what brings you here? Immortal King Xianxia cupped his hands and asked. The Iron Crown old man did not even look at him directly. He kept his hands behind his back and looked at the horizon. The peak master of Carnage Sword Peak, Lu Yun, smiled gently. I heard that you want to touch 2 people of Tianhuang mainland. What a coincidence. The peak master of the Sword World's 9th peak, Baiming Shui, is from Tianhuang mainland. Baiming Shui glanced at Immortal King Xianxia coldly and descended without saying a word, standing guard beside Xiaoning. Perfected spirit? Immortal King Xianxia's eyes flickered. If it was only Baiming Shui, there was naturally nothing to fear. However, what did the Sword World mean by this? A few immortal kings and even an emperor of the Sword World personally escorted them. Who were they trying to scare? Tianhuang mainland? Count me in. The void split open and a voice sounded. Immediately after, a young man barged out. He was also a perfected spirit but had an extraordinary bloodline. He arrived beside Baiming Shui and greeted her as senior sister with a smile. Who was this person? The immortal kings of Elixir Firmament Palace had ugly expressions and their eyelids twitched. What was going on? Why did it seem like he had stirred up a hornet's nest by chasing after 2 perfected spirits from the lower worlds? 2 figures appeared from the crack. They were Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Peng. The 2 world lords of the Kuan Peng world personally escorted him. Then that young man just now. Could it be the young master of the Kuan-Peng world? After the emperors appeared, the auras of the 300-odd immortal kings of Elixir Firmament Palace were instantly suppressed. All of them were bewildered and uneasy. Don't be nervous. Emperor North Kuan surveyed his surroundings and waved it off. The two of us have no grudges with your Elixir Firmament Palace and the heavenly world and won't interfere in this matter. It's just that this kid is too willful. We're just here to keep an eye on him and not let him get hurt. As he said that, Emperor North Kuan pointed at Carefree, who was gathered with everyone from Tianhuang mainland, and said indifferently. Immortal King Xianxia frowned when he heard that. Emperor North Kuan said it casually and mentioned that they won't interfere. However, with the two World Lord Emperor experts of the Kuan-Peng world watching, who would dare to injure the young master of the Kuan-Peng world? In other words, even if the young master of the Kuan-Peng world rushed forward and slapped him, he might not dare to retaliate. How were there suddenly so many ruthless people from Tianhuang mainland? Another crack opened in midair. A few figures appeared. They had blonde hair and blue eyes and surging blood chi. God race? Everyone was shocked again. There were no emperor experts among the god race beings. However, there were a few god kings, and the woman in the lead wore a crown. She was clearly the goddaughter of the god race. How could this small matter in the Elixir Firmament Immortal domain alarm the experts of the god race? Fellow Taoists of the god race. Immortal King Xianxia took a deep breath and had just spoken. A god king interrupted him and pointed at Nianqi. We're just sending her here. Nianqi descended and greeted everyone from Tianhuang mainland. Another person from Tianhuang mainland? Right then, a deep rumble of thunder sounded from the distant horizon. It approached from afar, as though a magnificent army was galloping over from the skies. The next moment, flags fluttered in the wind from afar with the words, Tianhuang, written on them. The leader carried a gigantic spear on his shoulder and stepped on the wind and thunder. His gaze was like lightning as he strode over with a torrential aura. Feng Cantian led 100,000 troops from Tianhuang sect into the Elixir Firmament Immortal domain. As almost all the immortal kings of the Elixir Firmament Immortal domain were mobilized to surround Xiaoning and Night Spirit, the Tianhuang army charged in without any obstructions. Behind Feng Cantian were Mingzhan, Yan Beichen, Demonis Ji, and the others from Tianhuang mainland. Brother Feng. When Lin Zhan saw who it was, he shouted excitedly. Brother Lin. Fellow Taoist Ling Long. Feng Cantian burst into laughter as well. There were many cultivators from Tianhuang mainland present. However, Lin Zhan, Feng Cantian, and Immortal Queen Ling Long were experts of the same generation. In Tianhuang mainland, that was a golden ancient era where multiple monarchs rose together. As for Night Spirit's group of siblings, Xiaoning, Nianqi, and Yan Beichen, they belonged to the later generation where the martial Tao was prosperous and the human race was revived. The two flourishing eras were separated by a long time but were incomparably glorious. Countless figures who shone resplendently and illuminated the past and present appeared. Some had already passed away. As for those remaining people from Tianhuang mainland who survived, the paragons of the two golden ages were finally gathered at this moment. That's the human monarch of Tianhuang mainland. The one beside him is Fairy Ling Long, who established Enigma Palace. Wow! For example, Tiger, Qing Qing, Xiaoning, and the others could not help but exclaim when they saw Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long for the first time. To them, these experts were once the seniors and sages they admired and respected the most. That's the Thunder Monarch, the current Immortal King Heavenly Wrath. As expected of the human monarch and the Thunder Monarch, they charged over with powerful armies. How imposing! In midair, Lin Zhan, Immortal Queen Ling Long, and Feng Cantian were reunited. Apart from being excited, they were filled with endless emotions. Lin Zhan said, "We're the only old friends remaining from that generation from Tianhuang mainland." Unfortunately, Brother Burial Knight could not get to see this moment. Feng Cantian's eyes darkened at the mention of perfected Immortal Burial Knight. Thereafter, he clenched his fists slightly. Fortunately, Zimo killed Yuan Zhua and beheaded him before sending his head to Brother Burial Knight. He died without regrets. In ancient times, the monarchs rose together and established a glorious era that belonged to the human race. However, the world was cruel and there were only the three of them left today. On the other side, Immortal King Shi Ke's expression had already turned extremely ugly. Tianhuang's sect of the Fiend domain was here as well. Tianhuang's sect was not strong. However, there were rumors that Emperor Desolate Marshal of the Great Wilderness World was the notorious Desolate Marshal of the Fiend domain in the past. For so many years, the Fiend domain had long been ruled by Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. However, the reason why Fiend Emperor Apocalypse did not touch Tianhuang's sect was most likely because of that as well. Immortal King Shi Ke realized that the situation was no longer under his control. Initially, he only wanted to kill two lowlifes. Who knew that he would cause such trouble? Apart from Tianhuang's sect, the Battle Kingdom and Zixian Immortal Kingdom, there was also the Great Wilderness World, Kuanpeng World, Sword World and Light World. These were all super large worlds. Immortal King Shi Ke even wondered if these worlds were going to join forces and launch a world war against the heavenly world. Everyone, there should be some misunderstanding here. When Immortal King Shi Ke saw that the situation was bad, he hurriedly changed his words and explained, "I'm not belittling Tianhuang mainland. I was merely targeting two traders of Elixir Firmament Palace previously." Traders? When Tiger heard that, he burst into laughter. "Dog Prince, given your brains, you won't even know why you're going to die today. The fact that you chased the two of them means that you're making an enemy of Tianhuang." Feng Santian's gaze shifted to Immortal King Shi Ke, and he said coldly. Immortal King Shi Ke's cultivation realm was clearly higher than Feng Santian's. However, he felt an immense pressure under Feng Santian's gaze. "Fellow Taoists of Tianhuang mainland, since you want to protect them, let's forget about today's matter for the time being. Will you meet again in the future?" Immortal King Shi Ke forced a smile and cupped his hands. He turned around and tore through the void, wanting to escape. Boom! The moment he tore a crack in the void, a pitch-black and thick staff that was filled with golden light flew out diagonally and descended from the sky, shattering the spatial rift. "Who gave you permission to leave?" A murderous voice sounded. When they heard that voice, Night Spirit, Tiger, Ching, Little Fox and Golden Lion shuddered and looked over in disbelief. A tall figure walked out from a spatial rift. He was covered in long fur and had extremely long arms. His eyes were bloodshot. It was Monkey. Monkey! Tiger and the others' eyes lit up as they greeted loudly. Monkey turned around and looked at Night Spirit, Ching, Tiger, Little Fox and Golden Lion below. Instinctively, he clenched his fists and tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. Descending, he pretended to be calm and nodded. "Not bad. Everyone's here." "Stop pretending." Tiger was the first to pounce on Monkey and hug him. Monkey was about to slap him when Night Spirit and the others charged forward as well. Behind Monkey, Long Ran rushed out as well and shouted, "The dragon race is here as well." The hearts of the immortal kings of Elixir Firmament Palace skipped a beat when they heard that. Could it be that a few super large worlds were really joining forces to launch a world war against the heavenly world? Long Li and Dragon Queen Hornless walked out together with Long Ran. There was also the new Dragon World Lord, Dragon Empress Frost. Another Emperor expert had arrived, and it was the Dragon World Lord. Although the Dragon World's foundation was severely injured after the Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes and declined, no one dared to underestimate the combat strength of the dragon race. Even now, Immortal King Shi Ke was still puzzled. It was truly unreal that so many experts of different worlds had appeared just for two perfected spirits of Tianhuang mainland. Judging from the expressions of the emperors and world lords, they did not seem to know Su Xiaoning and Night Spirit. Who was it that had such power to gather the experts of these superworlds? Just as Immortal King Shi Ke was puzzled, two more figures walked out from behind Long Ran and the others. One of them had black hair and green robes. He had delicate features and looked like a scholar. The other person wore a gray Taoist robe and had a pale face without a beard. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked around with a lively gaze. When Su Xiaoning saw the green-robed man, Her eyes turned red instantly and tears streamed down her face. Her red lips parted slightly as she called out softly, "Brother!" All these years of longing, hardship, sorrow, grievance, all sorts of emotions were within this call. The siblings entered cultivation and had a bumpy journey. After experiencing storms, they finally reunited after parting in Tianhuang mainland. When Su Zimo saw Xiaoning, a gentle look flashed through his eyes. There were originally 3 siblings. Every time the 2 of them reunited, they could not help but think of their eldest brother, Su Hong, who had protected them all the way to adulthood. Su Hong had once passed away in front of Su Zimo. At that time, he was helpless. He would definitely not let the same tragedy happen to Xiaoning. In Su Zimo's heart, no matter what realm Xiaoning cultivated to, she would always be the young lady who loved to cling to him and would never grow up. "First, come over quickly. We're just waiting for you." When Tiger and the others saw Su Zimo, they greeted him excitedly as well. When Immortal King Xianxia saw that, for some unknown reason, a strange thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Perhaps the green-robed cultivator was the key. However, before long he rejected that thought. This person looked like he was only at the major Grotto Heaven realm and his cultivation realm was even lower than his. How could he gather these super large worlds to appear for him? This person looks familiar. Right then, someone in the crowd on Elixir Firmament Palace's side discussed softly. "I remember now. I met him once at the 9 Firmament meet back then. He's Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. That creation Green Lotus? I heard that he was chased by the sect master of the academy and ran to the emperor's tomb. He's already dead." "That's not right. This person is Su Zhu of the Sword World. I've seen him in the blessed Heaven World," a perfected spirit said in a deep voice. "Back in the evil fiend battlefield, I witnessed with my own eyes that this person defeated more than 20 supreme perfected spirits while he was in the hollow nether realm. He left a deep impression." "Su Zimo? Su Zhu?" Immortal King Xianxia frowned and felt a headache. When she heard the name Su Zhu, Yunju smiled and looked at Su Zimo with a complicated gaze. She had naturally heard of Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly appearing in a high-profile manner and dominating the medium Kiliacosm together. Yunju also knew that although she was the book Immortal, she was far inferior to Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. Furthermore, she learned from Tao Yao that Su Zimo and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly knew each other long ago. In fact, the main reason why Su Zimo could reach this step after stepping into cultivation was because he wanted to catch up to Demon Empress Blood Butterfly. This was probably the most fate would allow between her and Su Zimo. New clothes are favored over old ones, but past relationships are favored over new ones. Yunju lowered her head and smiled indifferently. Perhaps because she had read a lot of books and was used to the relationships between people, she understood this matter clearly. Even if the 2 of them were not fated, Su Zimo was ultimately different from others in her heart. Isn't that Taoist from our Tianhuang mainland? Yes, what's his name again? He's a storyteller and fortune-teller. When Tiger saw that the person beside Su Zimo looked familiar, he started discussing. Night Spirit took a look and recognized the person. Lin Xuanji. Back then, Lin Xuanji, Su Zimo and Night Spirit ate a dragon egg in the forbidden grounds of the dragon race in Tianhuang mainland. Of course, most of them were eaten by Su Zimo and Night Spirit. Lin Xuanji only got a slight taste. Later on, Lin Xuanji even had designs on him and wanted to abduct him. Su Zimo arrived a little late because he encountered Lin Xuanji on the way and was delayed. Initially, Lin Xuanji was in Heaven and Earth Academy. According to him, after observing astronomical phenomenons for a day and night, he knew that there would definitely be a huge calamity in the Elixir Firmament Immortal domain when he saw the morning star rise in the east with a surging aura. Therefore, he calculated with his fingers. Lin Xuanji spoke eloquently in front of Su Zimo and his saliva flew everywhere. If Su Zimo had not interrupted him with a dark expression, who knew how long he would have talked? After being interrupted by Su Zimo, Lin Xuanji licked his lips in dissatisfaction. No matter what, the fact that Lin Xuanji could calculate their itinerary and even find them midway proved that he was indeed capable. At the mention of that, Lin Xuanji was rather smug. Lin Xuanji ran over and greeted everyone one by one. When he saw Immortal Queen Ling Long, his expression suddenly changed. Immortal Queen Ling Long had heard Su Zimo mention this person before, and was looking at him with a faint smile. "Greetings, Grandmaster Ling Long." Lin Xuanji arrived in front of Immortal Queen Ling Long and bowed. "Get up." Immortal Queen Ling Long hurriedly helped him up and smiled. "You're also a Grotto Heaven Immortal King. We're in the upper world. There's no need to care about the hierarchy of the lower worlds." The cultivation technique that Lin Xuanji cultivated was special, and there were many experts present. However, not many people could see his cultivation realm. Unexpectedly, Immortal Queen Ling Long saw through it at a glance. The reason why Lin Xuanji could cultivate so quickly was also because old Xian imparted his legacy without reservation. "You must be the storyteller of this generation of Enigma Palace, right?" Immortal Queen Ling Long asked with a smile. "That's right." Lin Xuanji nodded. "How did you know, Grandmaster Ling Long?" Immortal Queen Ling Long smiled. "The way you're talking so much, it must probably be because you're venting the fact that you have nowhere to tell your stories to. Grandmaster Ling Long, you're truly divine, wise, intellectual and smart with godly foresight." The moment Lin Xuanji spoke, he bragged in an exaggerated manner. Fairy Ling Long blushed when she heard that and shouted angrily, "Stop!" Lin Xuanji coughed gently. Actually, Immortal Queen Ling Long was right. He had almost gone crazy from holding everything in all these years. After accepting old Xian's inheritance and becoming the 10th elder of Heaven and Earth Academy, he could not appear casually, let alone tell stories and fortunes everywhere. Old Xian was severely injured by the sect master of the academy and imparted dermic Daos to him. He had expended a lot of energy and did not have much lifespan left. Lin Xuanji did not dare to tell stories to old Xian either, worried that the latter would not be able to withstand it and might die from his noise pollution. Therefore, Lin Xuanji had been holding it in for the past few years. This time round, the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain was hosting the 10,000-year meet. Since Heaven and Earth Academy was heading over to participate, he could finally make use of this opportunity to slip out. "Fellow Taoist, should I address you as Su Zimo or Su Zhu?" Immortal King Shirke asked in a deep voice. "It's not important." Su Zimo glanced at him coldly before pointing at Xiaoning. "It's enough for you to remember one thing. I'm her brother." "Fufu." Immortal King Shirke smiled. "I was infatuated with your sister, that's why I went a little overboard. Fortunately, I didn't hurt her. Fellow Taoist, if you don't mind, follow me to Elixir Firmament Palace. I'll definitely offer tea to apologize personally." When Immortal King Shirke saw that the situation was bad, he began to show weakness. No matter what, he had to retreat to Elixir Firmament Palace first. Didn't hurt her? If not for everyone appearing, Night Spirit and Xiaoning would have died. Su Zimo sneered. "I'll naturally go to Elixir Firmament Palace. However, I won't follow you. Instead, I'll head over there with your head." Su Zimo did not hide the killing intent in his heart. "I'm the son of Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament." Immortal King Shirke's expression darkened. "You have to know what it means to kill a prince. Even though you've invited these emperor experts here to preside over everything today, that does not mean that they can protect you forever. You can't withstand the revenge of an immortal emperor expert." When Immortal King Shirke saw that the other party was still unwilling to give in despite showing weakness, he expressed a tough attitude instead. "Prince." Su Zimo smiled. "If Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament dares to interfere in this matter, I'll kill him as well." He even wanted to kill an immortal emperor? Su Zimo's words sounded way too ridiculous to Immortal King Shir Quebec. How could immortal emperor experts die so easily? Apart from ruthless people like Emperor Desolate Marshal, who in the entire medium Kiliacosm would dare to say that they could kill an immortal emperor so easily? In reality, with Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament's cultivation realm, he had already sensed the arrival of multiple emperor experts in the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain. However, he could not figure out the intentions of Demon Empress Ninetails and the others and did not dare to act rashly. He could only wait and see. Su Zimo and the other lowlifes of Tianhuang mainland were nothing to be afraid of. However, any one of those emperor experts of the super-large worlds was a peak emperor and their combat strength was far above his. "You're too arrogant." Immortal King Shirke narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "This is the elixir firmament immortal domain. If the emperors present don't interfere, you people of Tianhuang mainland won't have much chance of winning. It won't do either of us any good if we fight to the death." Immortal King Shirke could tell clearly that once he excluded the emperor experts of the Kuanpeng world and the Great Wilderness world, there were not many experts who truly belonged to Tianhuang mainland. The ones who were threatening were none other than Lin Zhan, Feng Cantian, and the others. However, there were still more than 300 immortal kings from Elixir Firmament Palace in the surroundings after all. Su Zimo said indifferently, "Elixir Firmament Palace alone is not worthy of having me fight to the death. Yes, they would definitely fall out after this fight. However, Elixir Firmament Palace wouldn't be dealing with a bunch of nobodies, but a group of heroes." Xianxia said, "Brother, this person is extremely lustful and even wanted to occupy fellow Taoist Yunju earlier on. Hey, that's a prince, alright? He's extremely noble and looks down on people who ascended from the lower worlds, calling us lowlifes." Tiger added, "We'll just flatten Elixir Firmament Palace," Feng Cantian shouted. "In today's battle, we have to let this group of immortals of the upper world understand that all living beings of the 10,000 races, regardless of their status, can pull them down from their pedestal as well. Flatten Elixir Firmament Palace." Everyone from Tianhuang sect roared. Most of the cultivator army of Tianhuang sect were living beings who ascended from the lower worlds and suffered in the upper world. Finally, they found a place to settle down in Tianhuang sect. They had long hated the arrogance, disdain, and oppression of the immortals of the upper world and could not tolerate it. When Immortal King Shirke saw that, he also realized that there was no room for negotiation between the two sides. If he did not deal with it correctly, he would not be able to escape this calamity. "Emperor experts, you're all renowned seniors of the medium kiliacosm and your words carry weight. I hope that you won't interfere in this matter. This is a feud between Elixir Firmament Palace and these lowlifes of Tianhuang mainland." Immortal King Shirke bowed deeply to the Iron Crown Old Man, Emperor North Kuan, Demon Empress Ninetails, and the others. As long as he could pacify this group of emperor experts, there might be a shot at victory for him. Elixir Firmament Palace had ruled the Elixir Firmament Immortal domain for so many years, and their strength was definitely not something that these lowlifes of Tianhuang mainland could shake easily. The Iron Crown Old Man and the others looked at Immortal King Shirke with pity. Due to the consecutive attacks of Emperor Desolate Marshal and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly, the news of the battle that happened outside Illumination Dragonstar had yet to spread completely in the medium kiliacosm. Immortal King Shirke had yet to realize what kind of opponent he was facing. In the battle outside Illumination Dragonstar, Su Zimo killed more than 1,000 Grotto Heaven Kings against an army of billions formed by more than 100 worlds. The 300-odd immortal kings of Elixir Firmament Palace were not enough to take him on. Immortal King Shirke surveyed his surroundings and declared, "Everyone, today, this group of lowlifes from Tianhuang mainland wants to flatten Elixir Firmament Palace. This concerns everyone present, every sect and aristocratic family. If these lowlifes from Tianhuang mainland win, we'll lose everything we have now." Immortal King Shirke's words had indeed struck a sore spot for many experts present. In the Elixir Firmament Immortal domain, the major sects, Immortal Kingdoms, and Elixir Firmament Palace had long formed an intertwined relationship. It was deeply rooted and monopolized all cultivation resources. If Elixir Firmament Palace was destroyed, they would not be much better off. It was the same for the Divine Firmament Immortal domain. Therefore, Feng Cantian's rise back then was like a thorn in the side of these immortals of the upper world. In the end, he was imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years and could not see the light of day. Immortal King Shirke's passionate words indeed aroused the fighting spirit of the experts of Elixir Firmament Palace. However, He did not expect the faction of Elixir Firmament Palace to collapse completely the moment the two sides fought. They could not fight. They could not fight at all. Su Zimo summoned his four heads 8 arms and charged into the crowd with the Trinity Auspicious Jade, Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip, the Duckweed Sword and the terrifying bloodline of the Grade 12 creation Green Lotus. Apart from peak immortal kings who could barely defend with their perfected grotto heavens, ordinary immortal kings and peerless immortal kings were like livestock in front of him and could not withstand a single blow. Su Zimo alone sent the 300-odd immortal king experts of Elixir Firmament Palace into a mess. He was simply a human-shaped killing weapon. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. A large sea of lightning surged over. Feng Cantillon was like a god born from lightning as he waved his spear and killed in all directions. Lin Zhan faced the quasi-emperors of Elixir Firmament Palace directly. In the same cultivation realm, the quasi-emperors who joined forces were completely suppressed by Lin Zhan and were at a disadvantage, retreating step by step. Immortal Queen Ling Long stepped on the 9 palace subtle steps and held the mystic firmament turtle shell. She shuttled through the Immortal King battlefield and drifted freely. The Immortal King experts could not even touch the corner of her clothes. The perfected spirit battlefield was exceptionally tragic as well. Monkey summoned the Emperor weapon of combat and released the secret skill of combating the universe. A combat soul that was thousands of feet tall descended and together with the bloodline phenomenon, it was invincible. A supreme perfected spirit of Elixir Firmament Palace was sent flying by Monkey's staff and spat out blood. Severely injured. Before he could react, a black shadow flashed and a bloody hole appeared on the top of his head. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died. In the perfected spirit battlefield, a spirit swam like a ghost. Many perfected spirits were killed silently before they could see Night Spirit. Monkey, Night Spirit, Tiger, Ching Ching, Little Fox and Golden Lion alone turned the perfected spirit battlefield upside down. Monkey, Night Spirit and the other siblings had not seen each other for many years and had not fought side by side for a long time. When they gathered this time round, it was as though they had returned to the situation of fighting on the battlefield in Tianhuang mainland back then. On Tianhuang Sec's side, Ming Zhen wielded the fiend vanquishing staff. His eyes were clear, but he had the might of the enraged diamond gaze. An incomparably stunning saber beam descended from the skies with a surging saber intent that surged over like a boundless mortal world, causing one to be filled with desire and unable to extricate themselves. Yen Beichen had attacked secular world desires. That was a killing move of the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra. There were very few perfected spirits in Tianhuang sect who could defend against that slash, let alone ordinary perfected spirits. Demoness Ji's movement technique was agile, and she shuttled through the crowd with a sword in hand, like a dancing sprite. Every single move, frown and smile of hers could make one's heart race. To her, the word kill did not seem to be stained with blood at all. Instead, it was filled with beauty. Some perfected spirits of Elixir Firmament Palace fell at the feet of Demoness Ji with satisfied smiles on their faces before they died. Everyone be careful. That monkey is here. We can't hold on any longer. Let's go over there. Don't come over. The 7 emotions fiend generals are here. Dodge quickly. Everyone don't panic. Gather together and kill your way out. On the perfected spirit battlefield, many perfected spirit experts of the Elixir Firmament Immortal domain were flustered and defeated. A Paradise Void perfected spirit of Elixir Firmament Palace wanted to gather everyone and break out of the encirclement. Many perfected spirit experts of the Elixir Firmament Immortal domain gathered towards the sound. However, before everyone could stabilize themselves, they smelled the fragrance of flowers. In such a tragic battlefield where blood chi surged, the appearance of the fragrance of flowers was way too strange. Peach blossoms of different colors floated down from the skies, emitting a faint fragrance that was intoxicating like a rain of flowers. A perfected spirit did not think too much about it and wanted to wave his hands to push away the peach blossoms that fell in front of him. However, when his palm collided with a seemingly weak peach blossom, a blood mist burst forth. Endless sword chi burst forth from the peach blossom and riddled the perfected spirit instantly. Watch out! Someone exclaimed. Buzz. Suddenly, a sword hum sounded. In the peach blossoms that filled the skies, a bedazzling sword beam descended with an extremely sharp sword intent. A cold intent enveloped and tore the crowd that had just gathered into two. A sky of intoxicating flowers, a sword of frost. Beiming Shui attacked and crushed the confidence of the perfected spirits of the elixir firmament immortal domain with a single strike. Coupled with the participation of Nian Qi, Carefree, Tao Yao, Lu Ping and the others, Elixir Firmament Palace collapsed on the perfected spirit battlefield. TSK. Emperor North Kuan watched the battle from the side and did not attack. He exclaimed, "These people from Tianhuang mainland are truly impressive. Not to mention the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain, with their combat strength. They can even sweep through the entire 9 Firmament Immortal Domain." Indeed, Emperor South Peng nodded. Of course, the prerequisite is that Emperor experts don't attack. The Iron Crown old man said, "Currently, this group of people lacks top Emperor experts to hold down the fort for them. Otherwise, with their strength, it's not impossible for them to establish a world even." When Su Zimo left the Sword World, he mentioned this to the Iron Crown old man and the other 2 world lords. Apart from saving Xiaoning and Night Spirit and resolving some grudges from the past, Su Zimo had the intention of confirming this matter by gathering everyone from Tianhuang mainland in the heavenly world this time round. The chaos of the medium kiliocosm was about to arrive and everyone from Tianhuang mainland was scattered everywhere. Once the calamity descended, Su Zimo could not take care of everyone. It was imperative to gather everyone from Tianhuang mainland as much as possible and find a place to settle down. Establish a world? When Emperor North Kuan heard that, he shook his head and chuckled, pouting. That's a little naive. Given their current strength, they can only create a lesser world. If they want to survive in the current chaotic situation, they can only rely on the various superworlds. Wouldn't that still mean that they have to be dependent on others? When Dragon Empress Frost heard that, she opened her mouth slightly and hesitated. She seemed to have heard Longli mention that Emperor Desolate Marshal was from Tianhuang mainland as well. However, not many people knew about this. Emperor Desolate Marshal had only suddenly risen in recent years. He wore a silver mask that covered his appearance and was extremely mysterious. Not many experts of the medium kiliocosm knew of his background. Of course, even if Emperor Desolate Marshal came from Tianhuang mainland, he was presiding over the great wilderness world and might not be with these people. Emperor South Peng added, "We're all emperors and know very well that it's not that simple to create a world in the medium kiliocosm. In the current chaotic situation, survival is only one of them. There's also the problem of heaven and earth essence chi. In order to establish a foothold in the medium kiliocosm, there must be spirit items that gather the heaven and earth essence chi in the world. Otherwise, how can cultivators and living beings cultivate when the spirit chi in the world is thin? How many people are willing to give up a cultivation environment filled with spirit chi and cultivate in a world with thin spirit chi?" The Iron Crown old man was silent. In truth, he knew that Emperor South Peng was right. This matter was also the foundation of the establishment of a world. For example, the heavenly world had the builder tree. Under such circumstances, in order to absorb more heaven and earth essence chi, the pure land of bliss also had 3 sacred trees and the fiend domain had the undying tree. Every immortal domain of the 9 firmament immortal domain had their own spirit item and immortal tree as well. However, even if everyone in Tianhuang mainland obtained heaven and earth spirit items that could gather heaven and earth essence chi, they would be easily plundered without an emperor expert presiding over and a powerful world as their backing. No matter what, if Zimo wants to create a world, our sword world has to take care of him, the Iron Crown old man thought to himself. In the opinion of the Iron Crown old man, as long as there was enough time, people like Su Zimo would definitely be able to gain a foothold in the medium kiliocosm once they matured and established their own worlds. However, the current situation of the medium kiliocosm, Emperor North Kuan said, "Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament is sure calm. To think that he hasn't appeared yet. With us holding down the fort, even if we don't attack, he won't dare to appear." Emperor South Peng chuckled. Dragon Empress Frost had a grim expression as she said in a deep voice, "I'm not worried about Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament, but those three from the heavenly world." Although Dragon Empress Frost did not say their exact names, the expressions of the emperors present changed slightly. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament, also known as Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight previously. Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma. Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. The three of them dominated the heavenly world and occupied a region. Their strength was unfathomable, and they unified the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend domains in an extremely short period of time. The emperor experts who resisted them in the past either died or submitted without exception. As for Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, the fact that he could revive after 40 million years was still a mystery to everyone. The few emperors present exchanged glances without saying anything. In reality, they were wary of coming to the heavenly world. It was because of the existence of the three of them. In fact, after they stepped into the heavenly world, their hearts were indeed shrouded in a haze. They felt an indescribable pressure and felt a little heavy. It was even accompanied by a faint sense of danger. However, that pressure seemed to have encountered some obstruction and was suppressed by another power, so it did not erupt. Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Divine Firmament Palace. Originally, there was only one master, Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament. However, over the years, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight unified the 9 Firmament and was conferred the title of Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament. This Divine Firmament Palace became one of Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament's palaces. In the empty Divine Firmament Hall, there were only two figures sitting opposite each other. There was a peachwood square table in the middle with 2 steaming cups of fragrant tea placed on it. Without Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament's permission, even Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament could not step into this hall. One of the two figures was Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament, who had become famous over the years. The other person had black hair and purple robes and wore a silver mask. His eyes were as deep as the sea. It was the Martial Tao Prime Body. When he first arrived, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament seemed to have been waiting for a long time and had brewed fragrant tea. "Try it." Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament smiled and pushed a teacup slowly towards the Martial Tao Prime Body. "This tea is not bad." The Martial Tao Prime Body raised his cup and placed it under his nose. He sniffed gently before downing it in one gulp. The Martial Tao Prime Body put down his teacup and looked at Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament. "How should I address you? Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight? Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament? Emperor Bosun? Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma? Fiend Emperor Apocalypse? Or Great Emperor Heaven Burial?" Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament chuckled. "Looks like you've already guessed it. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, Emperor Bosun, and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse borrowed the power of the Emperor's tomb to revive. This means that they have all cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra." The Martial Tao Prime Body said, "Or rather, they awakened some memories and comprehended the Heaven Burial Sutra. Back then, the reason why the Green Lotus True Body could revive in the Emperor's tomb was because of the Heaven Burial Sutra. At that time, he had already guessed that Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, Emperor Bosun, and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse were closely related to Great Emperor Heaven Burial. As for Emperor Bosun, who was the current Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma, there were also signs of him doing the same early on. Back in the battle at Builder Tree Mountain Range, Su Zimo had already noticed something. After Emperor Bosun revived, he suddenly vanished without a trace. As for Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma of the Buddhist monasteries, he suddenly rose and gathered a large number of Buddhist disciples with his profound Dharmic Tao. Emperor Bosun had a Buddha and fiend body. His comprehension of Buddhism was definitely not inferior to any emperors of the Buddhist monasteries. This time round, he revived and experienced life and death. His Dharmic Tao improved further, and he even surpassed the emperors of the Buddhist monasteries. Only Emperor Bosun had such methods to unify the pure land of bliss in such a short period of time without any bloodshed. Back in the conversation with the Fiend Lord outside the great wilderness world, the Fiend Lord had also indirectly confirmed his guess. The Martial Tao Prime Body said, "In the lower worlds, Blood Fiend obtained your 3 corpses technique and once cultivated 3 immortal, Buddha and demon bodies. Emperor Bo-sun once cultivated the Buddha body, the 6 desires body and the 7 emotions body. Although they were also 3 bodies, their intents were even more superior. I'm a little curious. What are your 3 bodies? The martial Tao prime body had once speculated that Great Emperor Heaven Burial's 3 corpses technique might be Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, Buddha Bo-sun and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. However, these 3 bodies were similar to Blood Fiend's comprehension of the 3 corpses technique. In terms of intent, they were inferior to Emperor Bo-sun's 3 corpses. It's only natural that their comprehension of the 3 corpses technique is far inferior to mine. 1. When Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament mentioned that, a hint of pride flashed through his eyes. After cultivating for several eras, we comprehended the ultimate meaning of the 3 corpses technique. The 3 corpses shall be severed from myself into the good corpse, evil corpse, and self corpse respectively. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a moment and gradually came to a realization. In terms of intent alone, severing good, evil, and self was indeed far superior to the 3 corpses technique of Blood Fiend and Emperor Bo-sun. The so-called good corpse was actually the original Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. Before he revived and awakened the memories of Great Emperor Heaven Burial, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight was indeed a member of the righteous path. He killed demons and fiends and hated evil. It was precisely because of this that Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight had 2 completely different states in the Emperor's tomb. Before his memories were completely awakened, the last bit of kindness he retained imparted the dermic Tao of the Dawn Bell and Twilight Drum to Su Zimo and persuaded him to leave the medium Kiliacosm. As for the evil corpse, it was naturally Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, whose heart was filled with destruction and killing. The so-called self referred to his personal obsessions. The self-corpse could also be called the obsession corpse. The self-corpse that was severed out by Great Emperor Heaven Burial was none other than Emperor Bo-sun. It was precisely because of this that he could create the Fiend Obsession Buddha Karmic Sutra. The martial Tao prime body said, "You severed the 3 corpses and allowed them to cultivate in the medium Kiliacosm independently. Before their memories were awakened, any one of the corpses would be self-contained and have their own consciousnesses. In a sense, the 3 corpses are complete life forms. They all have a chance to take the final step and become great emperors as well." That's right. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament nodded. However, the 3 corpses encountered different bottlenecks in this generation and could not break through. I could only choose another path. To let them die, awaken their memories, and revive thereafter. The martial Tao prime body said. In other words, the deaths of the 3 corpses in their previous lives were inevitable and caused by you. Of course. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament smiled. Otherwise, how could they have died in the Great Emperor tombs so coincidentally? The martial Tao prime body recalled something else. So, Sword Emperor Immortal Vanquishing died in vain back then. Back in the Battle of Great Tai Wei Mountain, Emperor Bo-sun was besieged by 20 Emperor experts. Their Sword Emperor Immortal Vanquishing died and Emperor Bo-sun died in Avicii. How could Sword Emperor Immortal Vanquishing have known that the close friend he had known his entire life and saved with his life was only one of the 3 corpses of Great Emperor Heaven Burial? Regardless of whether he attacked or not, Emperor Bo-sun's death was inevitable. At the mention of Sword Emperor Immortal Vanquishing, there was no fluctuation on Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament's face. The martial Tao prime body was not surprised by that either. The person in front of him was Great Emperor Heaven Burial. The death of Sword Emperor Immortal Vanquishing was nothing to him. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament seemed to have thought of something and suddenly smiled meaningfully. Actually, before you, there was another person who guessed my identity. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a moment and asked, "The sect master of the academy?" "Smart." Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament clapped and smiled. "The sect master of the academy is a smart and interesting person. He's also an ambitious person," the martial Tao prime body said. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament did not deny it and smiled. "He took the initiative to look for me and raised a possibility. You'll definitely not be able to guess it." The martial Tao prime body was silent. Indeed, he could not guess what the sect master of the academy wanted to do. He wanted to cooperate with me. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament burst into laughter. The martial Tao prime body sneered and asked, "And someone like you would cooperate with him?" There was a huge difference in status between the two parties. The fact that the sect master of the academy dared to raise this matter was indeed beyond the expectations of the martial Tao prime body. With great Emperor Heaven Burial's methods, it was as easy as flipping his palm if he wanted to control the sect master of the academy. Initially, I did not care indeed. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament smiled. However, this sect master of the academy was too interesting. I couldn't bear to attack him. In fact, I was even looking forward to our cooperation. What kind of cooperation? The martial Tao prime body asked. Since you're so smart, why don't you take a guess? Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament chuckled. Of course, he's not qualified to cooperate with me now. Given the intelligence of the sect master of the academy and the dermic Tao of the technique reserve, coupled with his pedantic nature and insight into the heavenly secrets, it was not surprising for him to divine the identity of Great Emperor Heaven Burial through the connection between Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, Emperor Bo-Soon, and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. However, it was indeed beyond the expectations of the martial Tao prime body that he took the initiative to run to Great Emperor Heaven Burial to discuss a cooperation with him. Given Great Emperor Heaven Burial's methods, killing the sect master of the academy was like stepping on an ant. The sect master of the academy must know that as well. However, he did not know what kind of cooperation he proposed that could make Great Emperor Heaven Burial find it interesting and not even attack him. When the martial Tao prime body saw that Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament would not say it explicitly, he did not dwell on this matter and merely said indifferently, "I believe he did not guess that you have another identity as well." Oh! The smile on Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament's face faded. Or rather, this is your true identity. The martial Tao prime body glared at Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament and said word by word, "The Lord of the Netherworld, Great Emperor Feng Du." If the conversation between the two of them were to spread, it would be earth-shattering. The entire divine firmament hall fell silent instantly after the martial Tao prime body said that. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament retracted his smile and looked fixedly at the martial Tao prime body as well. Their gazes met in midair and neither of them retreated. The atmosphere gradually turned solemn. The Lord of the Netherworld. After an unknown period of time, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament murmured softly and broke the silence. Then he smiled meaningfully and asked, "Feng Du has never appeared. How did you make that guess?" In reality, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament's question did not deny the speculation of the martial Tao prime body. "I deduced a long time ago that Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight and the other two were the three corpses of Great Emperor Heaven Burial," the martial Tao prime body said. "However, I originally thought that the Fiend Lord was Great Emperor Heaven Burial. That's because when I first met him, he sat on a tomb and called himself the Tombkeeper. There are naturally many connections between Heaven Burial and tombs." "That's right." Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament nodded. The martial Tao prime body said, "However, the Fiend Lord denied that outside the great wilderness world that day. The Fiend Lord once revealed some information. They and the 9 great emperors of the heavenly court are all from the major Kiliacosm and their cultivation realms are above the great emperor realm. They can be said to be immortal and have endless lifespans. The fact that Great Emperor Heaven Burial can survive until now means that he's different from the great emperors born in the medium Kiliacosm. He has also an immortal existence with an endless lifespan. If he's not one of the 9 of them from the heavenly court, he could only be one of the 5 lords of the netherworld or hell, Hungry Ghost, Beast, and Azura Daos. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament smiled. "That might not be the case. It's possible that I'm from the major Kiliacosm, but unrelated to them entirely." The speculation of the martial Tao prime body earlier on could indeed only prove that Great Emperor Heaven Burial was similar to the Fiend Lord and the others. They were both from the major Kiliacosm and were immortal. However, it could not confirm that Great Emperor Heaven Burial was the Lord of the Netherworld. The martial Tao prime body said, "I've seen all the lords of the 4 Das. Only the Lord of the Netherworld is extremely mysterious and has never appeared. So, since you've never even met him before, why would you guess at his identity?" Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament asked with a smile. Will you have to go back to the same problem as before? The martial Tao prime body said slowly. The dermic Tao of heaven burial is inextricably linked to tombs. As for the largest tomb in this world, it's probably the netherworld. The Lord of the Netherworld controls the netherworld and reincarnation. Only he can create a taboo mystic classic like the Heaven Burial Sutra and revive people. Foo-foo. Ha 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 ha. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament chuckled for a while before laughing out loud and nodding repeatedly. The martial Tao prime body said, "This is only the first time I've associated you with the Lord of the Netherworld. Furthermore, when I asked the fiend, Lord about the Lord of the Netherworld that day, he avoided talking about it. There should only be a few people who can make the fiend Lord choose to avoid talking about them. Just based on that?" Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament asked. Of course it's more than that. The martial Tao prime body said indifferently. Back in the Emperor's tomb, I obtained a treasure, the Soul Lantern. As for the Soul Lantern, it belongs to the Lord of the Netherworld. Initially, I never understood why the Soul Lantern was in the hands of Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. However, in fact, the answer to this question is very simple. It is because Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight is one of the 3 corpses cultivated by Great Emperor Heaven Burial, the Lord of the Netherworld. It's only normal for the Lord of the Netherworld to hand the Soul Lantern to Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight and help him cultivate. It was just that even before Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight died in his previous life, he still thought that the Soul Lantern was a treasure he accidentally obtained. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament smiled and did not deny it. Anything else? Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament asked. The martial Tao prime body said, You should already know that I killed more than 30 emperors in the witch world, including the witch world lord. Before he died, he revealed that he still had a master. At the mention of this, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament raised his eyebrows. The martial Tao prime body continued. I've been to the poison world and learned something. The nether calamity poison originated from the nether calamity flower. However, the nether calamity flower doesn't exist in the medium kiliacosm. It only grows beside the hell serene springs. Given the poison world lord's methods, he can't enter hell at all. In other words, there's another person behind the poison world. It's this person who brought the nether calamity flower from hell to the medium kiliacosm and handed it to the poison world lord. There aren't many people who can enter and exit hell. The Lord of the Netherworld happens to be one of them. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament smiled and asked, From what you're saying, the master mentioned by the witch world lord is also the Lord of the Netherworld? Of course. The martial Tao prime body said, The living beings of the Netherworld exist completely in the essence spirit state. Their essence spirits and souls are extremely powerful. As for the cultivation techniques of the witch race, they happen to be good at cultivating the essence spirit as well. The witch world has more than 40 emperor experts. That's far beyond the scope of a super large world. If I'm not wrong, some of the witch emperors should be ghost emperors you brought back from the netherworld. They entered the bodies of the emperors and fused to become witch emperors. Impressive. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament clapped and praised. It was unknown if he was praising the speculation of the martial Tao prime body or himself. Even though he knew that the witch world and poison world were almost destroyed by the martial Tao prime body, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament was still all smiles, as though he did not care. The martial Tao prime body continued. The first living beings of the witch world and poison world were transformed from ordinary humans. In other words, the birth of the 2 worlds was done by you. The so-called progenitors of the witch world and poison world, Emperor Nether Calamity and Emperor Nether Poison, should have been nurtured by you as well. It's precisely because of that that the 2 worlds can cooperate so well and secretly start 2 wars between the dragons and phoenixes and Kuns and Pungs. I once thought that the biggest beneficiaries of 2 world wars that lasted for thousands of years was the blood world or the tomb world. However, in fact, there's only one person who benefited the most, Great Emperor Fengdu. The words heaven burial in the Heaven Burial Sutra do not only refer to the heavenly court, but all the heavens. You're right. Great Emperor Heaven Burial smiled. I'm Feng Du, the Lord of the Netherworld. At this point, there was no need for him to hide anything. However, you were wrong about something just now. Great Emperor Heaven Burial said. I didn't nurture Emperor Nether Calamity or Emperor Nether Poison. They were both clones that I severed in that life. The progenitors of the Witch World and Poison World were merely clones of the Lord of the Netherworld back then, existences like the three corpses. The martial Dao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat. If I'm not wrong, you created the Tomb World as well. Great Emperor Heaven Burial was Feng Du. He controlled the Netherworld and created the three corpses technique. As for the cultivators of the Tomb World, they were only ordinary humans who became good at controlling corpses after cultivation. In the Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes, the Tomb World was also the main force and benefited greatly from that world war. It's not just the Tomb World. A strange and even terrifying smile appeared on Great Emperor Heaven Burial's face as he said slowly, the current Blood World, White Bone World and Lifeless World were created by me after I severed my clones back then. The martial Dao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat. However, on second thought, just the names of the Tomb World, Blood World and Lifeless World alone revealed a hint of information. However, this matter was way too shocking. Who would have thought that super-large worlds like the Witch World and Poison World were only established by the clones of the Lord of the Netherworld back then? In the past few eras, I've severed many clones from myself and every single one of them has been notorious. Great Emperor Heaven Burial said, who do you think Ancient Fiend Bo Sun of the past was? Ancient Fiend Bo Sun was also a clone of the Lord of the Netherworld. Great Emperor Heaven Burial was even more troublesome than the martial Dao Prime Body had imagined. His tentacles extended to every corner of the medium Kiliacosm and spanned several eras. Outside the Divine Firmament Hall, Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament stood guard in the distance and waited for Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament's orders at any moment. At some point in time, the Divine Firmament Hall emitted two shuddering and terrifying auras that even he felt his heart skip a beat. Right then, a crack opened in the void and a man emitting a medicinal fragrance stepped out. His eyes were filled with anger and he had an anxious expression, wanting to charge into the Divine Firmament Hall. Elixir Firmament, what are you doing? Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament hurriedly went forward and stopped Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament, shouting in a low voice. Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. A group of lowlifes from some random Tianhuang mainland is killing everywhere in my Elixir Firmament immortal domain. They're lawless. Most importantly, these lowlifes are backed by a few Emperor experts of the Sword World and the Kuanpeng World. Is that so? Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament frowned when he heard that. Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament said hatefully, the emperors of these worlds didn't even greet me when they descended to the immortal domain. I think they don't take Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament seriously at all. They want to start a world war. I'll report it to Master now. Against the Iron Crown Old Man, Emperor North Kuan, Demon Empress Ninetails and the others, Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament did not dare to attack. He could only run over to look for Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament. Don't go in. Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament shook his head and stood in front of Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament. What are you doing? Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament swept his gaze and said coldly, can you bear the responsibility if my immortal domain falls and a world war breaks out? This group of emperors are challenging the dignity of Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament by coming uninvited. If it was any other time, Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament would be a little wary of Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament. But now that the Nine Firmaments were unified, all the Immortal Emperors had submitted to Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament. Furthermore, if this dragged on, the Elixir Firmament immortal domain would be gone. How could he not be anxious? Humph! Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament's expression darkened. Master is meeting a guest. If you disturb him rashly and die inside, don't blame me for not reminding you. Do you think that with Master's ability, he won't be able to sense what's happening in the heavenly world? Do you think he needs you to remind him? Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament took a few steps forward and gradually calmed down, after sensing the terrifying auras emitted from the divine firmament hall. Under such circumstances, he would probably be doomed if he barged in rashly. The hall was closed. Neither of their spirit consciousnesses could probe in, nor would they dare to. "Who's inside?" Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament asked softly. "How would I know?" Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament's tone was not polite earlier on. As such, Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament merely replied curtly as well. Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament smiled awkwardly and pondered for a moment. "It's probably Heavenly Lord Six Brahma or Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. There's a high chance that they're discussing the grand plans of unifying the heavenly world." Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain. This battle that seemed to have a disparity in strength ended faster than everyone imagined. Not long after the battle broke out, Su Zimo targeted Immortal King Xianxia and killed him in 3 rounds with his bloodline phenomenon and 4 heads 8 arms. In this battle, Su Zimo did not even release his grotto heaven. Right from the beginning, Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament did not dare to appear. Even after Immortal King Xianxia, the prince, died, he did not appear. Hundreds of immortal kings of Elixir Firmament Palace were killed in a chaotic manner and scattered like birds and beasts. Many perfected spirit experts were defeated as well, and everyone from Tianhuang mainland barged in, charging towards Elixir Firmament Palace as though no one was around. Before long, everyone from Tianhuang mainland charged into Elixir Firmament Palace. After knowing that the battlefield ahead was defeated and Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament was nowhere to be seen, there were no cultivators of Elixir Firmament Palace who resisted, and they had long fled in all directions. Su Zimo stood in midair and swept his gaze. The green lotus true body was extremely sensitive to heaven and earth essence chi. He could clearly sense that the heaven and earth essence chi around an empty space not far away was extremely dense. However, there was nothing there. Fufu. Right then, a chuckle sounded from midair. It was Demon Empress Ninetails who looked at Su Zimo with a fake smile. Her gaze swirled and she said enchantingly, "Young Master Su, there's a pocket dimension there. However, there are restrictions set up by emperors. How are you going to thank me if I help you?" Apart from his old friends in Tianhuang mainland, among everyone present, Demon Empress Ninetails was one of the few who knew Su Zimo's identity. Back in the great wilderness world, Demon Empress Ninetails had seen the appearance of the martial Tao Prime body. When they saw Demon Empress Ninetails seducing Su Zimo so fearlessly, a few hostile gazes shot out from the crowd. Sensing something, Demon Empress Ninetails chuckled and waved her robe sleeve, shattering the restrictions around the empty ground, gradually revealing a divine tree that was more than 10 feet tall. The divine tree shone with colorful brilliance, and 7 crystalline divine items grew on every branch. Light flowed, and it was incomparably godly. This is the spirit item of the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain, the 7 Treasures Wondrous Tree. When Yunju saw the divine tree, she said, "Gold, silver, glass, crystal, clam, coral, and amber are the 7 treasures. The 7 treasures above are naturally not minerals of the mortal world. The 7 treasures can emit 7 different lights that cover the 5 elements. They're said to be invincible and are also the key to gathering the heaven and earth spirit chi in the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain." The Iron Crown old man smiled gently. "Zimo, take this 7 treasures wondrous tree. In the future, if you open up a world, it can be used as the foundation for gathering heaven and earth essence chi." Su Zimo nodded and uprooted the 7 treasures wondrous tree, keeping it in his bag. When Emperor North Kuan saw that, he shook his head gently and muttered, "This 7 treasures wondrous tree has been rooted in the heavenly world for many years. It won't survive in a different environment." Su Zimo wanted to set up a world because on the one hand, it could be used as a resting place for living beings of the lower worlds to cultivate. On the other hand, it could accommodate everyone from Tianhuang mainland. If he wanted to create a world, he had to have spirit items that could gather heaven and earth essence chi. The 7 treasures wondrous tree was naturally one of them. In reality, Su Zimo's grade 12 creation green lotus was the only utmost treasure in the world and far surpassed the 7 treasures wondrous tree. Of course, He could not stay in the world forever and needed spirit items like the Seven Treasures wondrous tree as its foundation. Initially, he planted 3 top-grade immortal trees, the Ashoka tree, Immortal Willow and Immortal Peach Sapling in the cave abode of Heaven and Earth Academy. Apart from the Immortal Peach Sapling, the Ashoka tree and Immortal Willow did not manage to grow. Before he entered the Perfected One realm and returned to Heaven and Earth Academy to lay his cards on the table with the sect master, he sent Lu Ping and Tao Yao away and asked them to take the 3 immortal trees away. It was unknown if the Ashoka tree and Immortal Willow had taken root and germinated all these years, emitting vitality. As long as these immortal trees could survive, the problem of gathering Heaven and Earth essence chi would be resolved. Carefree, it's time to return with us, right? When Emperor North Kuan saw that the situation was settled, he urged Carefree to leave with him and Emperor South Peng as soon as possible. Ever since they stepped into the heavenly world, they had felt uneasy. They had been to the heavenly world before, but they had never felt this way. It's over so quickly? Carefree still felt like he had not had enough. Ever since he ascended, he had never fought so freely. It could be said to be to his heart's content. Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng harumphed softly and glared at Carefree. Although Carefree enjoyed his time fighting, the two of them were nervous the entire time. At the beginning of the battle, Carefree charged into the crowd with his eyes closed as though he did not care about his life, regardless of whether it was a perfected spirit or an immortal king. Afraid that something would happen to Carefree, the 2 world lords watched Carefree closely and escorted him the entire way. In the middle, they were even forced to secretly attack and kill a few immortal kings who threatened Carefree. They only had this one young master of the Kuan Peng world. Furthermore, his bloodline showed signs of atavism and he was the key of their 2 worlds merging. Nothing could happen to him. Master, do you still want to fight? Carefree leaned towards Su Zimo and asked expectantly. Su Zimo nodded and looked into the distance with a cold expression, as though he had crossed the endless void and landed on the land of the white firmament immortal domain. All right, Carefree perked up and grinned at Emperor North Kuan. It's not over yet. There's no hurry to return. The 2 world lords had dark expressions and remained silent. Immortal Queen Linglong seemed to have thought of something as well and murmured softly, I'm afraid, King Yun, you would never have thought that the living being of the lower world that he crushed mercilessly back then would grow to this extent today. Back when Su Zimo ascended, he was intercepted by King Yun Yu and the sect master of the academy. If not for Immortal Queen Linglong's help, Su Zimo would have already died. Even so, his Dragon Phoenix true body was destroyed by King Yun Yu. Lin Luo asked, the commotion here is so huge. Will King Yun Yu sense it? Immortal Queen Linglong shook her head. Between the white firmament immortal domain and the elixir firmament immortal domain, there's still the green firmament immortal domain and vantage firmament immortal domain. The distance is too far. Unless King Yun Yu advances to the Emperor realm and his spirit consciousness can cover the entire heavenly world, he won't be able to sense the battle here. White firmament immortal domain. Yun Yu country. King Yun Yu was alone, presiding over a dark hall with his eyes closed in deep thought. Under the dim light, one could vaguely see a dark expression on his face. He frowned slightly, as though he was worried about something. More than 300 years ago, he had already become a quasi-emperor. However, for some unknown reason, although his cultivation realm increased and his combat strength increased greatly, he felt uneasy all these years. Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament gradually devoured the various immortal domains. He led the Yun Yu kingdom and chose to submit immediately because he was worried that something would happen. However, even though he had already submitted to Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament, the uneasiness had yet to dissipate. Recently, King Yun Yu would even occasionally feel a sense of fear, as though someone was spying on him. However, no matter how he probed, he did not discover anything abnormal. Only Emperor experts can threaten me. King Yun Yu pressed his temples with his thumb to ease the nervousness in his heart and murmured softly, "Which Emperor expert has his eyes on me?" He recalled carefully that although he had killed countless people over the years, he had always been careful as though he was walking on thin ice. Those he killed were either weaklings or lowlifes with no backgrounds. He had never offended any emperors or any princes. Could it be him? Suddenly, a thought flashed through King Yu's mind. Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. Su Zimo had long died in the emperor's tomb. Even if he was still alive, he was not much of a threat to him. The main reason was that back in the lower worlds, the person standing beside Su Zimo was Demon Empress Blood Butterfly of the Great Wilderness World. Would Demon Empress Blood Butterfly stand up for him? No matter how King Yu thought about it, this was probably the only possible danger. Looks like I have to discuss it with those few people. King Yu sneered and thought to himself, I wasn't the only one who surrounded Su Zimo back then. I don't know where the sect master of the academy is hiding. However, King Jin, Immortal King Qingyong and Immortal King Yenyong are all in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. That's right. I should leave the White Firmament Immortal Domain first. If he continued to stay here, the uneasiness in King Yu's heart would intensify. Furthermore, King Yu had a feeling that there was something hidden in the dark corner of the hall. Having made up his mind, King Yu did not hesitate any longer. He waved his hand and tore through the void, preparing to head to the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. The void split open and a spatial tunnel appeared. Just as King Yu was about to step in, a terrifying green face with fangs suddenly appeared from the spatial rift. Caught off guard, King Yu almost collided with the terrifying ghost face. What the fuck? King Yu was shocked and shuddered, crying out in fear. Not to mention that King Yu was unprepared. Even under normal circumstances, he would involuntarily feel a trace of fear when he saw this terrifying ghost face. What the hell is that? King Yu was so frightened that he took a few steps back. His scalp went numb and his eyes widened. He shouted angrily and summoned a sword in reverse, holding it horizontally in front of him. The terrifying ghost face grinned and let out a sinister laughter. The ghost face was already terrifying enough without smiling. With that smile, it looked even more sinister and terrifying. King Yu's pupils constricted and the hair on his body stood on end. Where did this evil being come from? King Yu hollered and the blood chi in his body surged. He propped up a perfected grotto heaven and suppressed the terrifying ghost face ahead. The ghost face floated forward. It was only at that moment that King Yu saw clearly that it was a tall and abnormally burly Xianxia. His widened mouth emitted a strong blood stench. King Yu finally understood why he had been feeling terrified in the past few days, as though he was being monitored. This Xianxia ghost was hiding right beside him. Boom! King Yu's perfected grotto heaven contained a wisp of world power that suppressed the void ahead with a loud bang. However, his attack missed. The moment King Yu's grotto heaven suppressed down, the Xianxia ghost from earlier on disappeared from the void. How was that possible? Under normal circumstances, in this combat state where the void was distorted, it was impossible to shuttle through the void casually. Unless, Void Xianxia. King Yu was shocked as he thought of a possibility. Void Xianxias were sovereigns of the Xianxia race. Ga. A strange laugh sounded from behind King Yu. Don 11, be nervous. As long as you stay here obediently, I won't hurt you at all. Without turning around, King Yu suddenly slashed behind. Swoosh! Cold light flashed. The void behind him shattered, and even the ferocious face of the Xianxia ghost was sliced into pieces. Was it dead? I advise you to save your strength. Not far away, the voice of the Xianxia ghost sounded once more with a hint of mockery, as though he was mocking him mercilessly. A quasi-emperor Void Xianxia. The Void Xianxia was hidden in the void, and King Yu was helpless against him. He gradually calmed down. Given this Void Xianxia's concealment methods, if he had wanted to kill him, there would definitely have been countless opportunities for him to do so over the years. However, the Void Xianxia did not attack him the entire time. Could it be that the other party was not hostile? The Void Xianxia appeared just to keep him here. However, he had no idea what motive the Void Xianxia had. Your Highness, what happened? The door of the hall was smashed open and two immortal kings barged in with many palace guards. Before King Yu could speak, A strange crack appeared above the heads of the two immortal kings, and the ferocious and terrifying ghost face appeared once more. The ghost face opened its bloody mouth and bit off the head of an immortal king below. Instantly, blood flowed and surged from his neck. The headless corpse fell limply. The immortal king at the side was scared out of his wits and his pupils constricted. Without any time to think, he propped up a grotto heaven immediately. Suddenly, a gigantic ghost hand extended from the crack and grabbed down with a cold glint on its fingertip. The grotto heaven of the immortal king shattered instantly like paper in front of the ghost hand. Ah! Accompanied by a tragic cry, the immortal king was snatched away by the ghost hand in front of everyone. His figure entered the spatial rift and his cry stopped abruptly. Crack! Crack! Thereafter, a terrifying sound came from inside, as though someone was chewing on bones. Scarlet blood seeped out of the closed spatial rift. The two immortal kings died in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, they died in such a tragic manner. Many guards were merely perfected spirits and had never seen such killing methods before. Their faces were pale. Most importantly, King Yunyu, who had the highest combat strength, watched from afar and had no intention of stopping him. It was not that he did not want to. It was because the two immortal kings died too quickly. Many guards shouted and couldn't care less about the crime of disobeying the king's orders. They left the hall one after another and fled. King Yunyu clenched his fists with a dark expression. Although the Void Yuxia did not attack him, he did not show any mercy to the people around him. To be fair, even if the Void Yuxia did not dodge and fought him head-on, he would most likely be doomed as well. "What are you trying to do?" King Yunyu asked in a deep voice. "Hee." The Void Yuxia's voice sounded erratically. "My master only asked me to watch over you and not let you run around." "Who's your master?" King Yunyu asked again. The surroundings were silent and the Void Yuxia vanished once more. However, King Yunyu knew that the Void Yuxia was staring at him in the hall. Time passed bit by bit. Every breath in the hall was a huge torture for King Yunyu. He was watched by a Void Yuxia and could not leave. It was equivalent to being placed under house arrest. He had no idea what he was waiting for. This was a fear of the unknown. After an unknown period of time, outside the hall, a commotion sounded, as though thousands of troops had descended into the palace of King Yunyu. Before King Yunyu could release his spirit consciousness to investigate, a group of people had already appeared at the entrance of the hall. The person in the lead had green robes and black hair. He had delicate features and looked familiar. "You are..." When King Yunyu saw who it was, his eyes widened and his expression changed slightly as he hollered, "Su Zimo!" Behind Su Zimo was a group of people. Those he knew were Lin Zhan and his wife from the Battle Kingdom, Feng Cantian, who had once betrayed the divine firmament immortal domain, and a few peak masters of the sword world. He had never seen many of the remaining people. Su Zimo's cultivation realm was only at the major grotto heaven realm and was not much of a threat to him. However, Lin Zhan and the others behind him were not easy to deal with. "Su Zimo, you're not dead," King Yunyu said coldly. Su Zimo did not waste his breath on him and merely said indifferently, "King Yunyu, you destroyed one of my true bodies. I'm here to take your life." "With just you." King Yunyu burst into laughter and surveyed his surroundings. "Without the help of the people around you, you won't be able to kill me. Su Zimo, this is a grudge between us. If you want to kill me, come yourself and fight me openly." King Yunyu said those words with righteousness and confidence. The moment he saw Su Zimo, he had already guessed it. The other party was here to take revenge. Given the current situation, the only way he could survive was to target Su Zimo alone. After chasing after Su Zimo to no avail previously, he broke through to the perfected grotto heaven realm after returning. Later on, he obtained a huge opportunity and was able to advance to the Quasi-Emperor realm. For experts like them, after many years of accumulation, they could advance further as long as they had any fortuitous encounters. As long as he could force Su Zimo to fight him, he could take the opportunity to restrain him and coerce the others to escape. Of course, that was just his wishful thinking. Unless Su Zimo was a lunatic, he would not agree to his challenge. "Sure. Right then, Su Zimo said, "I'll give you a chance." Su Zimo was agreeable? King Yunyu was stunned and could not believe it for a moment. A gentleman never goes back on his word. King Yunyu said hurriedly, "Let's fight fairly. No one is allowed to help us." Su Zimo did not reply and left Lin Zhan and the others, walking towards King Yunyu alone with a calm expression. When King Yunyu saw that Su Zimo had already entered his attack range, his eyes lit up. Suddenly, he channeled his blood chi and a tsunami in his body surged. At the same time, he propped up a perfected grotto heaven that contained a trace of world power and enveloped Su Zimo. As long as he restrained Su Zimo, he could break through this dead end. Against King Yun Yu's attack, Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks. Boom! A loud bang sounded behind him. Immediately after, 5 voids collapsed and transformed into 5 major grotto heavens with terrifying auras. Multicolored light spread and burst forth with endless dermic Dao runes, forming a blazing sea. Almost instantly, it engulfed King Yun Yu's perfected grotto heaven. King Yun Yu's eyes widened in shock. He only had time to say a single word before his perfected grotto heaven collapsed. What was that? 5 major grotto heavens? Notwithstanding King Yunyu, there were hardly any people among those present who had seen a scene of 5 grotto heavens descending at the same time. All of them had shocked expressions. The grotto heavens were accompanied by various shocking phenomenons. Skies filled with starlight, sword chi bursting into the air, thousands of beasts roaring, Buddhas, dragons and elephants as well as the sun and moon revolving. Any single major grotto heaven was already terrifying. As for the 5 grotto heavens, they descended at the same time. Dermic Daos interweaved and runes gathered, forming a blazing sea that emitted a majestic and forceful power, as though it could destroy everything. Lin Lei's mouth was agape as he watched this scene in disbelief. He had already stepped into the grotto heaven realm and became an ordinary immortal king. Previously, when he saw that Su Zimo's cultivation realm was higher than his, he felt a little upset. After all, he looked down on Su Zimo back then. To think that after all these years, not only had Su Zimo caught up to him, the difference between the two of them was already so great. Quasi-Emperor experts could not even last a single round against Su Zimo. "Brother, how are you feeling now?" Lin Luo asked with a faint smile. Back then, Lin Lei felt that Su Zimo's cultivation realm was insufficient and even persuaded Lin Luo not to interact with Su Zimo. Lin Lei's face flushed slightly and he felt a little ashamed. After a moment of silence, Lin Lei regained his fighting spirit and took a deep breath, saying in a deep voice, "There's indeed a gap between us. However, one day, I'll catch up to him and surpass him." When Lin Zhan heard that, he shook his head and said bluntly, "Stop dreaming." It was not easy for Lin Lei to muster the courage to say those words earlier on. At that moment, he was dealt a blow by Lin Zhan and was instantly discouraged with an awkward expression. "Mother, look at father," Lin Lei complained softly. "How can he discourage others like that?" Immortal Queen Ling Long sighed softly. "Layer, your father is right." "Huh!" Lin Lei was stunned. Immortal Queen Ling Long said earnestly, "The difference between you and Zimo is not merely a gap. It's worlds apart." Eft. Lin Luo could not help but laugh when she heard that. Lin Lei's face flushed red and he was a little anxious. "Mother, why are you?" Immortal Queen Ling Long patted Lin Lei's shoulder and said, "Layer, it's good to have ambitions and goals, but there are many things you don't understand. It's better for you to chase after another rival." Lin Lei, outside the hall. The Iron Crown Old Man, Emperor North Kuan and the others stood in midair and revealed strange expressions when they sensed the situation inside. Although the Iron Crown Old Man already knew that Su Zimo had cultivated 5 grotto heavens, he was still shocked when he saw that with his own eyes. 5 grotto heavens. That's practically unprecedented, Emperor North Kuan praised. Dragon Empress Frost nodded slightly. "This lad's future achievements are immeasurable." Emperor South Peng pondered for a moment. "It's hard to say. The dermic Daos of his 5 grotto heavens are all different. They include immortal, Buddhist, fiend, and demon Daos. In the end, it's probably as difficult as ascending to the heavens to synthesize them into a single world. Suddenly, the expression of the Iron Crown old man changed. As though he sensed something, he looked in the direction of White Firmament Palace and frowned slightly. The commotion here had already alarmed Immortal Emperor White Firmament. In the hall, King Yu's perfected grotto heaven collapsed. It could not defend against the pressure of Su Zimo's 5 major grotto heavens at all. Under the impact of the Dermic Dao runes, his entire body trembled and he was severely injured. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Su Zimo had no intention of testing the waters with King Yu at all, and released his trump card the moment he arrived. King Yu's hair was disheveled. He wanted to struggle to his feet, but he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Bang! Su Zimo had already arrived and stepped on his chest, trampling him heavily on the ground. He bent over slightly with a cold gaze. King Yu, Su Zimo said, if not for the fact that I wanted to end you personally, you wouldn't have lived to this day. Ha ha ha. King Yu's mouth was filled with blood as he burst into laughter. Winner takes all. I'll just die since I lost to you today. However, I definitely won't regret attempting to kill you that day. I was just one move away. If I could have obtained the creation Green Lotus back then, I would have long entered the Emperor realm and become the overlord of the 9 firmament immortal domain. Su Zimo smiled. Initially, he wanted to kill King Yu directly and end this matter. However, at this moment he suddenly changed his mind. Su Zimo said, King Yu, even if you obtained the creation Green Lotus, you'll definitely die. Cough, cough. King Yu coughed out blood and smiled bitterly. Since you've won, you can say whatever you want. Su Zimo summoned the Green Lotus Sword and beheaded King Yu, sealing his essence spirit at the same time. Su Zimo, what are you doing? King Yu roared with a forlorn expression. Today's business isn't over, Su Zimo said indifferently. I'll bring you to meet those old friends and let you send them off one by one with your very own eyes before joining them. With that said, Su Zimo picked up King Yu's long hair and carried the bloodied head out of the hall. Su Zimo's expression changed. A figure appeared in midair with a powerful aura that was not inferior to Emperor experts like the Iron Crown Old Man Immortal Emperor White Firmament. A Peak Emperor. The Peak Emperor swept his gaze across Su Zimo and the others with a cold expression. He looked at the Iron Crown Old Man and the others and asked slowly, Everyone, what's the meaning of this? Unlike Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament, Immortal Emperor White Firmament was a Peak Emperor after all. When he saw this situation, he had to come out and demand an explanation. It's nothing much, the Iron Crown Old Man said. A fair battle was held between the juniors to settle their personal grudges. We didn't interfere. Immortal Emperor White Firmament narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Everyone, you came uninvited to my White Firmament immortal domain and killed 2 immortal kings. You even beheaded King Yu. How is that nothing much? How about I chop off that person's head now and say that it's nothing much as well? Immortal Emperor White Firmament pointed at Su Zimo with a murderous glint in his eyes. Give it a try, the Iron Crown Old Man said indifferently. His gaze locked onto Immortal Emperor White Firmament and a sword appeared in his hand. Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng exchanged glances without any intention of attacking. After all, they had no relationship with Su Zimo. The reason why they came this time round was only because Carefree was way too willful. Demon Empress Ninetails and Demon Emperor Divine Elephant took a step forward and glared at Immortal Emperor White Firmament with unfriendly expressions. After the battle in the Great Wilderness, the 2 of them had also obtained many benefits. The many Source Stones and World Fragments allowed them to break through and advance to the perfected Emperor realm. Immortal Emperor White Firmament did not act rashly when he saw that. If there was only one Peak Emperor, he could give it a try. If he were to face 3 Peak Emperors, including the Iron Crown Old Man who was a Lord of the Sword World and a Sword Emperor who had been famous for a long time, he would have no chance of winning. Good, good, good. Immortal Emperor White Firmament sneered. Since everyone has assumed such a stance, I'm afraid things won't end so easily today. The heavenly world today is no longer the same as before. With Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament around, it's not a place where you guys can behave brazenly. With that said, Immortal Emperor White Firmament's figure flashed as he prepared to leave and head to the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain to report to Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament. Hold on. Right then, a voice sounded from below. Immortal Emperor White Firmament paused and glanced sideways at the green-robed cultivator below, saying coldly, "Why? Does an immortal king like you think that you can keep me here?" Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Pong, and the others frowned slightly as well. Immortal Emperor White Firmament was already prepared to leave. Under normal circumstances, there was no need to complicate matters. Immortal Emperor White Firmament was a peak emperor after all. The group of people from Tianhuang mainland did not even have a single emperor expert to protect them, let alone fight against peak emperors. Su Zimo rose slowly into the air and looked in the direction of White Firmament Palace. A cold glint flashed through the depths of his eyes as he said slowly, "I heard that there's a spirit root in the White Firmament Immortal Domain. It's the ginseng fruit tree. So what if we do?" Immortal Emperor White Firmament sneered. "You lowlifes came to my White Firmament Immortal Domain to kill, and now you even want my ginseng fruit." Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Pong exchanged glances and frowned secretly. They had also heard of the ginseng fruit tree. It was said that the ginseng fruit tree took 30,000 years to bloom, another 30,000 years to bear fruits, and finally, another 30,000 years to ripen. As for each ginseng fruit, they contained extremely pure heaven and earth essence qi, and could even increase one's lifespan after consuming them. However, the situation in the White Firmament Immortal Domain was different from the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain after all. In the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain, Elixir Firmament Palace fought with these people from Tianhuang mainland. As such, it was normal for the latter to snatch away the Seven Treasures wondrous tree since they won the fight. However, White Firmament Palace did not have any conflict with Su Zimo and the others. If they wanted to snatch the spirit root of the White Firmament Immortal Domain just because they wanted to create a world, they would inevitably appear a little greedy and overbearing. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the Iron Crown Old Man to help him. The people of the Sword World were the most upright. They wielded swords and were chivalrous, abhorring evil as though they were enemies. However, this action went against chivalry. Of course, the Iron Crown Old Man knew Su Zimo very well and knew that there must be a deeper meaning behind his question. The spirit consciousness of the Iron Crown Old Man had already spread to White Firmament Palace and landed on the ginseng fruit tree. Dragon Empress Frost had seen the way Su Zimo conducted himself before and realized that there might be more to it. Therefore, she waited and watched. "White Firmament, how dare you?" Right then, the Iron Crown Old Man suddenly hollered. His gaze was like a sword as he locked onto Immortal Emperor White Firmament. The sword chi in his body vibrated with a murderous aura, and he could attack at any moment. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw that. More people had puzzled expressions, not knowing what had happened to make the Iron Crown Old Man so furious. "Iron Crown, what nonsense are you rambling on about?" Immortal Emperor White Firmament's heart skipped a beat, and he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out his horsetail whip as well and questioned loudly with focused vigilance. The Iron Crown Old Man's voice was cold as he asked word by word, "What's buried under your ginseng fruit tree?" Immortal Emperor White Firmament's expression changed when he heard that. Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Pong, and the others realized the main point as well and released their spirit consciousnesses, one after another, landing beneath the ginseng fruit tree of White Firmament Palace. Hiss! When the emperors sensed the situation under the tree, they could not help but gasp and their scalps tingled. Under the ginseng fruit tree, there were countless corpses buried, covering 1,000,000 kilometers. Every corpse was extremely skinny, and it was obvious that they were all babies less than a year old. Some of the corpses still had rotting flesh that was relatively intact. It was obvious that they had just been buried. What was even more terrifying was that the infant corpses struggled and waved their arms before they died with extreme fear on their faces. These babies were buried alive. Up till this point of their cultivation, The emperors were used to life and death and had experienced countless battles and bloodshed. However, the emperors had never seen such a cruel scene. These babies had yet to enjoy the care and love of their parents. Before they could truly come into contact with the surrounding world, they were mercilessly buried under the ginseng fruit tree, and their flesh and blood essence were absorbed by it. These babies probably did not even know what had happened to them before they died. Even with the spirit consciousnesses of the emperors, they could not calculate how many babies had been buried under the ginseng fruit tree for countless years. In reality, if they had not deliberately investigated the ginseng fruit tree, they would definitely not have discovered the secret buried below. The reason why Su Zimo sensed it was because of his grade 12 creation green lotus body. The moment he stepped into the white firmament immortal domain, the green lotus true body sensed extreme repulsion in the direction of white firmament palace. Although the creation green lotus was powerful, it was relatively gentle. There had never been such a reaction without being provoked. That was the reason why Su Zimo channeled his spirit consciousness to investigate the ginseng fruit tree and discovered the secret beneath it. The Iron Crown old man said coldly, "White firmament, you buried billions of babies alive for the ginseng fruit tree. You're truly heartless and sinful." When they heard that, everyone from Tianhuang mainland was shocked. Amitabha. When Mingzhen heard that, he had a sorrowful expression and chanted a Buddhist proclamation softly. Tao Yao's eyes were red and he felt terrible. Up till this point of his cultivation, although he had followed Su Zimo and fought against others, he had never killed anyone. At most, he had only injured the other party. This matter had a huge impact on him. The matter of the ginseng fruit tree is not a secret. When Immortal Emperor White Firmament saw that this matter had been exposed, he was calm. The immortal emperors of the 9 firmament immortal domain are well aware of this matter. All of them were delighted to consume the ginseng fruits given to them as well. The ginseng fruit tree was planted in the 9 firmament immortal domain and naturally could not be hidden from the senses of the immortal emperors. However, the immortal emperors turned a blind eye. From the beginning to the end, no immortal emperor stood out. "You're wrong." Suddenly, Lin Zhan shouted, "Immortal Emperor Green Firmament has never eaten your ginseng fruit. I once saw with my own eyes that the ginseng fruit you gave him was shattered by him. This was a long time ago." At that time, Lin Zhan had even asked for the reason. Immortal Emperor Green Firmament's expression was extremely ugly at that time. He wanted to say something but hesitated several times. In the end, he did not tell Lin Zhan. To think that such a terrifying tragedy was hidden behind this. "So Immortal Emperor White Firmament smiled disdainfully. "I heard that he's already dead." Lin Zhan clenched his fists with pale knuckles and glared at Immortal Emperor White Firmament. Immortal Emperor White Firmament did not care about Lin Zhan's anger at all. He looked at the Iron Crown old man and said leisurely, "Iron Crown, there's no need for you to be so agitated. These babies died when they were less than a year old. They don't know anything and won't feel any pain. So, did these babies deserve to die?" The Iron Crown old man's gaze turned colder as he asked slowly, "These babies can't feel pain, but what about their parents?" When they saw the scene below the ginseng fruit tree, even Emperor North Kuan and Emperor Southpong looked at the white firmament immortal domain with killing intent, let alone the Iron Crown old man. This matter had already exceeded the bottom line of any living being of any race. What was even more terrifying was that Immortal Emperor White Firmament said those things so easily without any guilt or regret. "Fufu." Immortal Emperor White Firmament laughed. "It's no wonder why you guys are so angry. It must be because I forgot to mention something. These babies were born from lowlifes and their lives are as lowly as dust. Even if they're alive, their lives are like ants in this world. By burying them in advance and sending them into the afterlife, they're getting the opportunity to reincarnate into a better background in the future. It can be considered as me accumulating good karma for them." Sword light flashed. The Iron Crown old man attacked. There was no need to say anything else. It was fine if the Iron Crown old man did not see such a thing. However, since he now knew, he would definitely not sit back and do nothing. In his life, the Iron Crown Old Man had killed countless evil people. Even so, it was extremely rare to see someone as heartless and vicious as Immortal Emperor White Firmament. What was even more ironic was that this person had presided over the White Firmament Immortal domain for many years and was known as an Immortal Emperor. Even in the Fiend domain where there are ferocious Fiend Emperors, there had never been anyone more cruel than Immortal Emperor White Firmament. Immortal Emperor White Firmament was prepared and reacted extremely quickly. He waved his horsetail whip and tied the threads into a rod, colliding with the tip of the Iron Crown Old Man's sword. Clang! The rod dissipated instantly and turned into countless dust threads, gradually dissolving and devouring the sharp sword chi that burst forth. Clang! Clang! The Iron Crown Old Man propped up a world of sword chi, and the sword hums sounded endlessly. Countless sword chi surged and burst forth with a blinding sword light. Immortal Emperor White Firmament quickly propped up his perfected world as well and enveloped the world. Initially, it was filled with multicolored light. However, before long, sinister winds blew and fiend chi surged, emitting the cries of resentful infants. Boom! The two perfected worlds collided with an earth-shaking bang. Immortal Emperor White Firmament was clearly at a disadvantage. The screams of infants sounded from his world in a strange and miserable manner. Demon Empress Ninetails and Demon Emperor Divine Elephant took a step forward as well and propped up their worlds. They attacked one after another and suppressed Immortal Emperor White Firmament. Dragon Empress Frost, Emperor North Kuan and Emperor Southpong were eager to give it a try as well, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. When Immortal Emperor White Firmament saw that the situation was bad, he did not dare to stay any longer. Given his combat strength, he did not have much chance of winning against the Iron Crown Old Man alone. Furthermore, he was surrounded by a few World Lord Emperor experts. Immortal Emperor White Firmament took advantage of the fact that the Iron Crown Old Man and the others had yet to surround him to fight the Iron Crown Old Man head-on once more. Thereafter, he turned around and fled, heading straight for the Divine Firmament Immortal domain. There had to be overpowering combat strength or an absolute advantage in numbers. Otherwise, if a peak emperor wanted to escape, it would be difficult for others to stop him. In a battle, space trembled and shattered, preventing one from using spatial tunnels to pass through. However, the movement technique of a peak emperor was shockingly fast as well. In the blink of an eye, Immortal Emperor White Firmament had already left the territory of the White Firmament Immortal domain and arrived at the Vantage Firmament Immortal domain. The Iron Crown Old Man's expression was cold as the sword chi in the world behind him condensed continuously. In the end, it gathered in the long sword in his hand and he waved it forward. An incomparably resplendent sword light flashed through the void and entered Immortal Emperor White Firmament's world instantly. A bone-deep wound was slashed open on Immortal Emperor White Firmament's back and blood flowed. If not for the fact that his world could defend against more than half of the damage of the sword light, that sword strike would have sliced him into two. If you have the guts, chase after me. Immortal Emperor White Firmament endured the pain and roared. His body was tainted with a sanguine light and he sped even faster. He had already crossed the Vantage Firmament Immortal domain and entered the Green Firmament Immortal domain. The sword strike earlier on seemed to have exhausted the Iron Crown Old Man immensely as well. However, his gaze was still cold and the killing intent on his body intensified. He raised his sword and chased. Brother Iron Crown, don't be rash. Emperor North Kuan and Emperor Southpong flashed and blocked the Iron Crown Old Man hurriedly. When he saw the Iron Crown Old Man's unfriendly expression, Emperor North Kuan said hurriedly, Immortal Emperor White Firmament clearly wants to lure us over. There's a high chance that Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament is in that direction. This is the heavenly world after all. There are only a few of us. If we really fight an Emperor battle with Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament, we probably won't be able to gain any advantage. Emperor Southpong said in a deep voice as well. With that delay, Immortal Emperor White Firmament had already entered the Divine Firmament Immortal domain and disappeared into Divine Firmament Palace. The surroundings of Divine Firmament Palace were filled with an extremely powerful aura that even the spirit consciousnesses of the emperors present could not detect. Senior, There's no need to chase after him. He won't live long. Right then, Su Zimo sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Although the Iron Crown old man was indignant, he gradually calmed down. He did not think too much about Su Zimo's words and thought that the latter was just comforting him. After calming down, he thought about it. Even if he chased after immortal Emperor White Firmament now, he would probably not be able to kill him. Instead, he might be in danger. He was not confident in facing the mysterious immortal Emperor Nine Firmament. Of course, the Iron Crown old man did not intend to give up just like that. It was impossible for immortal Emperor White Firmament to hide behind immortal Emperor Nine Firmament forever. He would have to appear one day. As long as there was a chance, the Iron Crown old man would definitely attack again. Su Zimo led everyone and tore through the void, descending into White Firmament Palace. Dragon Empress Frost looked at Su Zimo. This ginseng fruit tree is a rare spirit root. It can produce heaven and earth spirit fruits even without the nourishment of infants and can even gather heaven and earth essence chi. You can take it away. There's no need. Su Zimo looked at the ginseng fruit tree below and the baby-shaped fruits hanging on the tree. His gaze was cold as he shook his head. A spirit root like this ginseng fruit tree must have long awakened and possessed its own sentience. However, this ginseng fruit tree did not reject something so vicious and cruel. Instead, it chose to let nature take its course and even cater to it. It was stained with the blood of countless infants and innocent souls. The ginseng fruit tree was also an accomplice in such a tragic matter. Indeed, Su Zimo needed spirit roots. However, he would definitely not let something so evil take root in his world. Then this ginseng fruit tree, Dragon Empress Frost hesitated. Burn it! Su Zimo condensed a dermic art and released 4 flames. Coupled with the essence spirit fire, they formed the Pankati Dao fire and scattered towards the ginseng fruit tree. Splash! The ginseng fruit tree shuddered and shook off many ginseng fruits that sank into the ground. It refined the essence of the ginseng fruits and its aura increased exponentially. Countless branches extended and coiled towards Su Zimo. In the blink of an eye, the ginseng fruit tree became murderous. Struggles of a cornered beast. Su Zimo harumphed coldly and his blood chi surged, releasing his bloodline phenomenon. A jade-green lotus rose from the ground and broke through the chaos, swaying with light. Although the ginseng fruit tree was a rare spirit root in the world, it was much weaker in front of the creation green lotus. It was as though it was suppressed by bloodline. When the branches of the ginseng fruit tree touched the creation green lotus, not only did they fail to absorb any life essence, they withered rapidly and their life force was plundered by the creation green lotus. The branches of the ginseng fruit tree shrunk rapidly. The Pankati Dao fire descended and burned rapidly on the tree trunk. The flames spread along the thick roots of the ginseng fruit tree and enveloped the entire White Firmament Palace, forming a raging flame with a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Many cultivators of White Firmament Palace dispersed when they saw that the situation was bad. Su Zimo and the others stood in midair above the flames. Not only did the fire burn the ginseng fruit tree to ashes, it burned White Firmament Palace, as well as incinerated the corpses of countless babies buried underground. It was only at that moment that the innocent babies were truly free. Mingjun bowed with his head lowered and pressed his palms together, chanting a sutra softly. The sutra was not long and only had 59 words and 14 sentences. However, those who heard it could not help but feel happy, as though they had eliminated all their worries without any resentment or hatred. Under the ginseng fruit tree, the countless vengeful spirits buried in 1,000,000 kilometers of territory were also liberated and reborn into paradise. In midair, the phantoms of infants vaguely appeared. They looked at Mingjun with pure and clear eyes with a hint of gratitude, and a childish smile appeared on their young faces once more. This young monk's dermic insights are profound and he's benevolent. He's only a perfected spirit, and yet, such a phenomenon is created when he recites the rebirth mantra. Emperor North Kuan praised. Emperor South Peng shook his head gently. There are too many babies buried here. Billions of souls condensed with endless grievances. This young monk's cultivation realm is insufficient. He definitely won't be able to withstand it if he wants to exorcise the billions of souls. In reality, that was indeed the case. As Mingjin chanted continuously, his expression turned even paler. If he ignored these dead souls and vengeful spirits and left some of them with too much resentment in the world, they might form various spirits and malevolent ghosts that wreaked havoc on the human world. If their souls returned to the world and entered reincarnation, they would at least have a chance to be reborn. The toll was too great for Mingjun if he wanted to purify the billions of spirits. His essence spirit became weaker and his body swayed slightly. However, he still had no intention of stopping and his gaze was firm. There seemed to be an unshakable persistence and belief in him. That was his determination to not become a Buddha until hell was empty. That was the belief that all living beings could be purified and saved. In Tianhuang mainland, even a peerless genius like Monk Darning would avoid Mingjun unconsciously and lament. The enraged diamond gaze is inferior to Bodhisattva's humble brow. I've finally seen it today. Mingjun's incredible understanding of Buddhism was evident. Namo Amitabhaya. Right then, another voice sounded. It was also the Sutra of the Rebirth Mantra. Although it was a little sluggish, it was recited perfectly. Tao Yao was at the side. When he heard Mingjun recite the Buddhist mantra, he felt emotional and chanted along. Tao Yao did not know Buddhism and had never read Buddhist scriptures. He only had a sincere heart and hoped that these dead souls would be freed and have a good home. Nian Qi was touched and recited it as well. More and more people helped Mingjun recite the sutra and share the pressure. Everyone merely whispered softly. However, those words converged continuously and finally erupted with endless power of faith. Sanskrit reverberated and Buddhas appeared, purging the billions of souls. After an unknown period of time, everyone's chanting gradually faded, and the surrounding grievances had long dissipated. Initially, the skies above White Firmament Palace were shrouded in dark clouds all year round, and it was difficult to see the light of day. At that moment, above the territory of White Firmament Palace for 1,000,000 kilometers, the sky was clear and Buddhist light shone, bringing a hint of warmth to the land. Mingjun still had his palms pressed together and his eyes closed. His body was bathed in a golden glow and halos appeared behind his head with a solemn expression, as though he was about to soar into the skies the next moment. This is when everyone sensed Mingjun's condition. Their expressions changed. He was about to break through. Before this battle, Mingjun was only a hollow nether perfected spirit. Even if he broke through, he would only be at the Paradise Void realm. However, at that moment, the power fluctuation emitted from Mingjun's body was clearly meant to advance straight to the Grotto Heaven realm. That was equivalent to breaking through 2 realms in a row. Furthermore, one of them was a major realm. Emperor North Kuan lamented. The act of purifying billions of souls can be said to be filled with infinite merit. This young monk is now granted this fortuitous encounter thanks to the infinite merit. The concept of merit is illusory and has always been untraceable. Emperor South Peng shook his head gently and smiled. I think has merely accumulated all the way to this point and things are now falling into place naturally. Boom! Right then, another gigantic power fluctuation sounded from the crowd. A Tao fruit that shone with a resplendent light slowly floated out of Book Immortal Yun Zhu's consciousness. This power rose rapidly and reached its peak before exploding with a bang. The surrounding void collapsed and a grotto, heaven vaguely appeared. Yun Zhu was breaking through and was about to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm. Splash! Right then, the sound of a tsunami surged from Nian Qi's body as well. Her blood qi surged and her entire body emitted a blinding golden light. A Tao fruit appeared slowly and was accumulating strength continuously. Nian Qi was also preparing and could advance to the Grotto Heaven realm at any moment. A violent power fluctuation sounded from the crowd. Instantly, many cultivators sensed something and broke through. Emperor North Kuan looked at Emperor South Peng and asked with a smile, "Do you still think that the concept of merit is illusory?" Emperor South Peng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Most of the cultivators who broke through had cultivated for a long time and accumulated their foundations. For example, book Immortal Yunju was stuck at the Paradise Void Realm and merely lacked an opportunity. This time round, under Ming Zhen's lead, everyone worked together to ferry billions of souls and send endless merit. Merit was indeed illusory, but it had an indescribable power. With the addition of merit, many people obtained an opportunity to break through. For someone like Su Zimo, who had just broken through to the major grotto heaven realm not long ago, even if he obtained some merits, his cultivation realm would not fluctuate at all. With the protection of the Emperor experts, it was the safest for everyone to break through here without any interference. Not only that, people like Yunju, Ming Zhen, and Yan Qi were all breaking through to the grotto heaven realm. Although their cultivation techniques were different, their great daos were interlinked. They could gain something from observing each other. When this matter was over, Su Zimo would bring everyone to the divine firmament immortal domain to resolve the final grudges. Back then, King Jin and Immortal King Yen Yang of the divine firmament immortal domain and Immortal King Qing Yang of divine firmament palace had joined forces with the sect master of the academy to attempt to kill him. King Jin even had a blood feud with Feng Cantian. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before looking at Tao Yao beside him and asking with his spirit consciousness, "How has Xie Qingcheng of the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom been all these years?" King Jin and Immortal King Qing Yang were easy to deal with. However, Immortal King Yen Yang was the father of Xie Qingcheng and Princess Scarlet Rainbow after all. Su Zimo had some ties with Xie Qingcheng and Princess Scarlet Rainbow. If he wanted to take revenge on Immortal King Yen Yang, he had to consider the two of them. At the mention of that, Tao Yao could not bear it. That Xie Qingcheng is so pitiful. Young master, ever since something happened to you, his status as the Prince of Spirit Cloud County was abolished by his father. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Back then, he was the one who helped Xie Qingcheng obtain the status of the Prince of Spirit Cloud County. Unexpectedly, after something happened to him, Immortal King Yen Yang immediately turned hostile and abolished Xie Qingcheng's status as the county prince. Tao Yao continued, "Later on, Xie Qingcheng went to question Immortal King Yen Yang about your matter. While he questioned, he rebutted and infuriated Immortal King Yen Yang, who then crippled his cultivation and sent him to prison." Su Zimo's expression darkened. He had long heard that because Xie Qingcheng's mother was from the lower worlds, she did not have a good relationship with Immortal King Yen Yang and was never valued. To think that Immortal King Yen Yang would be so heartless. He became so ruthless just because of a few words of rebuttal. In the heart of Immortal King Yen Yang, he had probably never treated Xie Qingcheng as his son. Otherwise, he would definitely not be so heartless. Tao Yao said, Xie Qingcheng's mother wanted to meet Immortal King Yen Yang to plead for mercy for Xie Qingcheng. In the end, she was chased out before she could even see Immortal King Yen Yang. Later on, I heard that she was summoned by the consorts of Yen Yang and Daidem the harem. Su Zimo frowned when he heard that. Tao Yao said, "Later on, Princess Yunju asked around and found out that Xie Qingcheng's mother was humiliated in the harem and tortured to death by the consorts in an extremely tragic manner." Su Zimo's expression was cold. It was impossible for Immortal King Yen Yang not to know about this. Without his tacit approval, how could those consorts of the harem dare to do such evil deeds? "How's Xie Qingcheng?" Su Zimo asked. After Xie Qingcheng's cultivation was crippled and he was sent into prison, he must have definitely suffered and might not be able to last long. Tao Yao said, "Young master, not long after your incident, Heaven and Earth Academy encountered an unforeseen event and declined. Although Princess Scarlet Rainbow wanted to save Xie Qingcheng, she was powerless. Therefore she came to the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom and asked Princess Yunju for help. Princess Yunju spent a lot of effort to deceive everyone and secretly swap Xie Qingcheng out of the prison. By the time he was saved, he was already at the end of his rope. If it had been a few months later, he would have died inside and no one would have known. What happened next? Su Zimo asked. Tao Yao said, without his cultivation, Xie Qingcheng could only barely survive even after recuperating in the Zhixian Immortal Kingdom for a few years. He fell ill and became thinner by the day. His mental state became extremely poor after he heard the news of his mother's death. His old injuries often relapsed and his health deteriorated. Su Zimo was silent. This series of blows was way too great for Xianxia. Without any hope of revenge coupled with his mother's tragic death, no one would be able to pull themselves together. Tao Yao continued. Later on, Yang Ruoxu was the one who found Xianxia and imparted the dermic Tao of the martial Tao to him, allowing him to see a glimmer of hope for revenge. The Iron Crown old man had mentioned to Su Zimo about imparting the martial Tao to Yang Ruoxu. The martial Tao was meant for ordinary people to begin with. Even without the Iron Crown old man's impartation, Su Zimo would find an opportunity to pass down the martial Tao. Tao Yao said, with the help of the martial Tao, Xianxia's body has gradually recovered over the years. Although his cultivation realm has yet to recover, he's already on the right track. Right now, he's cultivating in the academy and hiding his identity. It's good as long as he's still alive. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, the cultivators who had just obtained the opportunity had already broken through one after another. Most of them had already succeeded, but some of them had failed. They could only try again in the future. There were still a few people who were still in the state of breaking through and had no results. Xianxia was one of them. Su Zimo had just communicated with Tao Yao's spirit consciousness and did not pay attention to Xianxia. At that moment, he swept his gaze and frowned slightly. Something seemed to have happened to Xianxia's breakthrough. Xianxia was the god-daughter of the light world. After experiencing the baptism of the god race's divine light pool, she was reborn and her bloodline was already incomparably pure and divine. However, at that moment, a cold and dark power surged from Xianxia's body. Others could not sense it, but Su Zimo could because there was the nether glow divine stone hidden in his left eye. What's going on? Su Zimo was puzzled. The reason why Xianxia could not break through for a long time was because of the cold and dark power born in her body. That power could not erupt completely under the suppression of the crown on Xianxia's head and was in a stalemate. However, as time passed, the cold and dark power in Xianxia's body became clearer. In fact, a dark aura even seeped out of her Tao fruit. Under normal circumstances, such power should not have appeared on the god race who prided themselves on being the light. Furthermore, Xianxia was the god-daughter of the god race. This aura, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. In the evil fiend battlefield and the land of day and night, he had encountered cultivators who emitted that aura. They were from the darkness race. Back then, Great Emperor Darkness established the darkness world. However, as he failed in the heaven conquest battle, the darkness world was completely destroyed and the darkness race was mercilessly killed by the heavenly court. There were also a portion of descendants of the darkness race who were imprisoned in the sin grounds forever. At that moment, the change in Xianxia's body had already attracted the attention of others. Darkness power? The Iron Crown old man's expression changed and he frowned slightly. Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng exchanged glances and sent a voice transmission with their spirit consciousnesses. Could the legend be true? Darkness mutation. Right then, a shout sounded from the crowd. This time round, there were 3 God King experts who came with Xianxia, 2 men and 1 woman. The ones who shouted earlier on were the 3 God Kings. At that moment, the gazes of the 2 God King men towards Xianxia turned abnormally cold and even revealed killing intent. The female God King had a conflicted expression as well, as though she could not bear it but was helpless. As the power of the Tao fruit accumulated continuously, the darkness power contained within rose continuously as well. In the end, it reached a limit and erupted completely. However, the 8 gems embedded in the crown on Xianxia's head shone with a divine light and flowed with divine power, washing through Xianxia's body and Tao fruit like a waterfall. The 8 gems on the crown were filled with boundless divine power. It was definitely the work of a God King expert. Ah! Xianxia had a pained expression as she grunted and shuddered. The divine power emitted by the crown had the absolute upper hand and wanted to kill the darkness power in Xianxia's body completely. However, that darkness power was already accompanying Xianxia. Killing the darkness power was equivalent to wiping out Xianxia's life force. Faced with such a situation, The three god kings merely watched coldly without any intention of saving her. In a flash, Su Zimo arrived beside Xianxia. His left eye was pitch black as the nether glow divine stone appeared. Su Zimo channeled his spirit consciousness, and the nether glow divine stone released a wisp of extreme Yin power that surged into Xianxia's body. The extreme Yin power contained darkness power to begin with and fused into Lan Qi's bloodline, causing the darkness power in her body to strengthen immediately. With the help of the nether glow divine stone, the darkness power in Xianxia's body strengthened continuously and gradually formed an opposing stance against the divine light power. However, even under such circumstances, Xianxia was still in danger. Against the collision of the two extremity powers, she might even die, let alone advance to the Grotto Heaven realm. Xianxia, you have to stay awake. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. I'll recite a sutra for you. Feel the changes in your body and try your best to comprehend. Su Zimo imparted the 600-odd words in Yang Talisman Sutra to Xianxia. He had no other choice given Xianxia's current situation. It would have to depend on how much she could comprehend from the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra at this critical moment. With the help of the nether glow divine stone, Su Zimo channeled the extreme Yin power into Xianxia's body continuously. After it transformed into darkness power, it fought against the divine light power released continuously from the gems of the crown and maintained the balance. As time passed, the light and darkness powers in Xianxia's body gradually stabilized. As for the 8 gems above her head, their light gradually dimmed. The 8 gems contained an extremely immense divine light power. Under normal circumstances, Xianxia would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, in front of the nether glow divine stone, the 8 light gems seemed a little insignificant. In the end, the divine power in the 8 light gems had already dried up and cracks even appeared on the gems. However, nothing happened to the nether glow divine stone at all. Of course, Xianxia was the one who benefited the most. From Xianxia's condition, it was clear that she had comprehended the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. The light and darkness powers in her body were no longer in opposition and gradually synthesized. Xianxia's Dao fruit changed continuously as well. A moment earlier, it was shining brightly. The next moment, it turned cold and dark. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and stopped channeling extreme Yin power into Xianxia's body, allowing her to continue breaking through to the Grotto Heaven realm. The 3 god kings who followed Xianxia here frowned when they saw that. Boom! Xianxia's Dao fruit shattered and erupted with a tremendous power. Instantly, it pierced through the void and spread continuously, forming a Grotto Heaven. As she absorbed a large amount of divine light and darkness powers, after Xianxia condensed a Grotto Heaven, the power of the Grotto Heaven rose rapidly. Before long, she was at the peak of the minor Grotto Heaven realm. She was a step away from advancing another level to the major Grotto Heaven realm. Right then 2 of the 3 god kings exchanged glances and communicated with their spirit consciousnesses. They nodded slightly and walked towards Xianxia. The moment Xianxia opened her eyes, she saw 2 god kings walking over. As though she had thought of something, her expression changed with a hint of fear and she took a half-step back instinctively. What are the 2 of you doing? Su Zimo stood in front of Xianxia and blocked the path of the 2 god kings. The moment Xianxia underwent such a change, Su Zimo noticed that the expressions of the 3 god kings were amiss. 2 of them even had a hint zero killing intent towards Xianxia. It's nothing much. God King Ri Yao had a calm expression as he cupped his fists. We're done here and are prepared to bring Xianxia back. Another God King said in a deep voice, Xianxia, there are many experts here and you're not needed here. Return to the light world with us now. Su Zimo could clearly sense what Xianxia, who was hiding behind him, was afraid of. Until you clarify this matter, Xianxia won't be going anywhere. Su Zimo said indifferently. God King Ri Yao frowned slightly and his expression darkened. Fellow Taoist Su, this has nothing to do with you. This is our light world's own business and you have no right to interfere. Is that so? Su Zimo smiled. That's good as well. From today onwards, Xianxia is no longer a member of the light world. Previously, when they met in the blessed heaven world, Xianxia wanted to leave the light world and follow Suzimo. However, Suzimo was only staying in the sword world temporarily back then, and the timing was not ripe enough. Right now, Suzimo was prepared to create a world that belonged to the living beings of the lower worlds and was everyone's home. Xianxia no longer wanted to reside in the light world as well. Furthermore, the darkness mutation had happened to her. If she returned to the light world, she would be killed mercilessly immediately. No one would protect or sympathize with her. When God King Riyao heard that, he glared at Suzimo fixedly and said slowly, "Suzimo, you might not have realized what you're saying yet. You're provoking the laws of the light world and making an enemy of the god race." The other god kings said coldly as well, "Suzimo, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better not be stupid. If you dare to take in this person with the darkness mutation, you won't just offend our light world. Once the blessed heaven world finds out and punishes her, you and everyone from Tianhuang mainland will have to die with her." Fu, Suzimo smiled. Against the threats of the two god kings, he had no fear and only felt hilarity. Of course, most people did not know what Suzimo was laughing about. Suzimo said, "If not for the fact that you guys escorted Xianxia the entire way, you guys would have been dead from that threat earlier on." God King Riyao and the other two felt their hearts skip a beat. The combat strength Suzimo displayed earlier on was indeed way too terrifying. Even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be able to defend against a single round. However, the three god kings could not believe that Suzimo, who came from the lower worlds, would dare to kill the three of them in public. If this matter spread to the light world, it would definitely attract the revenge of the light world. Emperor North Kuan coughed gently and reminded kindly, "Suzimo, the person behind you might be from the darkness race. The darkness race was part of the sin spirits and was abhorred by everyone from the 10,000 races. The darkness sin ground was one of the 10 sin grounds. Taking in a darkness sin spirit could easily alarm the blessed heaven world." Emperor North Kuan did not say those words, but his meaning was clear. Darkness race. Suzimo raised his brow slightly and smiled. "It's fine even if she's from the darkness race. Anyone who wants to touch her has to ask me first." "That's right," Su Xiaoning added. "No matter what race she's from Tianhuang mainland and is our best friend." Good. God King Riyao said repeatedly, "Suzimo, you're truly arrogant to the extreme. Do you think that you can go against our light world just because you flattened Elixir Firmament Palace and suppressed the king of an immortal kingdom? In the eyes of the experts of our light world, killing everyone from Tianhuang mainland is as simple as crushing an ant. You guys can try." Suzimo smiled gently. "You?" Just as God King Riyao was about to speak, Suzimo continued coolly. "Right now, it's as simple as crushing an ant for me to kill the three of you. Do you want to give it a try?" God King Riyao's expression changed as he swallowed the words that he had just said. "Let's go." God King Riyao held it in for a long time before saying hatefully. He turned around and tore through the void, disappearing. When he saw that, Emperor South Peng frowned internally and shook his head. He sent a voice transmission to Emperor North Kuan with his spirit consciousness. "Suzimo is way too conceited. He offended a great enemy like the light world before a world was even established." "That's true." Emperor North Kuan sent a voice transmission. Those words would be more fitting if Emperor Desolate Marshal was the one who said them. Emperor South Peng lamented. "Although they're both masters of carefree, the difference between the two of them is way too great." Worry appeared in the eyes of the Iron Crown Old Man and Dragon Empress Frost as well. Xianxia, who had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm, had a special bloodline. Now that they had clashed against the light world as well, it was indeed easy for a calamity to befall Suzimo and the others. "Young master, will it bring you any trouble?" Xianxia looked a little uneasy and guilty as she said weakly, "I really didn't do it on purpose. I don't know how this darkness power was born either. I can't suppress it at all. Young master, why don't I leave? It's fine." Suzimo smiled nonchalantly. "So what if you're a darkness sin spirit? I even took in a large group of Rakshasas and spirits as well. He did not hide his voice when he said that. When the Iron Crown Old Man, Emperor North Kuan, and the others heard that, they were shocked. Many years ago, one of the 9 sin grounds, the Rakshasa sin ground, was shattered and countless Rakshasas and spirits escaped. As though they had evaporated into thin air, they vanished completely without a trace. In fact, the blessed heaven world even issued a hunting order that spread throughout the medium kiliacosm. All these years, no one had discovered any traces of the Rakshasas and spirits. At that moment, Su Zimo's sudden words shocked everyone. Everyone did not think too much about it and instinctively thought that Su Zimo was spouting nonsense to comfort Xianxia. Worried that Su Zimo would cause trouble, the Iron Crown Old Man said with a serious expression, "Zimo, you have to be careful of such words in the future and not spout nonsense." Su Zimo smiled gently and did not explain. Instead, he turned to look at Xianxia and asked, "What's up with this darkness mutation?" Xianxia said, "Such a change can happen to all God race beings during the cultivation process before the perfected One realm. However, in the light world, they think that such a change is extremely evil and will cause a huge change in the temperament of cultivators. The light world views any God race being who undergoes the darkness mutation as heretics and kills them mercilessly. It's not common for people like me to only experience the darkness mutation while advancing to the grotto heaven realm. Darkness world, darkness race." Su Zimo murmured softly in deep thought. Even in the evil fiend battlefield of the blessed heaven world, he had not come into contact with many beings of the darkness race. According to Xianxia, that proved one thing. The so-called darkness race was initially the God race as well. There was another point that could confirm his guess. Back in Tianhuang mainland, he had fought against the God race of the lower worlds. At that time, there was also the darkness army among the God race. However, there was no darkness power in the God race of the upper world. What exactly happened in the Light Era and Darkness Era back then? Great Emperor Light and Great Emperor Darkness had participated in the Heaven Conquest battle before. However, there was no one from the God race in the 9 sin grounds. Su Zimo vaguely thought of an answer. However, the answer was way too terrifying and cruel. Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Divine Firmament Palace. In the hall, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament and the Martial Tao Prime Body sat opposite each other. The darkness race was originally the God race, right? Suddenly, the Martial Tao Prime Body asked. Of course. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament said, "Light and darkness complement each other. If there's light in the world, there's definitely darkness. The God race has 2 main bloodlines to begin with. One is the light divine body and the other is the darkness divine body. What happened after the heaven conquest battles of the light era and the darkness era?" The Martial Tao Prime Body asked. The Fiend Lord left before he could ask him about the light era and darkness era. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament said, "In the original medium kiliacosm there was no light world at all. There was only the God world with the 2 light and darkness bloodlines. Later on, a great emperor was born from the light God race and he joined forces with us for the heaven conquest battle. In the end, we were defeated and great Emperor Light died, causing the God world to decline. Later on, the blessed heaven world imprisoned many God race beings in a sin ground called the God Sin Ground." Hee. At that point, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament laughed strangely. With that, the light era ended and we entered the next era. However, after the previous heaven conquest battle, a portion of the God race was completely scared. Coupled with the intimidation effect of the God Sin Ground, many God race beings did not dare to seek revenge on the heavenly court or offend the blessed heaven world. The other group of God race beings wanted to take revenge for Great Emperor Light and were prepared for another heaven conquest battle. The conflict between the two sides became more and more intense. A portion of the God race decided to leave the God world and create another world alone, the darkness world of the next era. In the darkness world, another great emperor was born. The one who would later be known as Great Emperor Darkness. The medium kiliacosm had records of less than 10 eras. However, among them, 2 great emperors came from the God race. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament continued. After darkness verified his Tao and became a great emperor, the first thing he did was to destroy the god Sin ground and save his clansmen who had been imprisoned there all these years. Thereafter, we started the Heaven Conquest battle. However, we were defeated in the end and the darkness world suffered heavy casualties. The light world did not participate in the Heaven Conquest battle of the darkness era. After the Heaven Conquest battle ended, the heavenly court was enraged initially. They wanted to vent their anger on the entire god race. However, the world lord and emperors of the light world chose to submit to the heavenly court and began to massacre the darkness god race wantonly as a show of loyalty. Slaughter within the same race. Those words flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament sneered. Do you think that the darkness world was destroyed by the heavenly court back then? There were indeed people from the heavenly court and blessed heaven world who helped. However, the ones who destroyed the darkness world and exterminated them were those god race beings who represented light. Back then, Su Zimo and Nian Qi chatted about the darkness world in the blessed heaven world. Nian Qi mentioned something. For some unknown reason, the light world rose rapidly after the darkness era and developed into a super large world once more. Now that he thought about it, it should be because they obtained the trust of the blessed heaven world through their contributions in that battle. Of course, this battle alone is not enough to prevent the light god race from being imprisoned by the blessed heaven world. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament said, Therefore, the light god race made a promise in front of the blessed heaven world that once a darkness god race being was born in the race, they would kill the latter without the blessed heaven world needing to do anything. Therefore, the god Sin ground in the blessed heaven world became the now darkness Sin ground. The martial Tao prime body was silent. Even after he heard this outcome from Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament, he felt that it was incomparably cruel. The portion of the god race that represented light actually did such a dark and cold-blooded thing. These years, the darkness god race beings who were born later on were extremely innocent. However, because their bloodlines contained darkness power, they were mercilessly killed by the light god race. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament seemed to have thought of something and laughed. In order to make this massacre justifiable, those god race beings thought of a brilliant reason that has been passed down until now. Anyone who awakens darkness power shall undergo a drastic change in temperament and become Sin spirits. With this rule, they won't feel any burden killing their own race. In their minds, they no longer even treat the darkness god race as their own race and are merciless when they attack. The martial Tao prime body remained silent. The pitiful god race produced great emperors light and darkness, but in the future they ended up fighting among their own race. Naturally, this tragedy was the fault of the cowardly light god race back then. However, the source of this tragedy was the heavenly court. The martial Tao prime body could not help but recall the words repeated by the group of darkness knights that the green lotus true body encountered in the land of day and night. The body is shrouded in darkness, but the heart heads towards the light. The light that the darkness god race yearned for was not the light of the light world. Instead, it was the light of breaking through the seal of the heavenly court and seeing the light of day once more. The few emperors who instigated the assassination of the darkness god race did not end up well either. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament continued. Later on, they were targeted by Xianxia and were forcefully dragged into the beast Tao. Until now, they have yet to reincarnate and be reborn. They've been continuously tortured in the beast Tao for several eras. Xianxia was the little girl the martial Tao prime body encountered in the dream. In other words, the lord of the beast Tao, Empress Evil. That encounter seemed like a dream. However, in reality, Su Zimo and Xianxia relied on each other for an entire lifetime in that dream. He did not know if the real Empress Evil looked like Xianxia in the dream. In that dream, Xianxia's heart was filled with innocence. She stubbornly believed in the cycle of the heavenly Tao kind people should be rewarded and evil people should be punished. However, there was no such thing as the cycle of the heavenly Tao in the real world. If there was a cycle of the heavenly Tao, the 9 heavens should have been destroyed long ago. If there was a cycle of the heavenly Tao, those ancient great emperors would not have died one after another and bear crimes for countless eras. if there was a cycle of the heavenly Tao. The person who hid behind the scenes and instigated the battle of the dragons and phoenixes and the battle of the Kuns and Pungs that resulted in the deaths of countless living beings in the battlefield should have received retribution long ago and would not have survived until now. However, the person was sitting right opposite him currently. The martial Tao Prime body had a feeling. The netherworld and the six paths were inextricably linked. In fact, they were the ones who joined forces to launch the Heaven Conquest battle against the Heavenly Court. However, Empress Evil was different from Great Emperor Heaven Burial in front of him. Their Daos were different. But what about the Fiend Lord? What about Brahma Ghost Mother? The martial Tao Prime body did not interact much with them, and it was difficult for him to make an accurate judgment. Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament was originally sipping his tea leisurely when he suddenly felt two burning gazes on him. Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament raised his brows slightly and looked back without dodging. The martial Tao Prime body wore a silver mask and his expression could not be seen. Only his abyss-like eyes were revealed, seemingly calm. However, Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament felt a trace of hostility and killing intent in the depths of those eyes. "What do you want?" Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament narrowed his eyes and asked. The martial Tao Prime body did not answer directly. Instead, he said self-consciously. Back on Dragon Island of the Dragon World, the Dragon World Lord was poisoned by the psychosis curse and had already lost his mind. Under such circumstances, the surrounding dragons looked at him with fanatical admiration. At that time, I felt that this fanatical gaze was a little familiar. However, I could not remember it for a moment. Later on, after guessing your identity, I remembered that I had seen that gaze from the Buddhist monks who followed Heavenly Lord Six Brahma. Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament said, "Actually, there weren't many dragons who were inflicted with the psychosis curse." "That's right." The martial Tao Prime body nodded. "However, you saw through their hearts and played with their humanity. You used the Dragon World Lord and some psychosis curse puppets to incite the dragon race to fight and make enemies everywhere. In the end, it culminated into the battle of the dragons and phoenixes. Is this my fault?" Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament chuckled. "You have to know that I didn't control many dragons. In fact, I had no interest in controlling so many ants. I only gave the dragon race a chance to release the evil in the depths of their hearts. The reason why that group of dragons became filled with hatred and could not distinguish right from wrong was because they hid these dark things in the depths of their hearts. However, I gave them a chance to release them." A strange and terrifying smile appeared on Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament's face once more as he said faintly, "Do you know? There's a fiend imprisoned in everyone's hearts. All I did was to open the door of this cage gently." At that moment, Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament indeed gave the martial Tao Prime body an unprecedented fear. He was like a fiend hiding in the darkness, making use of the weaknesses of human nature to manipulate people's hearts. In the end, he changed people beyond recognition, turning them cold-blooded and heartless. In fact, he did not even have to kill personally to cause countless living beings to die. The living beings of the 10,000 races were like puppets in front of him. Actually, the sect master of the academy was also an expert in observing and controlling human nature. Back then, there was a group of disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy who revealed that same fanaticism when facing the sect master of the academy. Even if the sect master of the academy ordered them to kill their family and friends, they would not hesitate. Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime body said, "With your methods, you should be able to control the sect master of the academy easily with the help of the nether calamity poison and psychosis curse. To think that you would let him off so easily. With great Emperor Heaven Burial style and temperament, he should not miss such an opportunity." At the mention of this, Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament smiled and said, "At that time, when the sect master of the academy came to look for me, I indeed had such thoughts. However, this person was too cautious. The one who came to see me was only a clone. In addition, the collaboration he proposed indeed tempted me. Over the years, there haven't been many people who could make me admire them. After chatting for a while, I actually couldn't bear to part with him." Haha! The martial Tao Prime body was silent. No matter what, the sect master of the academy was indeed capable to be able to escape unscathed from great Emperor Heaven burial. Too many people died in the battle of the dragons and phoenixes and the battle of the Kuns and Pungs. The martial Tao prime body sighed faintly. Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament could tell that there was something wrong with the martial Tao prime body's tone and the meaning behind his words. He asked expressionlessly, "You want to seek justice for them? Someone has to pay for this debt." The martial Tao prime body said indifferently. "And you want me to do that?" Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament leaned forward slightly and stared fixedly at the martial Tao prime body. He said slowly, "Many people from the Witch World, Poison World, and Blood World have died as well. I haven't settled that debt with you as well." The martial Tao prime body had a calm expression. "They deserved to die. That was the price they had to pay." Ha 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 ha. Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament suddenly burst into laughter. Then his expression changed. "They deserve to die. But the ants of the Dragon World, Parasol Tree World, and the other thousands of worlds don't? You have to know that once the Heaven Conquest battle begins, these worlds will stand on the side of the Heavenly Court and block our path to them. Since we can't avoid fighting them, I merely used some tricks in advance to have them kill each other. That way, our Heaven Conquest battle will be smoother." "Desolate Marshal, let me tell you," Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament said coldly, "no one cares about the lives of the 10,000 races of the medium Kiliakosm. In the eyes of the Heavenly Court, they're just a group of ants whose lives are worthless. Due to the Nine Heavens formation, every Heaven Conquest battle has to pass through the medium Kiliakosm. The Heavenly Court will let the living beings of the medium Kiliakosm charge ahead and stop us from conquering the Heavenly Court. There was originally no need to involve the living beings of the medium Kiliakosm in this matter. From the beginning to the end, we only had one goal, to crush the Heavenly Court. It was the Heavenly Court who implicated the medium Kiliakosm and caused catastrophe after catastrophe. The so-called chaos of the medium Kiliakosm and the catastrophe of the world were all caused by the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court is the true culprit. Are you done?" When the martial Tao prime body heard that, he asked indifferently. Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament could sense that even after his explanation, the hostility of the martial Tao prime body towards him did not decrease at all. "Why? You don't believe me?" Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament raised his eyebrows and asked. The martial Tao prime body said, "I believe that the Heavenly Court is the main evil and the source of all chaos. I also believe that once the Heaven Conquest battle begins, the Heavenly Court will mobilize all living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium Kiliakosm to stop the path of the Heaven Conquest." Actually, after talking to the Fiend Lord, the martial Tao prime body already understood the meaning of the Blessed Heaven World. The existence of the Blessed Heaven World was not only to monitor the movements of the medium Kiliakosm. In order to plant the concept that chaos was born from the evil fiends in the minds of the living beings of the 10,000 races, the evil fiend battlefield existed. The most talented perfected spirit experts of the medium Kiliakosm were gathered here where they could kill evil fiends and exchange their kills for rewards. Once the Heaven Conquest battle broke out and the so-called evil fiends reappeared, most living beings of the 10,000 races would naturally stand on the side of the Heavenly Court. Coupled with the fact that the Heavenly Court had been high and mighty for countless years and had never been defeated, just the Blessed Heaven World alone had an unimaginable might in the hearts of the living beings of the 10,000 races, let alone the behemoth behind the Blessed Heaven World. The martial Tao prime body changed the topic and looked into Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament's eyes with a burning gaze. He said slowly, "However, that's not the reason why you instigated the battle of the dragons and phoenixes and the battle of the Kuns and Pungs. All these years, you've caused the deaths of countless living beings not for the sake of the Heaven Conquest battle, but for yourself." Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament's expression was calm as he smiled indifferently and asked, "What are you talking about?" "With the help of the Nether Calamity Poison, Psychosis Curse, and your ability to see through human nature and control people's hearts, as long as you tell the truth of the Heaven Conquest battle to the living beings of the 10,000 races, you can naturally get many worlds to come over and fight against the Heavenly Court together." The martial Tao prime body said, But you didn't. Instead, you chose to instigate 2 major world wars that swept through more than 1,000 worlds of various sizes. Countless living beings of the 10,000 races participated and killed each other, causing a bloodbath that lasted for thousands of years. I've checked some ancient records. For several eras, the Blood World, Tomb World, Poison World, Witch World, the worlds under your control have never participated in the Heaven Conquest battle. It's also because of this that these worlds can survive until now and have never been exposed. When he heard that, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament gradually retracted the smile on his face and looked at the Martial Dao Prime body with a dark expression. Your true goal has never been the Heaven Conquest battle. The Martial Dao Prime body glared at Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament and said word by word. The atmosphere between the two parties changed abruptly, and they were at daggers drawn. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament narrowed his eyes and played with the teacup in his hand with his fingers, saying faintly, "At the end of the day, your intention is still to stand up for those ants and settle scores with me. Fufu. Desolate Marshal, if I'm not wrong, you've just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago." At that point, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament put down his teacup and stood up slowly. A shuddering and terrifying aura burst forth from his body as he glared down at the Martial Dao Prime body and said coldly, "How many lives do you think you have to want to settle scores with me?" From the beginning to the end, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament restrained himself. It was only at that moment that he revealed his ferocious fangs and emitted a powerful pressure that belonged to Great Emperor Heaven Burial, the Lord of the Netherworld. An invisible aura enveloped Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament. This was not the power brought about by his cultivation realm. This was an aura that had been accumulated by someone who had lived for countless eras and was difficult to defend against. In front of Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament, one could not help but feel insignificant. If it were any other emperor expert, their minds would probably have collapsed the moment Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament stood up. As for the Martial Dao Prime body, he stood up slowly with the powerful pressure of Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament. This action was very slow, as though he was under immense pressure. However, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament's aura could not suppress the Martial Dao Prime body from standing up. The two of them stood facing each other. The table in the middle had already turned into dust silently under their invisible and powerful auras. I've indeed just advanced to the Emperor realm. The Martial Dao Prime body did not avoid Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament's gaze at all, and revealed a shocking statement. "However, you're not a true Great Emperor either, Feng Du." Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament was expressionless, but his pupils constricted slightly. Actually, those words were only a test and speculation of the Martial Dao Prime body. Back then, his conversation with the Fiend Lord involved the Lord of the Netherworld, Great Emperor Feng Du. The Fiend Lord's first reaction towards Great Emperor Feng Du was a little strange before avoiding the topic. At that time, the Martial Dao Prime body had a strange feeling. Perhaps Feng Du was not a true Great Emperor. Later on, in the Battle of the Witch World, there was a Nether Witch taboo technique on the upper level of Nether Witch Peak. It was left behind by Great Emperor Feng Du. The power of that taboo technique had already far surpassed peak emperors and was very likely to reach the level of a great emperor. That conflicted with the initial guess of the Martial Dao Prime body. It was only in his conversation with Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament that inadvertently revealed a piece of information that the Martial Dao Prime body thought of a possibility. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament once said that the 3 corpses encountered different bottlenecks in this generation. They could not break through to take the last step to become great emperors. Therefore, he chose another path to revive the 3 corpses and awaken their memories. Recalling the specialness of the Netherworld and the power of the Heaven Burial Sutra, the Martial Dao Prime body only thought of this possibility after the series of actions of Great Emperor Feng Du over the years. The so-called Great Emperor Feng Du is merely someone whose essence spirit is at the Great Emperor realm. The Martial Dao Prime body's words were shocking once more. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament was expressionless, but his aura clearly fluctuated after the Martial Dao Prime body said that. The 3 corpses technique was indeed powerful, but there were still some restrictions after all. For example, Emperor Bo Sun back then, as a peak emperor, the 3 corpses that he cultivated could not advance to the Emperor realm. As for the good, evil, and self-corpses that great Emperor Feng Du severed in this generation, they could not take the final step either. The three corpses that were severed could cultivate on their own. Before they awakened, they even had self-awareness and were independent. However, in terms of cultivation realm, he could not surpass the prime body after all. The so-called Great Emperor Heaven Burial might only be someone whose essence spirit reached the Great Emperor realm. The martial Dao prime body even suspected that the tomb of Great Emperor Heaven Burial in the Fiend domain was not filled with the corpse of Great Emperor Heaven Burial, but with other great emperors. The martial Dao prime body continued. You just said that you chose another path in this generation. This path should be one where you're the main body and the medium kiliacosm is the tomb. The living beings of the 10,000 races will be buried as tributes for the three corpses and push the power of the three corpses to the limit. In the end, the three corpses will fuse into one, and that will allow the physical body of the three corpses to reach the Great Emperor realm as well. In the end, this Great Emperor corpse will synthesize with your Great Emperor essence spirit to become a true Great Emperor. The moment he said that, the situation of the two of them confronting each other reversed. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament was clearly at a disadvantage. Using the living beings of the 10,000 races as tributes, this was an extremely vicious and cruel method. This path to become a great emperor would be paved with the corpses of the living beings of the 10,000 races. For his own selfish desires, Great Emperor Heaven Burial could reduce every living being in the medium kiliacosm to innocent undead under his feet. The battle of the dragons and phoenixes and the battle of the Kuns and Pungs were only his first step. Three figures stood outside the Divine Firmament Hall. Apart from Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament and Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament who were already there, Immortal Emperor White Firmament was stopped by the two of them the moment he descended and stood guard outside as well. Who exactly is that person inside? Immortal Emperor White Firmament waited for a while and asked impatiently. No idea. Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament said. If it's not Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma, it's Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. There are only a handful of emperors who can be received by Master for a secret meeting. Getting anxious? Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament asked. Immortal Emperor White Firmament felt frustrated and uneasy as he said angrily. My White Firmament Palace was burned to ashes by those lowlifes. How can I not be anxious? Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament harumphed coldly. You've only had your White Firmament Palace burned down. My entire Elixir Firmament Immortal domain is gone, and even then, I have to wait outside as well. Please calm down. Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament had an indifferent expression. With the 9 firmaments unified, there won't be any Elixir Firmament Immortal domain or White Firmament Immortal domain in the future. It's not a loss for the two of you. You make it sound so easy. Immortal Emperor White Firmament sneered. Those lowlifes didn't come to the territory of your Divine Firmament Immortal domain to cause trouble. That's why you don't care. Eh? Suddenly, Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament exclaimed softly. From the movements of this group of people, they seem to be heading towards the Divine Firmament Immortal domain. Indeed, Immortal Emperor White Firmament swept his spirit consciousness and looked at Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament gloatingly. Seems like none of us can escape. Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament frowned slightly. Of course, this outcome was not surprising to him. In fact, he had long expected this day to come. Initially, he did not care about that Tianhuang sect that Feng Cantian was in. However, as Emperor Desolate Marshal rose, he realized that something was amiss. If Feng Cantian could get Emperor Desolate Marshal to appear, he would definitely not be able to defend and the entire Divine Firmament Palace would be destroyed. The only person who could resist Emperor Desolate Marshal might be Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament. Therefore, when Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament revealed his intention to unify the 9 firmaments, Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament was the first to choose to submit and join him. He had done it for this day. If Feng Cantian and Emperor Desolate Marshal led Tianhuang sect to the Divine Firmament Immortal domain to take revenge on him, he could still seek protection from Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament. From the looks of it, Emperor Desolate Marshal had yet to appear. Given the combat strength of Tianhuang sect, they could not threaten Divine Firmament Palace yet. As for the life and death of King Jin, Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament could not be bothered. If this group of people from Tianhuang sect were relentless and dared to come to Divine Firmament Palace, they would be courting death. If they disturbed the two of them in Divine Firmament Hall, no matter which of them attacked, all the lowlifes from Tianhuang would definitely die. Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. In the past few days, the capital had become extremely lively. People came and went, and cultivators and immortals from all over the Divine Firmament Immortal domain were gathered. Most of them were Earth Immortals. That was because the 10,000-year meet had begun again. The battle for the Earth ranking stirred up another storm. In reality, less than 10,000 years had passed since the last 10,000-year meet. However, over the years, the various factions of the Divine Firmament Immortal domain had fluctuated and changed quite a bit. For example, the original Heaven and Earth Academy was destroyed by an emperor of the Sword World. The whereabouts of the sect master of the academy were a mystery, and it was unknown if he was dead or alive. The foundation of the academy was destroyed, and the immortal kings dispersed one after another. Although Heaven and Earth Academy was rebuilt, it was not as grand as before. The current sect master, Yang Ruoxu, was only a perfected immortal, and there were no immortal king experts presiding over the academy. Heaven and Earth Academy had already become the most ordinary Earth grade faction. The reason why people still mention the current Heaven and Earth Academy was because one of the three great fairies, the painting Immortal, was still in the academy. With the collapse of the original Heaven and Earth Academy, two more Heaven grade factions rose domineeringly. Ranked alongside the three immortal kingdoms and the remaining three immortal sects were Windfire Temple and Void-Pierce Palace. Right now, the Divine Firmament Immortal domain had 3 immortal kingdoms and 5 immortal sects. The 10,000-year meet this time round was held in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Due to the huge changes that had happened in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain in recent years, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom chose to hold it hundreds of years in advance and gathered the various factions to meet and get to know each other. Although it was only a battle for the Earth ranking this time round, some perfected spirits and immortal kings of the various factions arrived. Everyone wanted to make use of this rare immortality cultivation event in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain to befriend the experts of the major factions. On the streets of the capital of Great Jin, a group of cultivators walked over. There were dozens of them, male and female, attracting the attention of many people around them. Look over there. They're disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy. The leader is the current sect master Yang Ruoxu. To think that he would personally lead the team over this time round. Heaven and Earth Academy is no longer the same as before. The current sect master is only a perfected immortal. It's normal for him to lead a team personally. Many surrounding cultivators looked at everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy and discussed softly. I heard that in the previous 10,000-year meet, Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy was in the limelight. He defeated 2 reincarnated immortals and obtained first place on the Earth ranking domineeringly. That's true. The competition for the Earth ranking in the previous generation was abnormally intense. Su Zimo was indeed powerful and even obtained the number 1 spot on the Heaven ranking later on. Unfortunately, he betrayed the Academy not long after, and I heard that he died in the Emperor's tomb. I heard that Su Zimo has the bloodline of the creation Green Lotus. The sect master of the Academy wanted to plot against his bloodline and forced him to escape the Academy, resulting in his eventual death. When they heard the discussions around them, many disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy had conflicted expressions and lamented. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 years had passed. To immortals of the upper world, 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. However, in retrospect, the world had changed. 10,000 years ago, when disciples of the Academy walked on the streets, other cultivators would cup their fists and bow towards them in respect. 10,000 years later, they were now the center of finger-pointing and discussions. Yang Ruoxu turned around and sighed gently. Once anyone mentions the 10,000-year meet, they will definitely talk about junior brother Su. Back then, he obtained countless glory for the Academy. But now, he's no longer around. Things change. A woman behind him said indifferently with a complicated expression in her moving eyes. The woman had a graceful figure and her black hair was tied into a bun. Her skin was fair, and she looked like a fairy who had walked out of a painting, stunning everyone. "Look, the painting Immortal is here too. Fairy Mo Qing? Where?" "I heard that Fairy Mo Qing resides in seclusion and likes to be quiet. She rarely participates in such gatherings. If I'm able to witness the beauty of the painting Immortal, my trip here wouldn't have been in vain." Gradually, a commotion sounded from the crowd and many gazes landed on Heaven and Earth Academy. Mo Qing did not like the searing and unscrupulous gazes around her. This time round, she followed the disciples of the Academy to participate in the 10,000-year meet because the Academy had just been rebuilt. Although Yang Ruoxu was the current sect master, he had recultivated the martial Tao and had just stepped into the true martial realm. Mo Qing was considered the strongest person in Heaven and Earth Academy. Old Xian and Lin Xuanji were both immortal kings. However, their identities were special with their hidden inheritances. The other disciples of the Academy did not know their cultivation realms either. Therefore, although Old Xian was here as well, it was impossible for him to stand out. Mo Qing had no choice but to come forth. On the one hand, she was holding the ground for the disciples of the Academy who were participating in the Earth ranking battle. On the other hand, if anything happened with her around, there were ways of dealing with things. In the crowd of Heaven and Earth Academy, there was another skinny man with a scarred face who was unrecognizable and had a ferocious expression. Even those who were most familiar with him would probably not recognize that face. The dermic Tao that the man cultivated seemed to be different from others. It was difficult to accurately determine his cultivation realm, and he might be at the Earth Immortal realm. When he heard everyone mention Su Zimo, the scar-faced man seemed to have recalled something and lowered his head slightly in disappointment. Right then, a large group of cultivators walked towards them from the street ahead. There were about 1,000 of them, and the leader was dressed in a scarlet flaming robe, surrounded by the crowd like a moon surrounded by stars. "Look, it's the Prince of Spirit Cloud County of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. I heard that the Prince of Spirit Cloud County was originally Xianxia. Later on, after Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy died, Xianxia rebutted Immortal King Yen-Yang recklessly in conversation and was crippled. What do you know? Even if Prince Qingcheng doesn't rebut him, Immortal King Yen-Yang will find an excuse to cripple him. After all, he's just a bastard born from a lowlife. Immortal King Yen-Yang doesn't fancy him at all." "That's true. In the battle for the seal back then, no one thought highly of Xianxia. If Su Zimo hadn't appeared out of nowhere, he wouldn't have had a chance to rise." Speaking of which, the battle for the seal back then was truly intense. Su Zimo of the Academy defeated several experts of the Heaven ranking prediction consecutively, and even crippled Prince Yen, Immortal King Yen Yang's favorite. When they heard the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, Yang Ruoxu and Fairy Scarlet Rainbow in the Academy frowned and exchanged glances. Thereafter, Yang Ruoxu looked at the scar-faced man behind him worriedly and hesitated. As though he sensed something, the scar-faced man only smiled self-deprecatingly and shook his head. "Brother Yang, I'm fine." That face was filled with blood-colored tendons. That smile made his face look even uglier. Fairy Scarlet Rainbow looked at that face and her heart ached. She turned around abruptly and looked at the cultivator in the crowd who had just said, "Bastard." She berated, "Shut that dog mouth of yours. Why? Heaven and Earth Academy is so imposing that we can't even speak now." The cultivator was fearless as well and retorted. The sect he was in was also an Earth-grade faction. If it was 10,000 years ago, he would naturally not dare to contradict the disciples of the Academy. Now that the Academy was no longer the same as before, he had nothing to be afraid of. Piak, piak, piak. There was a round of applause from ahead. The Prince of Spirit Cloud County clapped and said with a smile, "It's been many years since we last met. Sister Scarlet Rainbow, you're sure impressive." Behind the Prince of Spirit Cloud County stood a man. He was the fourth on the Heaven ranking prediction back then. He was the reincarnated perfected Immortal Lai Xian who was suppressed twice by Su Zimo in the battle for the seal. Right now, he had already cultivated to the perfected immortal realm once more. At that time, Su Zimo let Lai Xian off because of Xie Qingqing's plea. The reason why Su Zimo did that was because he wanted to do Xie Qingqing a favor. Indeed, after Xie Qingqing became the Prince of Spirit Cloud County, Lai Xian assisted him to establish himself in the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, removing many obstacles. However, even Lai Xian could not stop what happened later on. In fact, Lai Xian played a key role in Yunzhu's rescue of Xie Qingqing from the prison of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. At that moment, Lai Xian's gaze passed through the crowd, and he could not bear to see the scar-faced man among the disciples of the academy. Your Highness, Lai Xian sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. The scar-faced man did not raise his head and merely sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Brother Lai, there's no need for that. The old Xie Qingqing is already dead. Right now, there's only an Earth Immortal called Cheng Qing, who cultivates the martial Dao in Heaven and Earth Academy. I'm not your sister, Fairy Scarlet Rainbow said coldly. I no longer have anything to do with the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. HRNPH, the Prince of Spirit Cloud County harumphed coldly. You severed ties with Father and the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom for that bastard Xie Qingqing. That's treason. As the Prince of Spirit Cloud County, I can suppress you at any time and send you back to the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom to be imprisoned. With just a few words, the Prince of Spirit Cloud County convicted Fairy Scarlet Rainbow of a massive crime. Fu-fu? Fairy Scarlet Rainbow sneered. Xieyu, you merely adopted that position as the Prince of Spirit Cloud County. If not for Immortal King Yen Yang's interference, you wouldn't be worthy at all. Xieyu, Yang Ruoxu said in a deep voice. Scarlet Rainbow is a disciple of our academy and also my Dao companion. If you want to touch her, you have to get through me first. Oh? And you are? Xieyu looked askance and smiled sarcastically. So it's the current sect master of Heaven and Earth Academy. Impressive. Impressive. Yang Ruoxu, do you think Heaven and Earth Academy is still the same as before? Right then, another voice sounded. Not far away, a group of cultivators walked over. Indeed, it was Wind Fire Temple, a heaven-grade faction that had risen in recent years. The person in the lead was known as the number 1 perfected immortal of Wind Fire Temple, perfected Immortal Xianfeng. It was said that perfected Immortal Xianfeng had already touched the threshold of a peerless divine power, and even had a chance of competing for the perfected immortal ranking of the next 9 firmament meet. Perfected Immortal Xianfeng chuckled. Yang Ruoxu, I advise you to restrain yourself and be more polite in front of the Prince of Spirit Cloud County. Don't be so arrogant lest you get into trouble. It's so lively. A voice sounded. The cultivators of another heaven-grade faction, Void Pierce Palace, rushed over. The person in the lead was the number 1 perfected spirit of Void Pierce Palace, Sword Immortal Wuxia. The two of you came at the right time. Xieyu cupped his fist slightly and said with a smile, the bloodline of Immortal King Yen-Yang flows through Scarlet Rainbow's body. However, she actually wants to sever ties with the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom over a small matter. As the Prince of Spirit Cloud County, is there a problem with me suppressing her? Of course not. Sword Immortal Wuxia shook his head. It's only right to punish such a treacherous person, perfected Immortal Xianfeng said. In my opinion, this woman has probably already fallen into the fiend Dao. We orthodox cultivators should naturally slay demons and fiends. There was naturally no conflict between Heaven and Earth Academy and Void Pierce Palace as well as Wind Fire Temple. All these years, Heaven and Earth Academy had grown and developed carefully like they were treading on thin ice and could not have offended the 2 heaven-grade factions at all. However, for Wind Fire Temple and Void Pierce Palace, they naturally had to stand on the side of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, which was also a heaven-grade faction. Yang Ruoxu frowned and said in a deep voice, Fellow Taoists, this is the capital of Great Jin and private fights are prohibited. Take them down. As though he did not hear anything, Xieyu waved his hand with a cold expression and pointed in Fairy Scarlet Rainbow's direction. Immediately, 5 perfected immortals flashed out and pounced towards Fairy Scarlet Rainbow. Lai Xian frowned but did not step forward. If Yang Ruoxu and Fairy Scarlet Rainbow had kept a low profile, Xiaoyu might have let them off after mocking them. However, the two of them dared to talk back in front of everyone on that busy street. That instantly aroused Xiaoyu's killing intent. How dare you? Yang Ruoxu was enraged and summoned his sword as well. A righteous aura reverberated and surged into the skies, sweeping in all directions, stopping the 5 perfected immortals. Among the 5 perfected immortals, 2 were at the Paradise Void realm. Yang Ruoxu had just entered the true martial realm, and his true martial Dao body had been cultivated to lesser mastery. If he were to fight a convergence perfected immortal, he would definitely be able to win. He could even fight against those at the celestial being realm. However, he could not defend against those at the hollow nether realm, let alone 2 Paradise Void perfected immortals. Almost the moment the two sides exchanged blows, Yang Ruoxu was at a disadvantage and was repeatedly in danger, retreating step by step. Fairy Scarlet Rainbow had yet to advance to the perfected 1 realm and was helpless against such a situation. Fufu, you dare to stand out given your limited capabilities? Perfected Immortal Xian Feng pouted. Sword Immortal Wu Su said, "Hey, that's a sect master no matter what. He has to stand his ground, alright?" Xiaoyu burst into laughter. In my opinion, he's not going to be able to stand his ground. He might fall into his grave instead. Sigh. Right then, a soft sigh sounded from the crowd of the academy. It was almost inaudible in the chaotic battlefield. A beautiful woman left the crowd and stepped onto the battlefield, attracting countless gazes. The woman did not move much. She merely took out a brush from her storage AG and used her true essence as ink to draw gently in front of her. Splash! Instantly, a beautiful world appeared in everyone's vision and formed a magnificent and shocking painting that suppressed the 5 perfected immortals of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Supreme divine power, picturesque reality. The person who attacked was one of the 3 great fairies, painting Immortal Mo Qing. There were already many cultivators gathered around the long street. Prior to this, many people had never seen the painting Immortal, let alone seen her attack. It was only at that moment that many cultivators realized that Mo Qing's reputation as one of the 3 great fairies was not only because of her painting Dao or personal beauty. More than that, in terms of combat strength, Mo Qing was at the peak of the perfected 1 realm. Ever since she obtained the divine ghost immortal fiend diagram, Mo Qing's comprehension of the painting Dao deepened. After drawing Desolate Martial's true appearance, the knot in her heart seemed to have suddenly been untied, and she took another step forward in the painting Dao. Her picturesque reality alone was enough to suppress the 5 perfected immortals of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, such that they could not raise their heads or move. When he saw that, Xiaoyu's expression darkened. The combat strength of the 2 Paradise Void perfected immortals who attacked earlier on was enough to rank in the top 10 among the perfected immortals of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. To think that they would be suppressed by a casual brush of painting Immortal Mo Qing. Initially, he had only heard that the combat strength of the painting Immortal was ordinary. However, there was a painting book that could be summoned at any moment to summon many experts from the paintings to help her fight. To think that even without the help of external objects, the combat strength of the painting Immortal was still extraordinary. Good move, Fairy Mo Qing. Let's see how many attacks you can withstand from me. Before he finished his sentence, Sword Immortal Wu Su had already attacked. Sword light flashed. Buzz. It was a startling strike. The moment the sword light appeared, the painting of picturesque reality showed signs of shattering, as though it could not withstand the sharp sword chi. Ground prison painting. Mo Qing's expression was unchanged as she twisted her fair wrist gently and drew a stroke under Sword Immortal Wu Su's feet. Instantly, a gigantic black prison appeared around Sword Immortal Wu Su and trapped him. In fact, this prison even imprisoned his spirit consciousness and true essence. Without the support of his spirit consciousness and true essence, the power of the sword light decreased. The painting of picturesque reality stabilized once more. Clang, clang, clang. Sword Immortal Wu Su frowned slightly and attacked consecutively. In fact, he released a few Sword Dao divine powers and slashed at the surrounding black prison. However, he could not break through the cage. The painting Immortal is actually so strong? Sword Immortal Wuxia was secretly shocked. Xianxia looked at perfected Immortal Xianfeng, who was not far away, and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness hurriedly. Fellow Taoist Xianfeng, please attack. I'll definitely reward you handsomely in the future. Painting Immortal. I've long heard of your reputation. You're indeed extraordinary. Perfected Immortal Xianfeng chuckled and raised his voice. Since it's rare to meet you, let us exchange some pointers as well. He channeled his Tao fruit and halos appeared behind his head as he condensed his spirit consciousness and conjured hand seals. He pointed at MOQMG from afar and shouted softly, "Hurricane Calamity!" A gigantic black hurricane appeared. Emitting an extreme killing intent, a ghostly wail sounded from within and swept through thousands of miles. Back in the 10,000-year meet, a reincarnated immortal, Feng Yin, released that supreme divine power when he fought Su Zimo. The killing power of that divine power was extremely strong. Back then, Su Zimo resolved it with the impermanence seal of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Right now, the might of this divine power released by perfected immortal Xianfeng was even more terrifying. The moment Mo Qing cast her dermic art, the magnificent painting that was displayed in front of everyone began to turn illusory and distorted, as though it could be torn apart at any moment. Although perfected immortal Xianfeng said that he wanted to exchange pointers, he did not hold back at all the moment he arrived. In fact, Hurricane Calamity contained a wisp of aura of a peerless divine power. How shameless! There's so many people bullying her. Fairy Mo Qing is indeed powerful. She looks weak, but she's actually so strong. Many cultivators discussed softly. However, perfected immortal Xianfeng's attack seemed to have angered MOQMG. She frowned slightly and asked coldly, "Are you guys done?" The painting Immortal merely did not like to fight. However, she would not be soft-hearted if a fight was inevitable. Back in Songyan Mountain Range, when the painting Immortal wanted to protect Yang Ruoxu and Su Zimo, she was mocked by a perfected immortal of great gene. Without explaining, she attacked on the spot and killed that perfected immortal. If she did not resort to killing moves and perfected immortals from other factions stood out, the situation would only become even more chaotic or even out of control. Suddenly, halos bloomed behind Mo Qing's head. She waved her brush and drew a pitch-black line beneath perfected Xianfeng, Sword Immortal Wuxia, and the 5 perfected immortals. Ground Abyss Painting. Mo Qing's cherry lips parted slightly as she spat out those words. A shuddering aura suddenly burst forth. Under the feet of perfected immortal Xianfeng and the others, the seemingly ordinary black line suddenly transformed into a pitch-black abyss. It was as though it was an ancient behemoth that opened its bloody mouth, wanting to devour and tear everyone apart. The power and aura of this divine power had already far surpassed the supreme divine powers earlier on. Peerless divine power. Perfected immortal Xianfeng's expression changed as he exclaimed. Those words caused an uproar. Painting immortal Mo Qing had actually comprehended a peerless divine power. Sword Immortal Wuxia was shocked. It was no wonder why he could not break through the cage casually drawn by the painting immortal even after attacking consecutively. After comprehending a peerless divine power, one's body, bloodline essence spirit, Tao fruit and even true essence would undergo a transformation and their combat strength would increase greatly. Perfected immortal Xianfeng, Sword Immortal Wuxia and the others could not defend at all and could only watch helplessly as the pitch-black abyss beneath their feet pulled their bodies into the darkness bit by bit. "Don't! Painting Immortal! Spare my life!" A few shouts sounded from the abyss. "Humph!" Right then, a voice suddenly sounded with a hint of anger and dignity. With that soft snort, Mo Qing's peerless divine power dissipated instantly. Perfected immortal Xianfeng, Sword Immortal Wuxia and the other 5 people fell out of the dark abyss. The 2 perfected immortals of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom were no longer breathing. The remaining 5 people, including perfected immortal Xianfeng and Sword Mortal Wuxia, had pale expressions and were in a sorry state, scared out of their wits. Heaven and Earth Academy, how dare you? Suddenly, a man appeared and stood in midair with a cold expression. His entire body was filled with an iron-blooded killing intent and sharp blades hung from his waist. That shout carried endless might and instantly suppressed all the commotion in the capital. Everyone looked over and their expressions changed when they saw who it was. "Greetings, King Tianxing." Many cultivators of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom knelt hurriedly. The cultivators of the various factions of the divine firmament immortal domain bowed one after another. King Tianxing. He was in charge of the punishment and killing of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. He was second only to one person and above everyone else. This was someone who was cold-blooded and decisive in killing. All the paragons of the country were gathered to form the execution guards, and they were famous in the entire divine firmament immortal domain. In the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, no one dared to clash with the execution guards. All these years, the only setback the execution guards suffered was in the hands of Su Zimo, the number one of the Heaven and Earth rankings. This group of people from Heaven and Earth Academy is doomed. Back then, as a disciple of the Academy, Su Zimo killed the number one execution guard, Song Su. He even barged into the great Jin Immortal Kingdom alone and killed Prince Yuanzhua, the son of King Jin, before burning down Absolute Thunder City. They've long had a grudge. That's true. Back then, the great Jin Immortal Kingdom did not settle scores with Heaven and Earth Academy. Perhaps it was because Heaven and Earth Academy was also a Heaven-grade faction and they were wary. Now that Heaven and Earth Academy has fallen to such a state, the great Jin Immortal Kingdom will definitely not let them off easily. The cultivators watching knew in their hearts and communicated with their spirit consciousnesses secretly, waiting to see what would happen. King Tianxing, what do you mean? Yang Ruoxu relied on the righteousness aura in his chest to withstand King Tianxing's pressure and asked in a deep voice. King Tianxing said coldly, as the sect master of the academy, don't you know the rule that private fights are prohibited in the capital? This is not our academy's fault. Yang Ruoxu said in a deep voice. It was Xie Yu of the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom who attacked first and wanted to capture someone from my academy. That was why we were forced to counterattack. All the cultivators present can testify for us. There was silence in the crowd. In reality, Yang Ruoxu was right. There were many surrounding cultivators who witnessed the entire process. Indeed, Xie Yu was the one who attacked first. However, who would offend the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom or even two Heaven-grade factions and the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom for the sake of Heaven and Earth Academy? When Xie Yu heard that, he did not explain at all, as though he was not worried at all. He merely looked at Yang Ruoxu mockingly. Unfortunately, no one can testify for you. King Tianxing shook his head and said expressionlessly, even if the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom attacked first, you should have asked the execution guards in the city for help and not retaliated. Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy was furious when they heard that. Xie Yu sent 5 perfected spirits to attack Yang Ruoxu directly without any intention of holding back. By the time they ran to seek help from the execution guards, Yang Ruoxu would probably be dead on the streets. It was obvious that King Tianxing was biased. However, this reason was way too ridiculous. With King Tianxing's attitude, what was the use of calling the execution guards over? Yang Ruoxu was so angry that he laughed instead and shouted, is there such logic in the world? Xie Yu and the others want to kill me, but I'm not allowed to resist? Once I resist, you want to punish me? King Tianxing, I've long heard that you were in charge of punishment in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and that you're impartial. To think that the laws of Great Jin would be so ridiculous and are solely based on your personal opinions. King Tianxing's expression was unchanged as he said indifferently, just based on those words, you can dream about leaving the capital of Great Jin alive. You want to sentence someone to death just because of a single sentence? Is that how you manage punishments, King Tianxing? Mo Qing frowned as well and questioned coldly. The painting Immortal had a considerable influence in the hearts of many cultivators after all. After Mo Qing stood out, there was a commotion in the crowd as well and people began to whisper. Humph! King Tianxing's gaze was cold as he surveyed his surroundings and said slowly, in the territory of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, My words are the rules and my will is the law. The powerful immortal king pressure coupled with the iron-blooded killing aura emanating from King Tianqing instantly annihilated all doubts. At that moment, the various factions could tell that the great Jin Immortal Kingdom was preparing to make use of the situation and had no intention of letting Heaven and Earth Academy off. What do you want? Yang Ruoxu asked in a deep voice. There was no point in arguing now. King Tianqing said, Initially, you didn't have to die. Unfortunately, you spoke out of line. For that, you'll have to pay the price. Therefore, you have to die here. Thereafter, King Tianqing's gaze shifted to Mo Qing. As for her, since she killed 2 perfected immortals of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom in the capital, she too shall be Senior Tianqing. Right then, Xiaoyu suddenly stood out and said with a smile, Fairy Mo Qing killed people from my Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Please give me some face and hand this woman over to my Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom to deal with. How about that? The thought of capturing the painting immortal, one of the 3 great fairies, back to his spirit cloud chambers made Xiaoyu feel excited and unbearably hot. Might as well. King Tianqing nodded. With a few words, Yang Ruoxu and Mo Qing's fates were decided. So King Tianqing of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom is so shameless. Right then, a woman's voice sounded from afar and her words were sufficiently shocking. Earlier on, Yang Ruoxu was sentenced to death for questioning King Tianqing's law enforcement. What would happen to this person who dared to scold King Tianqing? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and their eyes lit up. A beautiful Taoist nun with fluttering sleeves strode over. She was dressed simply, but her every move exuded an indescribable Dharmic Tao. The most eye-catching thing was that the Taoist nun was carrying a gigantic square chessboard on her back. At that moment, everyone seemed to have a feeling that the woman had carried thousands of miles of starry skies to this place. One of the 3 great fairies, Chess Immortal Junyu. To think that 2 of the 3 great fairies would come to the 10,000-year meet this time round. The Chess Immortal has already advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm to become an immortal queen. That explains her confidence. She's only at the minor Grotto Heaven realm and is far inferior to King Tianqing. A discussion sounded from the crowd. So it's Fairy Junyu. That explains why you dared to spout nonsense in front of me. Is there no one from Mountain Sea Immortal Sect who is available to teach you manners? King Tianqing glared. With a crack, the execution saber, a Grotto Heaven spirit treasure, was unsheathed and instantly emitted an endless aura of bloodthirst. King Tianqing said coldly, If there's no one from Mountain Sea Immortal Sect who can discipline you, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your sect. 2 immortal kings of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect stood out hurriedly and stopped Junyu, shouting in a low voice, Junyu, this has nothing to do with Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Don't be a busybody. One of them sent a voice transmission. This is the capital of Great Jin. If a conflict breaks out, the 3 of us won't be able to escape. Junyu remained silent. She also knew that she was far from being King Tianqing's match. However, she just could not stand King Tianqing bullying others like this. Thank you for your kind intentions, fellow Taoist Junyu. Suddenly, Yang Ruoxu smiled. Not wanting to implicate others, he raised his voice. Everyone can naturally tell right from wrong in today's matter. You can kill me, but I only have one request. Can you let the others of the academy off? Sect Master. Many disciples of the academy were moved. Ruoxu, I'll accompany you. Fairy Scarlet Rainbow took a step forward and stood beside Yang Ruoxu. A dying person like you is not worthy of negotiating terms with me. King Tianqing's tone was cold as he rejected. At that moment, many cultivators were already gathered around. Many of them had participated in the 10,000-year meet back then and even the Divine Firmament meet. When they saw that, they shook their heads internally and sighed. Back then, Heaven and Earth Academy was extremely glorious. In the 10,000-year meet, Su Zimo obtained first place on the Earth ranking domineeringly. At the Divine Firmament meet, he had another shocking battle with the strongest paragon of the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, Yun Ting. It was a spectacle to behold and he won in the end. But now, Heaven and Earth Academy had fallen to such a state where they were being trampled on casually. TSK, TSK, TSK. Right then, a crack suddenly appeared in the void above the long street, and a strange sound came from inside. Thereafter, a pale and beardless gray-robed cultivator was the first to walk out. How impressive! Do you think that our Heaven and Earth Academy is so easy to bully? Senior Brother Lin? Many cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy frowned when they saw that person. Lin Xuanji acknowledged old Xian as his master and rarely appeared in Heaven and Earth Academy. He was extremely mysterious. To think that he would stand out at the critical juncture of the academy. To begin with, to be able to stand out under King Tianxing's pressure required sufficient courage. Furthermore, Senior Brother Lin even dared to mock him. It was clear that he was prepared to die. Senior Brother Lin did not interact with many disciples of the academy usually. Although he looked cold, it was truly admirable that he could stand up bravely in times of danger. Another one is here to die, King Tianxing said expressionlessly. Brother Lin, Yang Ruoxu said in a deep voice, take the others and leave first. Don't worry about me. When he saw Lin Xuanji teleport through space, he guessed that Lin Xuanji was most likely an Immortal King expert and might have the ability to save some academy disciples. I've already called for backup. Why should we leave? Lin Xuanji rolled his eyes and pointed at King Tianxing, who was standing in midair ahead. He pouted. We can kill trash like that as we please. King Tianxing my arse. How dare he put on airs in front of our Heaven and Earth Academy. We're just going to kill him immediately. Many disciples of the academy were dumbfounded when they saw Lin Xuanji gesturing with his mouth filled with saliva. Everyone in the academy even suspected that there was something wrong with Senior Brother Lin's brain. Ha ha ha! Laughter sounded from the surroundings. The spectating cultivators looked at Lin Xuanji as though they were watching a joke. King Tianxing sighed gently. Initially, I wanted to give the others a chance of survival. From the looks of it, there's no need. Look at your silly face. Lin Xuanji pointed at King Tianxing and laughed loudly. Your great Gene Immortal Kingdom is about to be destroyed, but here you are, still trying to be arrogant to me. Boom! The moment Lin Xuanji said that, perhaps to verify his words, an earth-shaking bang sounded from the direction of the Great Gene Palace. A blinding thunderbolt descended from the skies and smashed into the Great Gene Palace. If an Immortal King expert focused their gaze, they would notice that there was a spear surrounded by lightning in the thunderbolt. Startling evil spear. King Tianxing's expression changed as he frowned. Feng Cantion. Dark clouds covered the Great Gene Palace and thunder rumbled. A dazzling sea of lightning had already formed around it, as though it wanted to devour the entire Great Gene Palace. In reality, King Gene and King Tianxing had already expected this day. The two of them had long informed Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament. If Feng Cantion attacked, they hoped that Divine Firmament Palace could appear and resolve this calamity. However, there was no movement from Divine Firmament Palace yet. As long as Emperor Desolate Marshal did not come, Tianhuang sect alone led by Feng Cantion was nothing to fear. King Tianxing was not worried at all. Apart from King Gene, there were nearly 100 Immortal King experts presiding over the Great Gene Palace. It was not that easy to break through the Great Gene Palace. So, this is your backup? Against such an unforeseen event, King Tianxing still had a calm expression. He looked down at everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy and said slowly, before the outcome is decided over there, I'll kill you guys first. With me around, you won't be able to kill anyone. A voice suddenly sounded. When they heard that voice, Yang Ruoxu, Fairy Scarlet Rainbow, Xia Qingcheng and Mo Qing of Heaven and Earth Academy were shocked with disbelief in their eyes. Even the butterfly on Mo Qing's shoulder danced excitedly and repeated in Mo Qjianjisir, it's him, he's back. The void that Lin Xuanji walked out of did not close the entire time. Earlier on, everyone's attention was attracted by the commotion in the Great Gene Palace, and they did not notice that more and more people walked out of the spatial rift. As for the person who spoke earlier on, he stood at the front of everyone. He had green robes, black hair and refined features, like a weak scholar. However, The scholar held a bloodied head in his hands, adding a hint of gore. The cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy turned around slowly and looked in the direction of the voice. When they saw that person, they could not help but open their mouths involuntarily, stunned on the spot. Junior brother Su. Yang Ruoxu was the first to react. He was overjoyed and could not help but shout excitedly. Fairy Scarlet Rainbow waved continuously with a smile. Xianxia was extremely emotional. Initially, he wanted to speak as well. However, as though he had thought of something, his expression darkened and he fell silent. Mo Qing looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure with reddened eyes and pursed her lips in silence. Ever since she drew Desolate Marshall's true appearance, she had already guessed Su Zimo's identity. Later on, the battle in the great wilderness world shocked the medium Kiliacosm, and she knew that Su Zimo was not really dead. Later on, she heard that Emperor Desolate Marshall and Demon Empress Blood Butterfly came out of seclusion hand in hand to quell the calamity of the witch and poison worlds and settle the battles of the dragons and phoenixes and kuns and pungs. Everywhere they went, there would definitely be shocking actions. Only then did she know that Su Zimo already had a Tao companion. It was the stunning Demon Empress Blood Butterfly who looked down on the 10,000 races. She had never seen Demon Empress Blood Butterfly before. However, when she heard the rumors outside and what Ice Butterfly said, she often thought that perhaps only Demon Empress Blood Butterfly was worthy of Emperor Desolate Marshall. She knew that it was no longer possible between her and Emperor Desolate Marshall. All these years, she could only bury those bittersweet nascent feelings in the bottom of her heart, deeper and deeper. She hoped that one day, she would be able to let everything go completely. She would not be sad or disappointed because of this. She would occasionally feel a sense of beauty when she recalled the emotions buried deep in her heart that no one knew about. However, at the thought that junior brother Su was Emperor Desolate Marshall, and she even asked him to pass a painting to Desolate Marshall, she could not help but feel enraged and blush in embarrassment. Su Zimo is back. He didn't die after entering the Emperor's tomb. I heard that he possesses the body of the creation Green Lotus. To think that he would dare to appear. Isn't he afraid that experts will kill him? After a short silence, a huge commotion broke out in the crowd. Su Zimo? King Tianqing swept it with his spirit consciousness, and a look of surprise flashed through his eyes. Then he nodded. It was no wonder you dared to confront me. So, you've already cultivated to the major Grotto Heaven realm. The moment he said that, everyone was in an uproar. 10,000 years ago, Su Zimo was only an Earth Immortal fighting for the Earth ranking. Right now, Su Zimo had already advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm and became a supreme immortal king. Major Grotto Heaven, Fufu. Suddenly, King Tianqing laughed and attacked without any warning, saying coldly, "Die!" Before he finished his word, the execution saber that was filled with dense blood chi and coldness had already slashed down and arrived instantly. Instantly, endless blood appeared in midair, as though countless living beings were struggling to survive under tragic torture and let out sorrowful cries. King Tianqing had already released a perfected Grotto Heaven. Coupled with the execution saber, he attacked without holding back and released an extreme killing intent. Su Zimo stood on the spot the entire time without moving, as though he had yet to react. Even when the execution saber was about to touch his scalp, he still carried the blood-stained head in one hand. He raised his other hand and grabbed the execution saber in his palm. The saber beam and blood vanished instantly. Hiss! Everyone was shocked. Su Zimo could grab King Tianqing's execution saber single-handedly with his body of flesh and blood without moving at all. After so many years, you haven't improved at all. You're inferior to this person in my hands. Su Zimo raised the blood-stained head in his hands and shook his head gently with a calm smile. Then there was a bang. The execution saber shattered. Under countless gazes, the divine weapon that represented the punishment and killing of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom and was stained with endless blood was crushed by Su Zimo's palm and scattered on the ground. Wah! The cultivators were in an uproar. What sort of power was that? The execution saber was a symbol of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom. The shattering of the execution saber seemed to portend the fate of the great Jin immortal kingdom as well. King Tianqing was shocked as well, and his pupils constricted. He looked at this scene in disbelief with a hint of shock in the depths of his eyes. Su Zimo did not just shatter the execution saber. He also shattered King Tianqing's aura, confidence, and killing intent. This execution saber nailed Feng Cantillon to the stone pillar for a full 4.0000 years. This was equivalent to Feng Cantillon enduring the punishment and torture contained in the execution saber at all times. Back when Su Zimo saved Feng Cantillon in Absolute Thunder City, this execution saber had even fought against the shattered hell suppression tripod. But now it was crushed by Su Zimo barehanded. Look, Book Immortal Yunju is here too. Someone with sharp eyes saw Yunju walking out of the void rift in midair with two Dao children following behind Su Zimo. That golden-haired woman seems to be from the god race. She's even at the god-king realm. What a powerful demonic chi. Where did so many demon experts come from? Could they be from the great wilderness world? There are also sword cultivators of the sword world. People from the Kuanpeng world are here too. Dragon world. Behind Su Zimo, a group of experts walked out one after another. Although there were not many of them, they were all from super large worlds. Such a formation. Many cultivators were secretly shocked. Not to mention the 10,000-year meat, even the divine firmament meat could not accommodate such a situation. From the looks of it, Su Zimo is returning this time round to settle the grudges of the past. I heard that back then, a few immortal kings wanted to plot against his physique and bloodline. I'm afraid none of them are going to be able to escape. The head in his hand looks familiar, as though I've seen it somewhere before. At that moment, King Tianqing's expression was ugly. His gaze shifted and landed on the human head as well. The head was covered in blood and its hair was disheveled. He could not recognize it for a moment. At that moment, after identifying it carefully, his expression changed and he shouted deeply, "King Yunyu!" King Yunyu's head was chopped off and his essence spirit was sealed inside. He could neither live nor die on his own volition and was carried around by Su Zimo. He was already ashamed and furious. As an immortal king, he had never suffered such humiliation. With so many people gathered here, King Yunyu remained silent because he was worried that he would be recognized. To think that King Tianqing would expose him in public. King Yunyu? The ruler of a country in the white firmament immortal domain. That's him. I was lucky enough to meet him once. To think that Su Zimo would behead him today and end up in such a state. A discussion sounded from the crowd. When King Yunyu saw that he could not hide anymore, he burst into a frenzied laughter. Tianqing, acknowledge your fate as well. None of us are going to escape today. We'll all die together. Ha 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 ha. When King Tianqing heard that, his expression changed as he said slowly, the outcome is still unknown. These few people from Tianhuang sect are not enough to take down the great Jin palace. On the one hand, King Tianqing was awaiting King Jin to secure victory on his end before rushing over to provide support. After all, there were nearly 100 immortal kings holding down the fort at the side of King Jin. On the other hand, as long as Divine Firmament Palace appeared, Su Zimo and the others were naturally nothing to fear. However, before King Tianqing could finish his thought, the outcome of the battle in the Great Jin Palace seemed to have been decided. That battle was much faster than everyone had imagined. In the Great Jin Palace, the startling evil spear descended from the skies and pierced through the palace hall. Endless seas of lightning poured down with a world-destroying aura. Feng Cantillon. I've long expected this day to come and have been waiting for a long time. King Jin's voice sounded. Back then, when heir of King Jin was killed in the fiend domain and his head was hung outside his chamber, King Jin already felt a hint of danger. There was no way he could avoid this calamity. Furthermore, he could not bear to abandon everything he had, his identity and status, to escape from the heavenly world and hide his identity. Fellow Taoists, please surround and kill this person. King Jin arrived in midair and confronted Feng Cantillon. With his order, nearly 100 immortal king experts appeared around Feng Cantillon instantly. Each of them propped up a grotto heaven and formed an encirclement, surrounding Feng Cantillon. Behind Feng Cantillon, Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong walked out as well. The three of them were the only people remaining from those who had ascended in the previous generation of Tianhuang mainland. King Jin sneered. So you have the Battle King and his wife as your helpers. It was no wonder you dared to attack my great Jin palace. King Jin, you must die today. Lin Zhan's gaze was cold as he wielded his halberd with a torrential battle intent. Ha 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 ha. King Jin burst into laughter. The three of you are far from being able to kill me. Feng Cantillon, if I can suppress you once, I can suppress you a second time, King Jin shouted. But this time round, I won't give you any chance. Prepare to die. Leave Lin Zhan to me. The rest of you, attack with all your might and surround and kill Feng Cantillon and Immortal Queen Linglong. King Jin propped up his grotto heaven right after he gave the order. In fact, this grotto heaven contained a wisp of world power. King Jin had already become a quasi-emperor. Against that scene, Feng Cantillon's expression was unchanged. He merely waved his hand and said coldly, "Kill." King Jin frowned. That action was a little strange. Beside Feng Cantillon, there was only Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Linglong. However, Feng Cantillon seemed as though he was commanding something. Before King Jin could react, a crack suddenly appeared in the void of the battlefield. More than 10 figures crawled out and pounced at the Immortal King experts of Great Jin. It was unknown how long the 10-odd people had been hiding nearby. From the beginning to the end, no one noticed them. Furthermore, because many grotto heavens were propped up in a battle between kings, the surrounding space was distorted and trembled continuously. As such, there was no way to teleport at all. However, the 10-odd people descended out of thin air and charged into the battlefield. What was even more terrifying was that this group of people's movement techniques were too fast and they were like ghosts. By the time the Immortal Kings reacted, they had already closed in. The 10-odd experts were extremely ugly and had green faces and fangs. They had a pair of fleshy wings on their backs and wielded sharp, curved sabers with exaggerated arcs. Rakshasa ghosts, the Immortal Kings exclaimed. Blood mist spewed. In an instant, more than 10 Immortal King experts' heads fell to the ground. The cultivation realms of this group of Rakshasa ghosts were all peak kings. Coupled with their ghostly and terrifying movement techniques, they charged into the crowd and caused immense damage instantly. What was even more terrifying was that the burly and tall figure in the lead had faster movement techniques and even more ferocious methods. He bit and ate anyone he saw. Even a peak Immortal King could not last more than a round in front of him. On the battlefield, after being charged back and forth by him a few times, there were already severed limbs and rivers of blood. Occasionally, the figure would pause and stand in the blood rivers, eating heartily. Scarlet blood flowed slowly through the gaps of his sharp teeth. Coupled with his ferocious and terrifying face as well as bulging eyes, the Immortal Kings were horrified and chills rose in their hearts. Their scalps were practically tingling. Ghost? It's a Yuxia Ghost King. Some Immortal Kings could not withstand it and their minds collapsed. They cried out miserably and turned to escape. Fear spread and the remaining Immortal Kings collapsed without fighting. In reality, before Su Zimo and the others were prepared to head to the heavenly world, the martial Dao Prime Body had already arranged for Yuxia King Fear to descend to the heavenly world with more than 10 Rakshasa kings to monitor the movements of King Yunyu and the others and wait for orders at any moment. After Yuxia King Fear returned from the White Firmament Immortal Kingdom, he came to the vicinity of the Great Jin Palace and lurked nearby with the 10-odd Rakshasa kings, prepared to start a massacre. On the one hand, the Rakshasa and Yuxia races indeed had a certain advantage in terms of physique, bloodline, movement technique, and speed. On the other hand, the sudden appearance of Yuxia King Fear and the others caught the nearly 100 Immortal Kings off guard. Furthermore, the combat strength of Yuxia King Fear was almost absolute against King Jin and the others. Rakshasa ghosts? King Jin looked at the shocking battlefield around him with a pale expression. He finally understood why King Xianxia was completely wiped out even after leading dozens of kings to Tianhuang sect of the Fiend domain. Furthermore, the only thing that remained of King Xianxia was a battered head that hung outside the entrance of his chamber. Those injuries were from being bitten. King Jin had already realized that if Divine Firmament Palace did not attack today, not only would he die, the great Jin Immortal Kingdom would be destroyed as well. In the distance, smoke billowed and flags fluttered. The 200,000-strong army of Tianhuang sect and the Battle Kingdom was charging over under the lead of Lin Lei and the 7 Emotions Fiend generals. Instantly, countless thoughts flashed through King Jin's mind. In the end, he took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Feng Cantian, this is a grudge between us and has nothing to do with anyone else. Now that things have come to this, let's fight a huge battle and settle things one last time." There was no movement from Divine Firmament Palace the entire time. Right now, the only chance of survival he could think of was to force Feng Cantian to fight him alone. He understood Feng Cantian. He was unyielding and heroic. He disdained to bully others with numbers and had never bullied the weak. If Feng Cantian was enraged, he would be fearless and would even challenge stronger opponents. King Jin knew the unforgettable hatred in Feng Cantian's heart for him. It could be said that the torture and mental destruction that Feng Cantian endured for 400,000 years was caused by him alone. Feng Cantian's son and daughter-in-law were also killed by King Xianxia. Feng Cantian definitely wanted to kill him personally. This was an opportunity he could take advantage of. It was also Feng Cantian's weakness. Just as King Jin was scheming in his heart and was about to contemplate the series of retreat routes after capturing Feng Cantian, he heard Feng Cantian reply indifferently, "Are you worthy?" "Ha!" King Jin was stunned and all his preparations earlier on vanished instantly. "You?" King Jin glared at Feng Cantian and was speechless. Feng Cantian's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. If it was 400,000 years ago, Feng Cantian would have given King Jin a chance. However, he had suffered too much from the imprisonment and torture of not seeing the light of day for 400,000 years. He could only watch helplessly as many living beings of the lower worlds killed each other in front of him. Today, he only wanted revenge. It was not only for him and his family. It was also for the countless living beings of the lower worlds who had died in the great Jin Immortal Kingdom all these years. It was also for perfected immortal burial night. "Cripple him." Feng Cantian's gaze was cold as he waved his hand and ordered. "Feng!" King Jin was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a strong sense of danger descend. Without any time to think, he hurriedly circulated his blood chi and propped up his grotto heaven. However, his grotto heaven could not withstand King Xianxia's consecutive attacks at all. After Lin Zhan attacked, he collapsed instantly. Hee. The 10-odd Rakshasa kings swarmed forward and let out creepy laughter, waving their curved sabers. King Jin's hands and arms were severed by the Rakshasa kings, leaving only his head and torso. He struggled in midair with blood spewing everywhere. "Ah!" King Jin cried out tragically and channeled his blood chi hurriedly. His severed arm regenerated and he recovered in the blink of an eye. However, the figures of the 10-odd Rakshasa kings intertwined and severed his limbs once more. Blood splattered and it was scarlet everywhere. Just like that, Feng Cantian and the others walked towards the long street of the capital of Great Jin. Right in front of countless cultivators. King Jin was treated as a toy by the 10-odd Rakshasa kings, and his limbs were severed continuously. Each time they grew back, they were severed again. Of course, Immortal King experts could regrow severed limbs. However, every regrowth required expending blood chi. Along the way, King Jin's limbs had been severed countless times and he lost a large amount of blood chi. By the time he staggered to the sky above the long street, his blood chi was no longer enough to grow an arm. Bang! King Jin, who had lost his limbs, was casually abandoned on the long street. His entire body was covered in blood and mud and his screams became hoarse. He was even more miserable than King Yunyu. In reality, such a punishment was not worth mentioning compared to Feng Cantian's 400,000 years of imprisonment. When the factions and cultivators from the divine firmament immortal domain saw that, apart from being shocked, they lamented endlessly. To think that such a huge change would happen in this 10,000-year meet. It was to the point that the great Jin immortal kingdom might be destroyed just like that. King Jin, the ruler of a country in the divine firmament immortal domain, was an infamous existence who had been conferred a territory. To think that he would fall to such a state today. King Jin killed living beings of the lower worlds for hundreds of thousands of years. In the end, he was crippled by living beings from the lower worlds and ended up like this. Perhaps this is karma. A few sighs sounded from the crowd. King Tianqing looked at King Jin, who was rolling and struggling on the long street, and a hint of emotion finally appeared on his iron-blooded and cold face. He was afraid. Feng Cantian, regarding what happened back then, it was Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament who hinted for us to. King Tianqing tried his best to calm down and tried to explain. I heard that you've created countless tortures over the years. Suddenly, Feng Cantian asked, have you tried all of those tortures yourself? King Tianqing's heart trembled. Over the years, he had created tortures countless times crueler than what King Jin was suffering and killed countless living beings of the lower worlds. He enjoyed it as well. Every time he saw these lowlifes in pain from the tortures he thought of, he would feel abnormally excited. However, he had never thought that these tortures might one day land on his head. What are you doing? King Tianqing did not notice that his voice was trembling slightly. This expert who was in charge of punishment as well as the lives of countless people in Great Jin was also terrified at that moment. I'll give you a chance. Feng Cantian said. If you can survive your own tortures, 1 foot 11 inches let you live. Don't. King Tianqing's expression changed drastically as he gritted his teeth. Feng Cantian, kill if you want to. At that point, a look of determination flashed through King Tianqing's eyes. In fact, he even wanted to detonate his essence spirit and commit suicide on the spot. However, the moment his spirit consciousness fluctuated, Xianxia King Fear had already attacked. He arrived in front of King Tianqing and pierced his chest with one hand, crushing his heart and locking his consciousness at the same time. Bring him down and let him have a taste of his own methods. Feng Cantian said coldly. 2 Rakshasa kings headed forward with devious intentions and brought King Tianqing away. Before long, tragic cries sounded from not far away, causing everyone to tremble in fear. It wasn't too long before the 2 Rakshasa kings returned. One of them licked his lips and said in an unsatisfied manner, the tortures that person came up with were really incredible. We've only managed to do 7 of them on him before he could not hold out any longer. His essence spirit shattered and he just went with a bang. Feng Cantian. King Jin endured the pain in his body with a ferocious expression and gritted his teeth. Even if you kill me, you lowlifes won't be able to do anything. Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament will definitely not tolerate you guys breaking the rules of the heavenly world as long as he's around. Although King Jin seemed like he was merely struggling before his death, his words were filled with devious intentions. It was nothing more than wanting to lure Feng Cantian to Divine Firmament Palace to fight Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament. At that moment, Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament was not the only one in Divine Firmament Palace. There was also Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament. As long as Feng Cantian dared to step foot there, he would definitely die. This was King Jin's final counterattack. You won't have a chance to see if we'll do anything else. Feng Cantian sneered. The last thing you'll see in your life will be the destruction of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Boom! Feng Cantian threw out the startling evil spear in his hands, and it transformed into a bolt of lightning that pierced King Jin's head. It exploded instantly and blood filled the air. King Jin was dead. The various factions of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain were gathered around. There were countless cultivators gathered densely, but it was abnormally quiet. Some cultivators who belonged to the capital of Great Jin had long fled in all directions. Just as Feng Cantian had said, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom was finished. Compared to King Tianqing's outcome, King Jin was not much better. King Jin had never treated cultivators of the lower worlds as humans. Before he died, His limbs were severed by 10-odd Rakshasa kings, and he rolled in midair like a plaything, losing all his dignity. Like a dead dog covered in blood, he was casually abandoned on the long street. It was the same way he had treated many living beings of the lower worlds in the past. It was like a kind of karmic cycle. When King Yunyu saw all of this happen, the fear in his heart deepened. King Tianxing was dead. King Jin was also dead. However, he was still alive. Until now, Su Zimo had yet to kill him. He did not know how Su Zimo was going to deal with him. Could it be even more terrifying than King Tianxing's tortures? Could it be that he was going to die more tragically and with even less dignity than King Jin? Once a thought like that arose, it was uncontrollable. Every breath was a huge torture for King Yunyu. As long as Su Zimo did not kill him, he would have to live in an unknown fear at all times, trembling and struggling at death's door. Suddenly, King Yunyu looked at the group of ugly Rakshasa ghosts and a thought flashed through his mind. Although he could no longer survive, Su Zimo could dream about having it good as well. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, King Yunyu burst into laughter. Su Zimo, the Rakshasa sin ground, was shattered and the group of Rakshasa ghosts disappeared. So they're here with you. You took in the Rakshasa sin spirits without permission. Just wait to be punished by the blessed heaven world. When the originally quiet crowd heard that, they exploded into a commotion. Back then, the blessed heaven world issued a hunting order that spread throughout the medium kiliacosm and many cultivators knew about it. However, until now, there had been no traces of Rakshasa sin spirits in the medium kiliacosm. To think that 10-odd of them would appear beside Su Zimo and the others. Naturally, many cultivators would not be naive enough to think that Su Zimo's group had anything to do with the shattering of the Rakshasa sin ground. However, it was difficult to explain the fact that there were 10-odd Rakshasa kings beside them. Once news of this spread to the blessed heaven world, it would be enough to bring a calamity to the living beings of the lower worlds. King Yunyu burst into laughter. There are countless cultivators gathered here. Even if you kill me now, you won't be able to hide this matter. Su Zimo, you're finished. Su Zimo had an indifferent expression and did not interrupt King Yunyu. In fact, despite everyone watching, Su Zimo did not seem to care about King Yunyu's threat at all, as though he did not hear anything. Su Zimo arrived before everyone in the academy and looked at Yang Ruoxu, Fairy Scarlet Rainbow, and the others with a faint smile. Everyone, how have you been? Junior brother Su. The moment Yang Ruoxu spoke, he shook his head and smiled. That's not right. I can't call you junior brother Su now. You're an immortal king now. In fact, I'm not even qualified to address you as an equal. Brother Yang, you're the sect master of the academy now. I'm the one who can't compare to you. Su Zimo smiled and replied as well. Naturally, the relationship between the two of them was not as simple as fellow sect mates. Back in the academy, Yang Ruoxu endured immense pressure and appeared to help Su Zimo many times. Su Zimo had once headed to Avicii and brought back the Soraka fruit, saving Yang Ruoxu's life as well. Fairy Scarlet Rainbow smiled. Senior brother Su, you're so powerful now that I almost can't recognize you. Back then, we even participated in the Immortal sect selection together. But now, after more than 10,000 years, the gap between the two of them was getting wider and wider. Su Zimo's gaze landed on Mo Qing's picturesque face and met her clear eyes suddenly. He felt a little guilty. To be fair, senior sister Mo Qing had helped him a lot during his time in the academy. Senior sister Mo Qing did not like fighting and rarely left her cave abode. Back then, because of a single sentence from him, she decided to appear personally and ride the academy to Tsangyan mountain range to save Fengzi. In fact, she even killed a perfected immortal of the great Jin Immortal kingdom. Of course, Su Zimo knew that senior sister Mo Qing was most likely doing so because he was rather close to Desolate Marshal. However, that was the exact thing Su Zimo was guilty about. He was Desolate Marshal after all. Previously, senior sister Mo Qing asked him to pass a painting to Desolate Marshal. It was still in a corner of his storage bag. Furthermore, Su Zimo had a nagging feeling that senior sister Mo Qing seemed to be looking at him strangely after his return. Su Zimo smiled and nodded before averting his gaze. not intending to exchange pleasantries with Mo Qing. Junior brother Su. However, Mo Qing suddenly spoke and walked forward. She took out a painting from her storage bag and handed it over. Su Zimo looked at the painting that was handed over and coughed gently. You want me to pass it tea? Before he could finish, Mo Qing shook her head. This is for you. Ah. When everyone from the academy saw that, they let out strange sounds and looked at the two of them as though they were cheering. Fuck! Lin Xuanji could not help but jump out and complain. Fellow Taoist Mo Qing, you refused to give me a painting even after I begged you a few times. Thereafter, he glared at Mo Qing angrily. Furthermore, didn't you tell me that you never give your paintings to people? Mo Qing lowered her head in silence. Of course, that was merely an excuse of hers. Everyone present could tell. To think that Lin Xuanji would rub his chin and roll his eyes, saying in a deep voice, I understand now. You don't consider Su Zimo as a person. With that said, Lin Xuanji ran away, causing a burst of laughter. Su Zimo could not help but laugh as well. They, old friends of Tianhuang mainland, had experienced too much together. They were the only ones who could mock and tease each other without any grudges. Su Zimo looked at Mo Qing in surprise, wondering why she would give him a painting. He did not know what was drawn in the painting either. Just as Su Zimo was about to open the painting, Mo Qing suddenly reached out and pressed it down. She shook her head gently and said with a fake smile, You're not allowed to look at it now. You can look at it when you're free. Su Zimo did not think too much about it and nodded with a smile before putting away the painting. He looked past Mo Qing and the others at the crowd of the academy, as though he was searching for something. Before long, Su Zimo saw the man with a slightly lowered head and a scarred face. Others might not be able to recognize him, but Su Zimo could tell at a glance that he was Xie Qingcheng. In the past, that handsome man with devastatingly beautiful looks that even many fairies were inferior to him injured himself to such an extent in order to conceal his identity and cultivate in the academy. It was unknown how much pain he had to endure to be so ruthless. Xie Qingcheng lowered his head. He seemed to have sensed Su Zimo's gaze, but he did not dare to face him. It was not because of his appearance, but because Immortal King Yen Yang had once participated in the siege of Su Zimo back then. He was naturally delighted to know that Su Zimo was fine. However, he felt extremely guilty because of that as well. Stop right there. The two of you. When Sword Immortal Wu Su and perfected Immortal Xianfeng of Void Pierce Palace and Wind Fire Temple respectively saw that the situation was bad, they wanted to retreat secretly. However, they were stopped by Fairy Scarlet Rainbow. Fairy Scarlet Rainbow said, Senior Brother Su, the two of them helped Xie Yu and the others bully us earlier on, and even wanted to capture me back to the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom. Wind Fire Temple and Void Pierce Palace are both heaven-grade factions that have risen in recent years. Su Zimo's gaze shifted. Sword Immortal Wu Su and perfected Immortal Xianfeng instantly felt a bone-chilling chill. The two of them did not even dare to move, let alone escape. Master, save me. Sword Immortal Wu Su looked towards an Immortal King of Void Pierce Palace and his voice trembled. The Immortal Kings of Void Pierce Palace and Wind Fire Temple exchanged glances and braced themselves to stand out. They cupped their fists and smiled at Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist Su, there might be a misunderstanding. Hope, do you guys want to stand up for them? Before they could finish, Su Zimo asked indifferently. His tone was calm and there was no killing intent. However, for some unknown reason, the Immortal Kings felt their hearts skip a beat. The Immortal Kings were silent for a moment before retreating silently. Even King Jin and King Tianxing had been killed. The execution saber was shattered by Su Zimo with his bare hands. Who among them could withstand that? Furthermore, Su Zimo had 10 odd Rakshasa kings, a quasi-emperor Yuxia and someone like Lin Zhan by his side. If they attacked together, they would probably be killed instantly without even any dregs remaining. When they saw the actions of the Immortal Kings, despair flashed through the eyes of Sword Immortal Wu Su and perfected Immortal Xianfeng. Su Zimo, perfected Immortal Xianfeng, made up his mind and suddenly said, You're an Immortal King, and we're only perfected immortals. The battle earlier on was only a fight between perfected immortals. You can't bully the weak. You guys are not worthy of me attacking. Su Zimo did not even look at the two of them and merely replied indifferently. Thereafter, he called out, Baiming. Baiming Shui understood and carried her sword, walking towards perfected immortal Xianfeng and sword immortal Wu Su. Opportunity. Perfected immortal Xianfeng and sword immortal Wu Su could sense that Baiming Shui's cultivation realm had yet to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm. As long as it was a fight between perfected spirits, they had a 30% chance of winning. If the two of them joined forces, their chances of winning could even reach 70%. Buzz. Sword immortal Wu Su attacked. Phew. Perfected immortal Xianfeng attacked at the same time, and the two of them joined forces to attack Baiming Shui. Brother Xie, aren't you going to greet me? Su Zimo did not look at the situation of the battle at the side. He merely looked at the face of a figure in the crowd of the academy and asked slowly. Xie Qingqing shuddered and looked up. As though he could read Xie Qingqing's mind, Su Zimo said, You're not to blame for that matter. Brother Xie, you don't have to blame yourself for that. However, Before Su Zimo could finish, Xie Qingqing blurted out, Brother Su, there's no need to worry. I want to ask him something as well. All right. Su Zimo nodded. While the two of them were conversing, the battle over there had already ended. In less than a few breaths, Baiming Shui had already put away her sword and walked back. Sword immortal Wu Su and perfected immortal Xianfeng collapsed on the long street with widened eyes and terrified expressions. There were no injuries on the surface, but there was no life in their bodies. A moment later, an imperceptible sword wound appeared between their brows and a trace of blood seeped out. Baiming Shui had already pierced their glabellas. As Baiming Shui's sword technique was way too fast, the wounds closed so quickly that they were almost invisible. It was only after the two of them died and their bloodlines stopped circulating that the wounds appeared. Baiming Shui had already cultivated to the perfected true martial realm and comprehended two peerless divine powers. Even without using peerless divine powers, not many perfected spirits could defend against her sword. Fairy Scarlet Rainbow looked at Xie Yu, who was not far away, and sneered. Xie Yu, didn't you want to capture me? Let me tell you, Brother Qingqing and I are both here. Do you dare to attack? One Xie Qingqing. Xie Yu's expression changed. Then, as though he had thought of something, he looked deeply at the scar-faced man before saying, Let's go. He was not stupid. Right now, Su Zimo held the ground for Heaven and Earth Academy. If he charged forward, it would be equivalent to throwing an egg at a rock. He had to report this matter to his father before making a decision. There's no need to go back. Su Zimo said, You want Immortal King Yen Yang, right? One brought him over for you. The moment he said that, the void not far away split open and a bloodied figure was thrown out. He fell heavily to the ground with disheveled hair and was in a sorry state. Immediately after, a Rakshasa ghost appeared with a terrifying aura. It was a quasi-emperor expert. The Rakshasa ghost arrived in front of Su Zimo and smiled sinisterly. This person sensed danger and wanted to escape. However, I caught him and have already crippled him. The figure struggled and wanted to stand up. However, he had lost way too much blood qi and could barely stand straight. The surrounding cultivators focused their gazes and gasped. Immortal King Yen Yang. Immortal King Yen Yang was captured as well. Father. Xie Yu's expression changed starkly. Immortal King Yen Yang was his last reliance. To think that this reliance would be crippled before it could be used. I heard that back then, Immortal King Yen Yang was one of those who surrounded Su Zimo and wanted his creation Green Lotus body. From the looks of it, none of these people can escape. One of them shook his head and sighed. What's Su Zimo's background? Even a quasi-emperor Rakshasa Sin spirit has to listen to his arrangements. Who knows? He probably reached a cooperative deal with the Rakshasa Sin spirits in order to take revenge this time round. Even if he takes revenge, he probably won't live for long. Working with the Rakshasa Sin spirits is no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Furthermore, the blessed heaven world won't let him off either. Some cultivators whispered. Xia Qingcheng looked at Immortal King Yen Yang, who was not far away with a conflicted expression and intense hatred in his eyes as he walked over slowly. When Immortal King Yen Yang saw the tragic death of King Jin, as well as King Yun Yu's head that was in Su Zimo's hands, he understood everything. Thereafter, he saw a scar-faced man walking towards him with fists clenched and eyes that seemed to be able to spew out flames. As though he was too agitated, the scars on the person's face twisted, making him look abnormally sinister. "And who are you?" As the king of a country, even after falling to such a state, Immortal King Yen Yang still had the arrogance of an immortal king as he asked coldly. "You don't recognize me?" Xia Qingcheng gritted his teeth and glared at Immortal King Yen Yang, seething out a few words. Immortal King Yen Yang frowned slightly. That voice did sound familiar. After pondering for a moment, Immortal King Yen Yang stared into Xia Qingcheng's eyes for a while more before his expression darkened, and he said coldly, "It's you. You've finally recognized me." Xia Qingcheng laughed self-deprecatingly. "I've always been curious. All these years, have you ever treated me as your son? Have you ever liked my mother?" "You?" Immortal King Yen Yang burst into laughter. "Are you worthy of inheriting my bloodline? Back then I had you on a whim. Otherwise, how could I fancy someone like your mother with her lower world's background? I have countless beauties in my harem, and your mother was only a maidservant. She wasn't even qualified to join my harem." Xia Qingcheng trembled when he heard that. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles went pale. Immortal King Yen Yang's cultivation was crippled and his Dao heart had collapsed. Knowing that he would definitely die today, he threw caution to the wind and sneered, "I have more than 1,000 children in this life. With your background, you're not worthy of being my Yen Yang bloodline. It was a mistake to let you live until today." Clang! Xia Qingcheng could no longer hold it in and drew his sword. The sword edge was cold and aimed at Immortal King Yen Yang's face. Emitting a chill, Immortal King Yen Yang had already been reduced to a cripple. Xia Qingcheng's sword strike could definitely pierce through him and kill him on the spot. "Do it!" Immortal King Yen Yang burst into laughter. "If you dare to kill me, you're an unfilial son. A regicide who kills his father will definitely be cursed by everyone, and will never be able to make a comeback." Xia Qingcheng's sword trembled slightly. In reality, there were no longer any feelings between the two of them. However, he could not stab down with that sword. Warm blood gushed out and scattered all over Xia Qingcheng. There was only half of Immortal King Yen Yang's head left. Behind him, a burly figure was chewing with blood flowing between his teeth and cursing. "This person is so fucking noisy." Thereafter, Xianxia King Fear grinned at Xia Qingcheng. "Jie, if you don't dare to kill, I'll help you." It was only then that everyone reacted and exclamations sounded from the crowd. Half of Immortal King Yen Yang's head was bitten off by the Quasi-Emperor Wuxia. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. Xia Qingcheng's arm fell limply. His eyes were blank, as though he had lost his soul. Fairy Scarlet Rainbow hurried forward and gave comfort softly. As though he had suddenly thought of something, Xia Qingcheng tightened his grip on his sword once more. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked in the direction of the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom. The group of people who killed his mother back then were still alive. However, given his current strength, it would be difficult for him to take revenge even if he returned to the Yen Yang Palace. As though he could tell Xia Qingcheng's intentions, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and looked at Xianxia King Fear. "Accompany him back to take a look." Xianxia King Fear had long received instructions from the martial Dao Prime Body to listen to Su Zimo's instructions for everything today. Although he did not know why, he did not dare to disobey. As such, he nodded. "Brother Su, thank you." Xia Qingcheng cupped his fists. With this Xianxia ghost accompanying him, there might not be a need for him to attack. Just by crawling into Immortal King Yen Yang's harem, this Xianxia ghost would scare the living daylights out of those consorts. Xianxia King Fear brought Xia Qingcheng into the void and disappeared. The situation on the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom's side was completely within Su Zimo's control. The Iron Crown Old Man, Emperor North Kuan, Dragon Empress Frost and the others were not far away and watched from the sidelines without attacking. However, they were indeed shocked to see more than 10 Rakshasa kings run out. King Yun was right. If this matter were to spread to the blessed heaven world and they handled it wrongly, there was a high chance that it would be a calamity. Previously, everyone treated Su Zimo's words as a joke. To think that he could really mobilize more than 10 Rakshasa kings. Carefree's master is playing with fire. Emperor North Kuan shook his head gently. Emperor South Peng added, previously, there was a conflict with the light world in the white firmament immortal domain. Now that more than 10 Rakshasas and spirits have been exposed, it won't be long before this matter spreads to the blessed heaven world. Apart from the heavenly world, everyone from the medium Kiliacosm did not know what relationship Tianhuang sect had with Desolate Marshal. The battle where Desolate Marshal truly became famous in the medium Kiliacosm was in the great wilderness world. There were many sects like Tianhuang sect that were located in remote corners in the heavenly world, and they would not attract the attention of the various superworlds. If the Emperor experts knew that Tianhuang sect was established by the Martial Tao Prime Body, they might be able to guess who shattered the Rakshasa Sin ground. The Iron Crown old man said in a deep voice, "It's only 10-odd Rakshasas. They might not be Sin spirits who escaped from the Rakshasa Sin ground. Even so, it's difficult to explain such a thing." Dragon Empress Frost shook her head as well. The blessed heaven world has just suffered a huge loss at the hands of Emperor Desolate Marshal and lost all face. Their prestige in the medium Kiliacosm has fallen to rock bottom. Now that the great calamity is about to arrive, there's a high chance that the blessed heaven world will use this matter to establish their might. Dragon Empress Frost was the oldest among everyone present and had experienced too much. As such, she naturally had a clearer view of things. Joining forces with Sin spirits was equivalent to challenging the blessed heaven world or even the behemoth behind it. The crowd in the capital of Great Jin was gradually dispersing. After such a huge change, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom was gone and the 10,000-year meet naturally could not be held. Seeing that the situation here was settled and there was nothing else to watch, the various factions retreated one after another. The Iron Crown old man and the others walked over. Su Zimo welcomed them and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your help, seniors. If I establish a world in the future, I'll invite you over as guests." Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng exchanged glances and chuckled without saying anything. The Iron Crown old man sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. "Zimo, why don't we delay the establishment of your world? What's wrong?" Su Zimo asked. The Iron Crown old man said in a deep voice, "On the one hand, you're already on bad terms with the light world because of that god race being with the darkness mutation you took in. There's a high chance that the Emperor experts of the light world will be alarmed. On the other hand, the most troublesome thing is that the 10-odd Rakshasas beside you have been exposed. Senior, don't worry. I have my own arrangements for this." Su Zimo smiled and replied. Since he chose to let these Rakshasas appear, he was already prepared to fight the blessed heaven world and even the heavenly court. The Iron Crown old man had a grim expression and was silent for a moment before exhorting. "In that case, you have to be careful when dealing with this matter if the blessed heaven world finds you. You must not admit that these 10-odd Rakshasas are from the Rakshasa Sin ground. This is a messenger talisman. If you encounter any danger on your side, tear this talisman apart and I'll know." As he said that, the Iron Crown old man handed Su Zimo a messenger talisman. In the opinion of the Iron Crown old man, Su Zimo and the others had indeed settled their grudges in the heavenly world this time round. However, they had also planted the seeds of a huge calamity at the same time and could attract trouble at any moment. It was impossible for him to protect Su Zimo at all times. This talisman might be of some use. In reality, the messenger talisman was no longer of much use to Su Zimo. However, it was the Iron Crown old man's good intentions after all, so he did not decline. Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng had long intended to leave. When they saw that everything in the heavenly world had been settled, they brought Carefree along and prepared to return to the Kuan Peng world. This time round, Carefree had no excuse and could only leave obediently with the two world lords. The Iron Crown old man was prepared to bring Bai Mingshui back to the Sword World as well. For Biming Shui and Carefree, Su Zimo was not worried with the Sword World and Kuan Peng World protecting them. There was no need for him to keep them by his side. Furthermore, Biming Shui was a peak master of the Sword World. Carefree was the young master of the Kuan Peng World and the key to fusing the two worlds into one. If he was taken away by Su Zimo, the two worlds would easily fall apart as well. Before leaving, the Iron Crown old man reminded, Zimo, leave as soon as possible after this matter is over. Don't go to Divine Firmament Palace. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament has yet to appear despite such a huge commotion in the immortal domains. It's very likely because something or someone delayed him. Take this opportunity to leave as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. Su Zimo smiled and nodded without commenting. As for Long Ran, he did not intend to return to the Dragon World. Instead, he followed Su Zimo to the New World. When Dragon Empress Frost and Dragon Queen Hornless returned to the Dragon World, they left Long Li behind and asked her to follow Long Ran to the New World to take a look as a form of travel. Monkey, Tiger, Ching Ching, and the others naturally had no intention of returning to the Great Wilderness World. These siblings had fought together in Tianhuang mainland. Now that they were reunited, they were naturally unwilling to part. Su Zimo also told Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long about his thoughts and invited them to leave the heavenly world together to establish a world. Zimo, do you have any specific place to go? Lin Zhan asked. Su Zimo shook his head. I have a general direction. It has to be as far away from the medium kiliocosm as possible. However, I'm not sure about the exact location yet. In that case, why not just do it in the heavenly world? Lin Zhan pondered for a moment. Now that the Green Firmament Immortal domain is ownerless, we can try to establish a faction in the Green Firmament Immortal domain and attract many living beings of the heavenly world. For something like the Battle Kingdom, the scale of relocation was way too large. Many cultivators were already used to it in the Green Firmament Immortal domain. Many people would feel conflicted if they were to leave with Lin Zhan and the others and head to an unknown place. The location of the new world was still unknown. There was no foundation either. It could be said that everything about this world was unknown. Not many people would be willing to take such a risk. In the heavenly world, at the very least, the heaven and earth essence chi was relatively rich, and there was a certain guarantee that cultivation would not be restricted. Who knew what was in the new world? Furthermore, Su Zimo had just said that it has to be far away from the medium kiliocosm. Being far away from the medium kiliocosm meant that the heaven and earth essence chi would be thinner. If they arrived at a new world where cultivating for a year was not even comparable to cultivating for a day in the heavenly world, who would want to move their entire families and travel thousands of kilometers for something like that? That's not appropriate. Su Zimo looked in the direction of Divine Firmament Palace and shook his head. The heavenly world is no longer a good place. If we stay here, a calamity might descend at any moment. Su Zimo did not say it explicitly, but Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long could hear the danger behind it. They would definitely not be able to deal with a calamity that even Su Zimo or Emperor Desolate Marshal was wary of. I understand. Lin Zhan nodded and said in a deep voice, I'll return to the Battle Kingdom now and gather as many cultivators as possible to leave together. Immortal Queen Ling Long asked, Where should we gather once we're ready? Su Zimo pondered for a moment. There's a Dragon Abyss star outside the heavenly world. Gather there. All right. Lin Zhan and the others agreed and left first. Feng Cantian said, I'll return to Tianhuang sect now and see how many people are willing to leave together. Leave this matter to others. Su Zimo said, Brother Feng, let's head to Divine Firmament Palace in a bit. When he heard that, King Yun Yu's eyes lit up. He originally thought that he would definitely die today. To think that Su Zimo had a death wish and wanted to head to Divine Firmament Palace personally. It seemed like King Jin's words before his death had worked. However, on second thought, King Yun Yu realized that the Emperor experts of the various worlds had already left. Among Su Zimo's group, the strongest were Lin Zhan, Xianxia King Fear, and a few other quasi-emperors. Could he have other backup plans since he dared to head to Divine Firmament Palace with just Feng Cantian? Feng Cantion knew that Su Zimo wanted to bring him to Divine Firmament Palace to settle scores with Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament. Will there be trouble? Feng Cantion asked. It's fine. Su Zimo smiled gently. He was not only heading to Divine Firmament Palace for Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament. There were also a few people there who could be dealt with together. Before leaving, Su Zimo looked at Yang Ruoxu and the other disciples of the academy. Brother Yang, fellow Taoist Mo Qing, why don't you follow me to the New World? We can rebuild the academy there and continue imparting the Dermic Tao of the academy. Wah! Yang Ruoxu hesitated. Although he was the current sect master of the academy, this matter involved everyone in the academy and he could not make up his mind for the time being. All right. Almost without hesitation, Mo Qing nodded in agreement. Su Zimo was stunned. He did not expect Mo Qing to agree immediately. There were too many unknowns in the New World. Only those with unreserved trust in him would agree without hesitation. Yang Ruoxu pondered for a moment and nodded and said, All right, Brother Su. I'll go back and tell the disciples of the academy that if anyone is willing to leave, I'll bring them along with you. Su Zimo thought for a moment before looking at Yunju. Before he could speak, Yunju shook her head and smiled bitterly. I want to follow you guys to the New World to take a look. But I know Father. He won't migrate the entire country just because of something you said. Su Zimo nodded. He understood Yunju's words. The Xianxia Immortal Kingdom had established itself in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain for many years and had a deep foundation. Almost all the resources and foundations were here. Apart from Lin Zhan and the other old friends of Tianhuang mainland, who would leave their hometown and travel far away just because of a thought of his. Is something going to happen to the heavenly world? Yunju looked at Su Zimo and asked softly. There were some things that Yunju could roughly guess without Su Zimo explaining too much. For Su Zimo to mobilize so many people and even say that a calamity might befall the heavenly world, it was definitely not an exaggeration. Although, she was unclear about the source of such a crisis. Possibly. Su Zimo nodded with a grim expression. If something really happens, I'll do my best to stop it. However, I can't say for sure what the outcome will be. Brother Su, thank you. Yunju cupped her fists and smiled with a carefree expression. I should be the one thanking you, Su Zimo said with a serious expression. It's all thanks to you for taking care of Tao Yao and Lu Ping while protecting Xiaoning in secret all these years. That's the reason why I managed to reunite with my sister. Su Xiaoning walked over as well and bowed to thank Yunju. We're going to seem distant if we keep thanking each other like this. Yunju smiled. Remember to tell me when you find a new world. I'll go take a look at the world you created as well. It's a deal, Su Zimo said. Yunju raised her palm and looked at Su Zimo with a smile. Su Zimo understood and raised his palm as well, slapping Yunju's gently. The two of them exchanged glances and smiled. Divine Firmament Palace. A figure sped over with a flustered expression. When he saw the three immortal emperors guarding outside the hall, he was clearly stunned. Master, something happened to Great Jin and Yen Yang. The person's tone was filled with impatience and uneasiness. What are you panicking for? Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament frowned slightly and glanced at him, berating. The person complained in his heart. Apart from the sect master of the academy, the few immortal kings who surrounded Su Zimo back then had long disappeared, and it was unknown if they were dead or alive. King Jin and immortal King Yen Yang were already dead. It was said that King Yun Yu's head had been severed and he could die at any moment. Su Zimo's return to the heavenly world this time round was clearly for revenge. Now he was the only one left. How could immortal King Qin Yang not panic? Of course, it was naturally difficult to give such a reason. Immortal King Qin Yang could only say, Master, that Feng Cantion has ill intentions. He clearly wants to take revenge for what happened back then. I heard that it was not enough for him to kill King Jin and King Tianxing. He even threatened to take revenge on you, Master. Humph! Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament sneered. He will only be killing himself if he dares to come to Divine Firmament Palace. But the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, and the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom have already. Immortal King Qin said, hesitantly. It's nothing much. Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament waved it off with an indifferent expression. Now that the medium kiliocosm is in turmoil and the structure of the heavenly world has changed drastically, the decline and destruction of such immortal kingdoms is nothing. As long as he was around, he could support another great Jin immortal kingdom at any time. In the Divine Firmament Hall, the two figures faced each other with daggers drawn, and their gazes collided in midair without dodging. The hall was filled with a murderous aura and was extremely oppressive. In this world, there were very few experts who could be fearless against the pressure of the martial Tao prime body and would not budge an inch. At the same time, since ancient times, not many people dared to confront great Emperor Feng Du who controlled the netherworld. Not only did the words of the martial Tao prime body point out that Feng Du was not a true great emperor, he also saw through his schemes in this generation. The two of them could fight at any moment. However, at the same time they had their own reservations. As the two of them confronted each other, they were weighing the pros and cons in their hearts. Actually, the martial Tao prime body did not intend to fight Great Emperor Heaven Burial at that moment. On the one hand, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight had once saved the Green Lotus true body. Back then, if Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight had not suddenly appeared with the Emperor's tomb under his control, the Green Lotus true body would have been killed by the sect master of the Academy and the creation Green Lotus would have fallen into the sect master of the Academy's hands. At that time, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight revived. In other words, Great Emperor Feng Du's consciousness was awakening in his body. The sect master of the Academy could see through the heavenly secrets and make flawless calculations. However, he could not deduce that it was Great Emperor Feng Du that was the reason why such a huge change happened. On the other hand, the Heaven Conquest battle had yet to begin. The timing was not right if he were to fight Great Emperor Feng Du now. No matter who won or lost, it would not be beneficial to the Heaven Conquest battle. And most importantly, right now, the ones in the heavenly world were only the three corpses severed by Great Emperor Feng Du. His main body had not appeared the entire time. However, the Green Lotus true body, Lin Zhan, Feng Cantian and his other old friends from Tianhuang mainland were all in the immortal domain now. Even if the martial Tao prime body could suppress Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament, Emperor Bosun and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse with lightning methods, once Great Emperor Feng Du's main body attacked and combined with the terror of the three corpses, the martial Tao prime body could not protect everyone. Even if Feng Du did not have a great emperor body, he had the essence spirit of a great emperor. That was the most troublesome part. Without using the essence martial world, even the martial Tao prime body had to focus. Furthermore, once the two of them fought, the commotion would definitely alarm the Heavenly Court and the other four Taos. The Heavenly Court would definitely stand by and do nothing. However, what would those three of the four Taos think? Apart from the Lord of Hell who was suppressed in the Avicii Hell, the Hungry Ghost Tao, Beast Tao and Azura Tao were extremely closely related to the Netherworld. They were the ones who joined forces in every Heaven Conquest battle. It was impossible for Brahma Ghost Mother, Empress Evil and Fiend Lord to stand on his side. It was already the best situation if the three of them could just watch from the sidelines. If any one of the three of them stood on the side of Feng Du, the situation would go out of control immediately. The two of them faced each other like that for a long time without saying a word. However, their thoughts were circulating rapidly. A long time ago, the martial Tao prime body even thought that if he had the chance to meet the Lord of the Netherworld, he would ask about the whereabouts of the souls of Su Hong, Yaoxue and his other old friends after they entered the Netherworld. However, after witnessing Feng Du's methods, he put away those thoughts. If he asked about them, it would be equivalent to exposing even more weaknesses to Feng Du. Of course, those were only thoughts that flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. If Feng Du really wanted to attack at that moment, he was also prepared to fight to the death in advance. Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament suddenly laughed. That laugh diluted the killing intent between the two of them significantly. There's no need for this between us. What do you think? Surprisingly, Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament took a step back and asked with a smile. The martial Tao prime body had a calm gaze and did not comment. In reality, although the martial Tao prime body was cautious, Great Emperor Heaven Burial was rather wary of him as well. He was not afraid of his own safety. That was because it was impossible for the martial Tao Prime body to kill him. However, Heaven Burial was afraid that the 3 corpses he severed would be destroyed by the martial Tao Prime body and his efforts would be in vain. The 3 corpses he severed in this generation had already cultivated to the peak of the Emperor realm. All these years, thanks to the sacrifices of so many dead souls, he was only a step away from his final plan. It was way too difficult for him to become a true great emperor. The martial Tao Prime body was right. He did not have a physical body. If he wanted to become a great emperor, he could only take another path. It did not mean that as long as he had a great emperor essence spirit and he found a great emperor body, he would be able to fuse the two to become a true great emperor immediately. That would be too simple. He would not have had to go through so much effort to sever the 3 corpses before reviving them with the great emperor tombs. Even with a great emperor body, every single drop of flesh and blood had to contain the dermic Tao of that great emperor or the essence spirit would not be able to match perfectly. As long as there was any conflict between the essence spirit, physical body and bloodline, the dermic Tao could not be perfected. He would not be a true great emperor. The only way he could achieve a perfect synthesis was after his good, evil and self corpses became great emperors and fused together. That was because the good, evil and self corpses were all him. That entire process would be like a severed arm reconnecting. We've already cultivated to this level. From where we are, look at those living beings outside. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament pointed into the distance, his gaze seemingly covering the entire heavenly world. Actually, in our eyes, they're like ants. There's no need for you to care. Even the few people standing outside the hall are actually just slightly larger ants. Desolate Marshal. I don't want to be your enemy. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament smiled and said, You seem to have some grudges with them. To show my sincerity, I'll hand them over to you to deal with. How about that? Of the 4 people guarding outside, 3 of them were Emperor experts. However, in the eyes of Great Emperor Heaven Burial, these Emperor experts were only slightly larger ants. Even though the 3 emperors had long submitted, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament did not care about their lives and could casually send them out and hand them over to the martial Tao Prime body. In reality, regardless of whether Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament handed them over or not, the martial Tao Prime body would definitely kill them. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament's actions were nothing more than a convenient favor. The few of you come in. Before the martial Tao Prime body could speak, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament raised his voice. Outside the Divine Firmament Hall, Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament, Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament and Immortal Emperor White Firmament had been waiting bitterly for a long time. Now that they heard Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament's words, they were overjoyed and hurriedly walked towards the Divine Firmament Hall. Immortal King Qingyang gulped and followed behind the 3 immortal emperors. Under normal circumstances, he would not have the chance to come into contact with Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament at all. Now, he could use the opportunity of the 3 immortal emperors meeting Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament to get to know him. Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament, Immortal Emperor White Firmament, and Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament stepped into the Divine Firmament Hall and were stunned when they looked up. The person standing opposite Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament was not Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma or Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. Instead, it was a purple-robed cultivator wearing a silver mask. This outfit, almost at the same time, the 3 immortal emperors thought of someone. Emperor Desolate Marshal. The hearts of the 3 immortal emperors trembled. Emperor Desolate Marshal had actually descended into the heavenly world and stayed in the hall with Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament for so long. The 3 immortal emperors could vaguely sense that Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament and Emperor Desolate Marshal did not seem to be on good terms. Earlier on, when they were guarding outside the hall, they could still sense some killing intent seeping out. The more that was the case, the calmer the 3 immortal emperors became. From the looks of it, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament was clearly a terrifying expert who could stand against Emperor Desolate Marshal. This also proved that their choice to submit to Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament immediately back then was right. Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament thought to himself that he was lucky. Fortunately, He had made preparations in advance and sought protection from Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament. Otherwise, given Feng Xantian's menacing attitude and Emperor Desolate Marshal's appearance, it would be difficult for him to survive this tribulation. "Greetings, Master." Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament and the other two stepped forward and knelt down. Under normal circumstances, there was no need for them to bow as Emperor experts. Even against great Emperor experts, there was no need for that. However, all these years, under the terrifying methods of Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament, even immortal emperors had to kneel and bow in front of him. Immortal King Xianxia hurriedly knelt down as well. "Get up." Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament smiled. The three immortal emperors and Immortal King Xianxia stood up. "This must be Emperor Desolate Marshal, right?" Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament looked at the Martial Dao Prime body and said in a deep voice, "It was no wonder that Feng Xantian dared to be so fearless and come to the territory of my immortal domain to start a massacre. Emperor Desolate Marshal, there's something you might not know yet. Right now, I'm not in charge of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. The entire 9 Firmament Immortal Domain has been unified under the rule of Master." Although Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament's words seemed to be posing a question to the Martial Dao Prime body, he was actually expressing his stand. At the same time, he mentioned Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament. The Martial Dao Prime body did not say anything and did not even look at Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament smiled and did not say anything. "Master, Feng Xantian and the others are here." Right then, Immortal King Xianxia said softly, Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament and the other two swept their spirit consciousnesses and saw that Su Zimo and Feng Xantian had already arrived above Divine Firmament Palace and were walking towards the hall. Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament sneered when he saw that. The reason why Feng Xantian dared to come here was definitely because he had the backing of Emperor Desolate Marshal. However, he was also protected by Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament. If Feng Xantian wanted to take revenge on him, he had to ask Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament for his permission. Feng Xantian was only an immortal king after all. How important could he be to Emperor Desolate Marshal? Could Emperor Desolate Marshal fight Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament because of an immortal king? As for him, he was an emperor expert. It was impossible for Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament to give up on a top-notch helper like him so easily. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo and Feng Xantian had already arrived in the hall. With Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament presiding over the situation, when Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament saw Feng Xantian enter, he was prepared to express his dominance as he suddenly shouted, "Lowlifes, how dare you not kneel down in the presence of Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament? Although I'm from the lower worlds, I don't have this habit. I can't compare to someone with a noble bloodline from the upper world like you who likes to kneel to others." Feng Xantian glanced at Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament and stood proudly, saying indifferently. Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament's expression turned cold as he said slowly, "How dare you try to argue in front of Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament? The 9 Firmament Immortal Domain is not a place where you can behave brazenly." Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament's tone seemed unyielding, but in fact, he was referring to Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament. He was using the status of Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament to pressure Feng Xantian. "This person is too noisy. I'll help you kill him." Right then, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament suddenly spoke. The hall fell silent instantly. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament was clearly saying those words to Emperor Desolate Marshal. Who did Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament want to kill? Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill. He suddenly turned around and looked at Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament high above, saying, "Master, I..." Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament extended his finger and tapped gently in the void. Dong! Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament suddenly heard a distant drumbeat. Initially, it was still far away in the horizon. However, it arrived beside his ear in the blink of an eye. In a flash, Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament's hair was already white and his face was withered. He was at the end of his lifespan. At that moment, a look of confusion, unwillingness and fear flashed through Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament's eyes. In the end, he turned into a skinny dried corpse and collapsed in the hall, dead. This emperor expert who had ruled the divine firmament immortal domain for millions of years died in this palace that he had established single-handedly. When Feng Cantion saw that, he shook his head internally and sighed. Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament only moved his finger, and in less than a breath, an emperor expert died. Immortal King Qingyang was so frightened that his face turned pale. His legs went limp and he could barely stand. Logically, he should not be in such a state given his perfected grotto heaven realm. However, the two people in the hall today were way too terrifying. Even Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament could not survive for more than a breath. He was like an ant in front of the two of them. Not to mention him, Immortal Emperor White Firmament and Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament were shocked as well when they saw that. Their expressions changed drastically and they were terrified and uneasy. The death of Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament made the two of them realize that the relationship between Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament and Emperor Desolate Marshal seemed to be different from their initial judgment. At the very least, Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament was unwilling to become enemies with Emperor Desolate Marshal because of an Emperor expert. So, what did the three of you want? Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament looked at the three of them and asked with a smile. Immortal Emperor White Firmament and the other two looked at Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament's smile and felt their blood run cold. I have nothing to do with Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament, and there's no feud between me and fellow Taoist Feng Cantion. Immortal Emperor White Firmament hurriedly explained this matter to avoid misunderstandings. Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament had just lost his life because of his confrontation with Feng Cantion. Who would dare to provoke him? Thereafter, Immortal Emperor White Firmament shifted his gaze and looked at Su Zimo, saying in a deep voice, "Master, I'm here mainly because of this person." Of course, Immortal Emperor White Firmament could tell that Su Zimo was clearly on the same side as Feng Cantion. However, Su Zimo was not from Tianhuang sect and had nothing to do with Emperor Desolate Marshal. It was impossible for Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament to kill them just because of Su Zimo. When this lad arrived in the White Firmament Immortal domain, he suppressed King Yunyu without any explanation. Not only that, he even burned the ginseng fruit tree of Jade Firmament Palace to ashes. I'm extremely heartbroken. At that point, Immortal Emperor White Firmament's voice was filled with emotion as he said bitterly, "Master, after you unified the Nine Firmaments, I've been taking good care of that ginseng fruit tree. I was waiting for it to bear ginseng fruits so that I can offer them to you. Who knew that this lad would destroy it? His intentions are punishable and his crimes are unforgivable." Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament said in a deep voice as well, "Fellow Taoist Feng Cantion and I don't know each other and have no grudges. I'm also here because of this person. Master, this Su Zimo fellow relied on a few emperor experts from other worlds to do whatever he wanted in our immortal domains and disregarded your authority. Please kill him as a warning to others." When Immortal King Qingyang saw that, he said hurriedly, "The reason why Su Zimo dares to be so arrogant and presumptuous is because he has a grade 12 creation green lotus body. Master, I wanted to snatch it and offer it to you back then. However, he managed to escape." Immortal King Qingyang's words were even more sinister. While flattering Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament, he also revealed the matter of Su Zimo's creation Green Lotus body, wanting to attract the attention of Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament. After the three of them gave their complaints, the hall became abnormally quiet and there was no reaction from Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament. Immortal Emperor White Firmament stole a glance at Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament. Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament was looking at the three of them with a faint smile that carried a chilling strangeness. Immortal Emperor White Firmament was shocked. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Su Zimo who was not far away. Su Zimo had a calm expression without any fear. In fact, he had no intention of arguing with them. Something was amiss. Earlier on, after Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament was killed, Immortal Emperor White Firmament was shocked when he was suddenly questioned by Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament. As such, in his panic, he did not think too much and targeted Su Zimo. Now that he had calmed down, the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Su Zimo was so calm that he dared to come with Feng Cantion. What was his reliance? Feng Xantian's backing was Emperor Desolate Martial. Could Su Zimo's backing be Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament? Furthermore, Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament's silent attitude and the strange smile on his face clearly proved that this matter was not that simple. At that thought, Immortal Emperor White Firmament was already breaking out in cold sweat. However, he remained calm and tried his best to maintain his composure. He changed the topic. Of course, I was just angry just now. There's no need to take my words of spite seriously. There might be some misunderstanding. Master, please decide how best to deal with this matter. Immortal Emperor White Firmament had lived for millions of years and he had been perfectly tactful with his words, allowing him a way out regardless of the outcome. If it was confirmed that he was merely thinking too much, he could fall out with the other party at any moment as well. Since Immortal Emperor White Firmament could notice something amiss, Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament naturally reacted as well. Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament chuckled. I was a little agitated earlier on. Indeed, this matter might be as Brother White Firmament said. There might be some misunderstanding. Pausing for a moment, Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament looked at Su Zimo and nodded slightly. I'm only here this time round to seek an explanation and have no ill intentions. I hope that you can understand, fellow Taoist Su. Suddenly, their tones changed drastically and their attitudes were evidently softened. In fact, there was an implied meaning in their words. As long as Su Zimo said that it was a misunderstanding, the two of them would let bygones be bygones. Immortal King Qingyang was stunned on the spot. He could not react for a moment and could not keep up with the rhythm of the two immortal emperors. He even felt like he had been played by the two immortal emperors. Although Immortal Emperor White Firmament and Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament wanted to let bygones be bygones, King Yunyu was unwilling to. He had already fallen to such a state. His head was severed and his essence spirit was severely injured. He was sealed inside and even if he broke free, he would not be able to live for long. Since he was already a dead man, what was there to be afraid of? King Yunyu shouted, Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament. Su Zimo has Rakshasa sin spirits by his side. Furthermore, they're all kings and quasi-emperors. There's a high chance that the destruction of the Rakshasa sin ground is related to this person. It's an unforgivable sin to collude with evil fiends and sin spirits. Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament could not help but laugh. Immortal Emperor White Firmament. King Yunyu and the others frowned secretly and were puzzled. They did not know what Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament was laughing about. He seemed to be really happy, as though he had heard the most interesting thing in the world. Fufu. Su Zimo smiled as well. It might be useful for King Yunyu to tell anyone else about the Rakshasa sin spirits. However, the single person he could not tell it to was Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament. When he heard Su Zimo's laughter, for some unknown reason, King Yunyu suddenly felt a little flustered. Until now, Su Zimo had yet to kill him. So, just why did Su Zimo bring him here? What are you laughing at? King Yunyu asked sternly. I just want you to die in peace. Su Zimo said indifferently. Right then, in the hall, Emperor Desolate Martial, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. He turned to look at Immortal Emperor White Firmament and the other two. Indeed, there should be an explanation for everything. When they heard that, Immortal Emperor White Firmament and the other two were energized. Unexpectedly, before Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament expressed his stance, Emperor Desolate Martial stood out first, as though he was supporting their demand for an explanation. Emperor Desolate Martial, what do you think? Immortal Emperor White Firmament cupped his hands respectfully and asked. Right in front of the three of them, Emperor Desolate Martial raised his hand slowly and removed the silver mask from his face, revealing his true appearance. His gaze was like a torch as he asked slowly, Is this a satisfactory explanation? This face had fair skin and delicate features. In fact, it was even a little good-looking. However, in the eyes of Immortal Emperor White Firmament, it was as though he had seen the greatest horror in the world. Hiss! Immortal Emperor White Firmament and the other two gasped. Their pupils constricted and their hair stood on end. Their bodies turned cold and their scalps almost exploded. Su Zimo was grabbing onto King Yun Yu's long hair. However, at that moment, Su Zimo could clearly sense a violent struggle and convulsion in King Yun Yu's head. Thereafter, it gradually calmed down. Su Zimo swept his gaze. King Yun Yu's eyes widened with fear and his life force drained. In his consciousness, his essence spirit shattered and his soul dissipated. He was already dead. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo did not attack. However, King Yun Yu's soul was scared out of its wits when he saw the true appearance of the martial Tao prime body. His essence spirit was severely injured to begin with and was extremely weak. Previously, when he saw King Jin, King Tianxing and the others die tragically in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, it was a torture for him. Now that he was suddenly given such a huge fright, his essence spirit could no longer withstand it after that struggle and he scared himself to death. Before he died, he finally understood why Su Zimo had once said that he would definitely die even if he obtained the creation Green Lotus back then. So, it was because he was up against such a terrifying existence. Immortal King Qingyang only widened his eyes and stood rooted to the ground. His mind blank. What had he done? The few of them actually wanted to get their hands on Emperor Desolate Martial's creation Green Lotus. Immortal Emperor White Firmament and Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament had just guessed countless possibilities. In fact, Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament was contemplating that Su Zimo was from Tianhuang mainland as well. Since Feng Santian's sect was called Tianhuang sect, perhaps Su Zimo had already joined Tianhuang sect too. However, the two of them had not expected Su Zimo to be Emperor Desolate Martial. When they saw Emperor Desolate Martial's true appearance, the two immortal emperors felt as though they had seen a ghost. Escape. Thousands of thoughts flashed through the minds of the two immortal emperors. In the end, that was the only word left. That was because the two of them knew that even if they knelt down and begged for mercy, Emperor Desolate Martial would not let them off. Boom! Boom! Without another word, the two immortal emperors propped up their worlds and turned to run. The martial Tao prime body looked at the two of them. As he opened his eyes, two balls of flames appeared in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, two scarlet flames appeared beneath their feet. The flames contained a power that made the hearts of the two immortal emperors palpitate. This was the aura of the Tao, a taboo technique. The expressions of the two immortal emperors changed in shock. Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament was only an ordinary emperor. He could not even withstand the dragon phoenix flames that the martial Tao prime body originally controlled. As for the scarlet flame, it was a taboo technique that evolved after the dragon phoenix flame fused with the vermilion bird heavenly fire, vermilion bird Tao fire. In an instant, Immortal Emperor Elixir Firmament was devoured by the vermilion bird Tao fire and burned to ashes. In the face of the vermilion bird Tao fire, his minor world was ignited instantly like a dead leaf, turning his body and essence spirit into ashes as well. Even though Immortal Emperor White Firmament was a peak emperor, he could not defend against the power of a taboo technique either. Ah! Immortal Emperor White Firmament only lasted for a few more breaths. Amidst a series of tragic cries, he had just run to the entrance of the hall when his perfected world melted. The vermilion bird Tao fire burned him into a gigantic fireball and he collapsed before the entrance of the hall. Gradually, he fell silent and died, his essence spirit destroyed. Immortal Emperor White Firmament fed the ginseng fruit tree with billions of babies. His sins were monstrous and innumerable. Everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers of White Firmament Palace was burned to ashes by Su Zimo. Although Immortal Emperor White Firmament managed to escape calamity at that time, he could not escape the fate of being burned to ashes in the end and died with the billions of babies. The moment the vermilion bird Tao fire rose, Immortal King Qingyang was burned into nothingness by the high temperature emitted by the vermilion bird Tao fire and was completely erased from the world. Compared to King Jin, Immortal King Yenyang, King Yun Yu and the others, Immortal King Qingyang's death was much easier. Tisk, tisk. Looking at the two balls of flames, Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament clapped and smiled, praising sincerely, "Good methods." Su Zimo and Feng Cantion exchanged glances before turning to leave. "See, I told you so." Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament smiled. These Emperor experts are only slightly larger ants. For people like you and me, it's too easy to crush them. The martial Dao prime body was expressionless and put on the Mara mask silently. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament continued. Desolate Marshal, you have to know that great emperors are not the end of cultivation. Only by ascending to the major kiliacosm can one find the answer to eternal life. Desolate Marshal, you have to look further ahead. Don't limit yourself to the medium kiliacosm. Don't care about the lives of the living beings of the 10,000 races. They have nothing to do with you and me. How can there be no sacrifices if we want to succeed in the heaven conquest battle? As long as we can break through the heavenly court, it's worth it even if we have to refine all the living beings of the medium kiliacosm. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament's voice sounded softly, as though it contained a bewitching power that was difficult to resist. You're even worse than the heavenly court. Suddenly, the martial Dao prime body turned around and looked at Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament coldly. The two of them exchanged glances, and Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament realized that the martial Dao prime body was not affected by him at all. The martial Dao prime body said, "The 9 heavens shall serve as the court and enslave all living beings. Although they blocked the path of ascension for all living beings of the 10,000 races, at the very least, the living beings can still survive in this world, albeit ignobly. However, for the sake of the heaven conquest battle, you have no qualms about killing all the living beings of the 10,000 races." This was the most ridiculous reason. Heaven burial. The martial Dao prime body said, "In fact, I suspect that your true goal has never been the heaven conquest battles. You've merely been using it as an excuse to complete your personal ambitions." Even the martial Dao prime body could not guess Great Emperor Heaven Burial's ambition and true motive. Of course, becoming a great emperor was only his first step. However, his final goal might not be the heaven conquest battle. The martial Dao prime body had spoken to the Fiend Lord as well. The Fiend Lord might have his own selfish motives, but from his words, he could sense that the Fiend Lord's goal had always been the heavenly court. However, Heaven Burial's goal seemed to be all the living beings of the medium kiliacosm. He. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament did not admit or explain. He only laughed in a slightly maniacal manner. Heaven Burial. The martial Dao prime body did not look at Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament. Instead, he stared at the ground. His gaze seemed to penetrate endless space and land on the netherworld. He said indifferently, "With me around in this generation, you'd better not do anything rash." "Are you threatening me?" Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament narrowed his eyes with a cold gaze. "It's not a threat. It's just a piece of advice." The martial Dao prime body's tone was indifferent, and he did not stay any longer. Walking out of the hall, the matter of the heavenly world had already ended. His goal for coming to meet Great Emperor Heaven Burial had already been achieved as well. When he arrived at the entrance of the hall, the martial Dao prime body suddenly stopped. He did not turn around. Instead, his back was facing Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament as he said slowly, "Before leaving, I'll give you another piece of advice. I hope you will behave yourself and don't become the second Lord of Hell." Those words had already expressed the intentions of the martial Dao prime body and could be said to be filled with killing intent. What happened to the Lord of Hell? Back then, he was suppressed by Great Emperor Infinite domineeringly. Although he did not die, he was still trapped in Avicii Hell and could not escape. The moment he said that, the temperature in the hall plummeted. Up till this point of their conversation, from their initial probing to their aggression later on, everything had been rather restrained. However, the martial Dao prime body had fully revealed his ultimatum by saying those words. The killing intent in those words was way too strong. Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament's hair stood on end from this killing intent. Suddenly, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament let out a terrifying strange laugh. How bold! Throughout history, there had never been anyone who would dare to speak to me like this. Desolate Marshal, you think too simply of me. I'm different from the Lord of Hell and the others. No one can kill me. Even if Great Emperor Infinite reincarnates, he won't be able to kill or suppress me. The martial Tao prime body did not turn around and left the divine firmament hall. Fu, desolate marshal. Let me give you a piece of advice as well before you leave. Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament's voice sounded again. Suddenly, it became sinister and cold, as though they had suddenly entered the netherworld. I advise you keep your head clear. I don't want to see you become the second great Emperor Infinite. This was his ultimatum as well. The martial Tao prime body stopped in his tracks and turned around. He looked deeply at Immortal Emperor Nine Firmament in the darkness of the hall before turning to leave. Dragon Abyss Star. This was a star that wandered outside the heavenly world and could not enjoy the blessings of the Builder Tree. As such, the heaven and earth essence chi here was thin. Almost all the living beings gathered here were from the lower worlds. No native immortal of the upper world was willing to come here. There was only an incident slightly more than 10,000 years ago when a treasure appeared in an abyss of the Dragon Abyss Star. At that time, many exalted immortals were attracted, and an earth-shaking battle erupted here, broadening the horizons of the living beings of the lower worlds on the Dragon Abyss Star. Apart from that, the Dragon Abyss Star had always been relatively calm. The heavenly world was in chaos, but no one took a fancy to the star with poor essence chi. The flames of war naturally did not burn here. After all, the Dragon Abyss Star could only be considered an inconspicuous star in the territory of Green Cloud County under the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Recently, more and more heavenly world experts had descended. However, the formation and scale this time round were much more terrifying than 10,000 years ago. The aura that some experts revealed inadvertently made many living beings on the Dragon Abyss Star feel immense pressure and unease. The essence chi on the Dragon Abyss Star was thin and resources were scarce. Those who could cultivate to become Grade 9 Black Immortals here were already people with exceptional talent. At this point, as long as one had the ability, almost everyone would choose to head to the mainland of the heavenly world to seek a better cultivation environment. Therefore, in the past, there were almost no Grade 1 Earth Immortals on the Dragon Abyss Star. However, there were now so many experts from the mainland of the heavenly world gathered here. The living beings of the lower worlds had no idea what was happening. The only thing that made many living beings feel relieved was that after a period of time, these experts from the mainland of the heavenly world did not hurt anyone on the Dragon Abyss Star. They merely found a desolate spot on the Dragon Abyss Star to settle down for the time being. What was even stranger was that these heavenly world experts came in different batches. From their clothes, they were clearly from different factions. However, the experts were rather friendly to each other and there had never been any conflict. Snow Wind Ridge. More than 10,000 years ago, Snow Wind Ridge was not considered a powerful faction on the Dragon Abyss Star. However, later on, after a living being of the lower worlds ascended, he descended on Snow Wind Ridge and changed the structure and territory of the entire Dragon Abyss Star in just over 100 years. He helped Snow Wind Ridge become one of the largest factions on the Dragon Abyss Star in a single leap. However, after that living being of the lower worlds left the Dragon Abyss Star later on, there had been no news of him. All these years, under the management of the Ridge Lord, Yu Hao and Xia Qingying, Snow Wind Ridge developed steadily. Although they had experienced a few wars, they were safe and sound. In the hall of Snow Wind Ridge, Xia Qingying, Duan Tianliang, Xin Fei, Gu Wenjun and the others were gathered here. Ridge Lord Yu Hao was not around. Xia Qingying sat on the main seat of the hall with a reminiscent expression as she recounted the past to a 6-year-old child beside her. Duan Tianliang and the others chimed in occasionally as well. It was not a long story and Xia Qingying seemed troubled. As such, she did not explain in detail and was done before long. The child's eyes were lively and would only calm down when he listened to stories. At that moment, he raised his head slightly and looked at Xia Qingying, asking curiously, "Mother, what happened after that?" Xia Qingying smiled. "After that, your Uncle Su left Snow Wind Ridge and headed to the mainland of the heavenly world to adventure." Duan Tianliang said, "With Boss Su's capabilities, he's definitely not inferior to those paragons in the mainland of the heavenly world. Now that 10,000 years have passed, he's probably already a top Earth Immortal or even a Heaven Immortal." Xin Fei sighed. Speaking of which, it's because fellow Taoist Su left behind many essence spirit stones and other resources before he left back then that we were able to cultivate to this extent in just over 10,000 years. Almost everyone in the hall had cultivated to the level of grade 8 and 9 black immortals. That was almost the peak cultivation realm on the Dragon Abyss star. All these years, only Yu Hao had stepped into the Earth immortal realm 1,000 years ago. However, given the poor cultivation environment and scarce resources, Yu Hao was still only a grade 1 Earth immortal after 1,000 years and made no progress. Initially, everyone planned on heading to the mainland of the heavenly world to explore together and take a look at the vast territory of Green Cloud County. However, with so many people suddenly appearing on the Dragon Abyss star, Yu Hao guessed that something major might have happened in the heavenly world. The Dragon Abyss star was outside the mainland of the heavenly world and was isolated from news of the outside world. Therefore, Yu Hao decided to head to the Green Cloud County of the mainland of the heavenly world to investigate before making a decision. During this period of time, 2 of the experts came to visit. Xianxia and the others could not see through the cultivation realms of the people who came to visit, so they had to be heaven immortals at the very least. However, the 2 experts did not put on any airs or hurt them. Instead, they invited them to an unknown place to establish a new world together. Xianxia asked, "Those 2 exalted immortals, Lin Lei and Lin Luo, everyone, what do you think about them? We know too little about them." Duan Tianliang stroked his chin. According to the 2 exalted immortals, they don't even know where they're going. That's not reliable. I feel that the 2 exalted immortals are good people and do things openly. They don't have any ill intentions towards us, Gu Wenjun said. Shen Fei pouted. You can't judge a book by its cover. This decision concerns the lives of countless brothers of Snow Wind Ridge. It's best to be careful. We'll wait until my husband returns and see if he managed to find out anything. Xianxia sighed gently. Yu Hao had already been gone for a few days and there was no news of him. She could not help but feel worried. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from outside. Everyone looked over and saw a travel-worn figure rushing back. It was Yu Hao. Everyone stood up. Something has indeed happened in the heavenly world. When Yu Hao arrived in the hall, he said, "It's a mess over there. I didn't dare to go too far and only heard a few things. The great Gene Immortal Kingdom has already been destroyed." "Ah!" everyone exclaimed. Yu Hao said, "I heard that the king of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom was killed someone called Fiend King Heavenly Wrath of the Fiend Domain. The king of another immortal kingdom was also killed by some Yuxia ghost. It's too chaotic over there. Many big shots have appeared one after another. Immortal King Creation, Battle King. These are all peerless experts we've never heard of. Father, what's the names of these Fiend Kings and Immortal Kings?" The child could not help but ask. Yu Hao smiled. "Yiming, how could I have found out about the names of these peerless experts? I didn't dare to ask about them brashly either." Xianxia roughly explained the matter of the 2 exalted immortals visiting and inviting everyone from Snow Wind Ridge to leave the Dragon Abyss star for an unknown place. "Hubby, what do you think?" Xianxia asked. Yu Hao pondered for a long time before saying slowly, "I suggest that we bide our time. Our foundation is here. If we want to migrate, it means that we have to abandon everything we've built over the years. Furthermore, no one knows where that unknown place is or what it will look like. Perhaps its cultivation environment is inferior to the Dragon Abyss star." "Brother Su, so, this was the place you ascended to?" "That's right. I stayed here for more than 100 years before leaving." "Haha. It's no wonder you asked us to gather here. You must still be thinking about some old friends here from back then, right?" Right then, a conversation sounded from outside. The voice sounded familiar to everyone in the hall. The guards of Snow Wind Ridge did not give any warning. The group of people outside seemed to have descended from the skies of Snow Wind Ridge out of thin air, and a series of discussions could be heard. Although one of the voices sounded familiar and Yu Hao, Xianxia and the others were shocked, they did not have time to think and stood up one after another, walking out of the hall. Dozens of figures stood in midair and looked around. There were men, women, old and young in this group of people. Some of the women were so beautiful that they were indescribable. They were really like fairies who were untainted by the mortal world. Some experts emitted powerful demonic chi and had tiger heads. They did not belong to the human race at all. The only similarity was that their cultivation levels were very high. They were so high that no one from Snow Wind Ridge could detect them at all. 3 figures stood at the front of the group. The voice of the person on the left was loud and clear like thunder. As he chatted and laughed, he was carefree and unrestrained. However, as his gaze shifted, lightning flashed and he could not be looked at directly. The person on the right was tall and burly with a steady bearing. Every move he made carried the dignity of someone who had been in power for a long time. He looked familiar and they seemed to have seen him from somewhere before. The person in the middle had green robes and black hair. He had refined features and a smile, looking like a gentle scholar. Boss Su. Duan Tianliang seemed to have discovered something and his voice was trembling with excitement. Yu Hao's eyes widened as well. He looked at the green-robed cultivator in the lead and could not help but say in surprise and joy, "Xiang, look, that person seems to be." At that moment, Xia Qingying looked at the figure in a daze with disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Xin Fei, Gu Wenjun and the others noticed the green-robed man as well and were stunned on the spot. Even if everyone recognized him, they did not dare to acknowledge him rashly when they saw him standing with the surrounding exalted immortals and chatting casually. This feeling was like 2 childhood playmates reuniting many years later and realizing that the other party had already become an official with a high status. This distance was indescribable. Right then, the green-robed cultivator turned around and saw everyone from Snow Wind Ridge as well. He descended and walked towards everyone, cupping his fists gently. "Everyone, how have you been? Brother Su, exalted immortal Su, is it really you?" Yu Hao said 2 words before realizing something. He changed his words hurriedly and asked carefully. Su Zimo waved it off and smiled. "Exalted immortal? There's no room for such lousy rules of hierarchy between us." When he heard that familiar tone, Duan Tianliang was finally certain and shouted excitedly, "Boss Su, it's really you. YUV made it after being away for just 10,000 years. Lin Zhan, Feng Cantian, Night Spirit, Tiger, Nian Qi, Xiaoning and Demoness Ji descended one after another. Everyone could not help but laugh when they heard that straightforward statement. "Kind of." Su Zimo chuckled as well. Xin Fei, Gu Wenjun and the others hurriedly went forward to greet him. However, when they reunited, apart from being excited, everyone from Snow Wind Ridge was a little restrained and nervous. "Mother, who is he?" The child who was snuggling beside Xia Qingying blinked his lively eyes and looked at Su Zimo curiously, asking softly, "Him?" Xia Qingying's eyes reddened as she whispered, "He's that Uncle Su I mentioned to you, the one who helped our Snow Wind Ridge tide through many difficulties." "Ah!" the child exclaimed and looked at Su Zimo with sparkling eyes. Xia Qingying looked at Su Zimo with endless emotions and a conflicted expression. More than 10,000 years ago, she knew that the person before her was like a divine dragon who had no choice but to hide on Dragon Abyss Star because he encountered an accident. One day this person would leave. She had never even thought that there would be a chance for them to meet again. 10,000 odd years passed unknowingly for everyone from Snow Wind Ridge and there was not much change. However, the moment they saw Su Zimo, everyone felt a sense of distance. It turned out that after 10,000 odd years, that person had already walked so far on the great Tao of cultivation. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the child and he beckoned with a smile. Even some old friends of Snow Wind Ridge would become a little reserved in front of Su Zimo. However, the child did not show any fear. When he saw Su Zimo waving, he ran over excitedly and looked up at Su Zimo. "What's your name?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. "Yiming, Yu Yiming." The child's eyes lit up as he replied crisply. Su Zimo smiled and reached out to rub the child's head gently. The child blinked. This was originally a very ordinary action. His parents and other uncles often treated him like this as well. However, for some unknown reason, when Uncle Su's palm landed on the top of his head, he felt a warm current surge into his body and flow to his limbs and bones. He felt his body warm and comfortable. The pores on his body seemed to have opened. The child felt sleepy and his eyelids gradually became heavy. In his daze, he could not help but recall a poem his mother had read to him. The immortal caresses my head and binds my hair to bestow me with longevity. He's just asleep. Don't worry, Suzimo said with a smile. This was only a 6-year-old child. For his body to suddenly undergo such a huge transformation, he could not take it anymore. That was why he fell asleep to slowly digest the change. Initially, Yu Hao and Xia Qingying were a little worried. However, before long, their eyes widened. Their child was silently breaking through in his sleep. After breaking through 3 times in a row, he was already a grade 4 black immortal. Yu Hao and Xia Qingying were surprised and delighted. It was clear that Su Zimo was giving their child an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, he broke through 3 cultivation realms. On the Dragon Abyss Star, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break through a single cultivation realm. The methods that Su Zimo displayed now were like a miracle to the 2 of them. In reality, given Yu Hao and Xia Qingying's cultivation realms, they could not tell the opportunity Su Zimo gave the child at all. Breaking through 3 cultivation realms was only the most surface-level change. The greatest opportunity Su Zimo gave this child was to make use of the power of the creation Green Lotus to help him undergo tendons transformation and marrow cleansing. He would be reborn and shed his mortal body, allowing his physique and bloodline to undergo a metamorphosis and lay a foundation for his cultivation. This child would achieve twice the results with half the effort on his future cultivation path. Su Zimo's gaze shifted and landed on a jade bracelet on the child 1's wrist. He pierced his fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood that landed on the jade bracelet. He refined it with his spirit consciousness and fused the drop of blood into the jade bracelet, forming exquisite blood patterns on it. Naturally, everyone from Snow Wind Ridge could not make anything out of it. However, Lin Zhan, Feng Cantian, and the others knew that although there was only a single drop of blood, it was the essence blood of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. Even if this child could cultivate to the perfected 1 realm, this jade bracelet would still be of immense use to him. Xia Qingying thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "Fellow Taoist Su, you came at the right time. There's something we can't make up our minds about and want to ask you. About leaving the Dragon Abyss Star, right?" Su Zimo smiled and had already guessed what was going on. Xia Qingying nodded. Some time ago, 2 exalted immortals named Lin Lei and Lin Luo came to Snow Wind Ridge and invited us to an unknown place. When Lin Zhan heard that, he suddenly asked, "Did those 2 bully you guys with their cultivation realm advantage?" "And no," Xia Qingying waved it off hurriedly. "Those 2 exalted immortals were very nice and were very polite to us cultivators who ascended from the lower worlds." Duan Tianliang could not help but say, "Those 2 were not condescending and domineering like the other exalted immortals at all. I even feel that it's unreal." Lin Zhan nodded in approval. Immortal Queen Linglong could not help but hit Lin Zhan gently and said angrily, "It's Layer and Linner. Have some confidence." Everyone from Snow Wind Ridge had strange expressions when they saw that. Su Zimo swept his spirit consciousness and understood the cultivation realms of Xia Qingying and the others. The living beings who could ascend to the upper world were all talented. If it was in another cultivation environment with rich heaven and earth essence chi, their cultivation realms would definitely not be limited to this. At the very least, they would be able to advance to the earth immortal realm. Su Zimo said, "I suggest that you leave this place. The essence chi on the Dragon Abyss Star is too thin and the situation in the heavenly world is chaotic. It's no longer a good place. It's better for you to head over and open a new world with us rather than staying here." "Fellow Taoist Su, are you going too?" Yu Hao asked. Su Zimo nodded. When Yu Hao, Xia Qingying, and the others heard that, they exchanged glances and nodded almost without hesitation. "In that case, will you go too?" Although they did not know Lin Lei and Lin Luo, everyone from Snow Wind Ridge believed in Su Zimo. Su Zimo said, "Yes, make preparations as soon as possible and see how many people are willing to leave together. At that time, someone will come and fetch you guys to board an immortal boat and set off together." After giving a few more instructions, Su Zimo and the others did not stay in Snow Wind Ridge for long before heading elsewhere. Everyone from Snow Wind Ridge sighed endlessly as they watched Su Zimo and the others leave. Duan Tianliang lamented. To think that Boss Su would already be doing so well after just 10,000 years. The cultivation realms of those people with him don't look low. They might even be at the Heaven Immortal realm. They're probably more than just Heaven Immortals. After all, Yu Hao had already entered the Earth Immortal realm and had been to the mainland of the heavenly world once. His horizons were broader than others, and he said in a deep voice, I reckon that there might be perfected immortals among this group of people. For example, that burly man with a sharp gaze and extraordinary bearing might be a perfected immortal. Suddenly, Xia Qingying said, Hubby, do you think fellow Taoist Su and the others might be related to the peerless experts you mentioned earlier on? That's possible. Yu Hao's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. From fellow Taoist Su's stance, he seems like he's able to mobilize some people. It's very likely that he's under the command of someone like King Heavenly Wrath, Immortal King Creation, or the Battle King. Shen Fei smiled. In that case, we might have a chance to meet those big shots if we follow fellow Taoist Su. Su Zimo and the others stayed on the Dragon Abyss Star for more than 10 days. Apart from gathering some living beings of the lower worlds of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, Fiend Domain and Pure Land of Bliss, everyone also scattered to the surroundings of the heavenly world. A portion of living beings of the lower worlds on some stars similar to the Dragon Abyss Star were gathered as well. However, there were still too few people who were willing to leave their hometowns and follow them to an unknown place. The uncertainty of the future was enough to make many cultivators retreat. There were countless unimaginable dangers to traveling through the starry skies. It was unknown if everyone could find a suitable place to rest. Not to mention opening a new world. Even with the call of the Battle Kingdom, Tianhuang Sect and Heaven and Earth Academy, there were only tens of millions of living beings of the lower worlds on the Immortal boat when everyone left the Dragon Abyss Star and prepared to set off. Even on ordinary stars like the Dragon Abyss Star, there were hundreds of millions of living beings of the lower worlds. Su Zimo could understand the worries of many living beings of the lower worlds and did not force them. The Immortal boat set off and entered the spatial tunnel, heading north. After the Martial Tao Prime Body left the heavenly world, he returned to the great wilderness world immediately. After all, Dai Yu was injured and he could not be at ease. In Divine Firmament Palace, he was unwilling to fight Great Emperor Heaven Burial in advance because he was worried about Dai Yu's safety as well. Furthermore, to the Martial Tao Prime Body, there was no need for him to be in a hurry to fight Great Emperor Heaven Burial or the Heavenly Court. The longer this dragged on, the more beneficial it would be for him. He had only just stepped into the Emperor realm. As long as there was enough time, he could take another step forward and cultivate to the major or even perfected Emperor realm. At that time, he would have a higher chance of winning when they started the Heaven Conquest battle. How's everything? When Dai Yu saw that the Martial Tao Prime Body had returned, she woke up from her resting state and asked softly. The Martial Tao Prime Body recounted his conversation with Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament. When Dai Yu heard that Great Emperor Heaven Burial was the Lord of the Netherworld, she was surprised as well. Many information about Great Emperor Heaven Burial was too shocking for her. A moment later, Dai Yu said in a deep voice, "The reason why you didn't attack back then was partly because you were wary of the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, and Brahma Ghost Mother, right?" "Yeah." The Martial Tao Prime Body nodded. The 3 of them are the Azura Tao, Beast Tao, and Hungry Ghost Tao Lords after all. They're way too close to the Netherworld. Dai Yu said, "I've never interacted with Brahma Ghost Mother before, and I merely had a conversation with the Fiend Lord once previously, so I can't be sure of their intentions. However, I've interacted with Empress Evil for a period of time. She's definitely not the same as Heaven Burial." Dai Yu's tone was firm. "Oh." The expression of the Martial Tao Prime Body changed with a questioning expression. Dai Yu had mentioned that previously but did not elaborate. It could be said that Dai Yu was the person the Empress Evil thought highly of in this generation. That was why she looked for her. Even if Dai Yu rejected, Empress Evil did not make things difficult for her. Dai Yu said, Empress Evil abhors evil and believes in the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Good and evil deeds will both be paid in kind. That's why she dragged those evil people into the beast Tao to endure torture for generations to come. Actually, her actions can't be considered evil at all. In my opinion, this belief of hers is even a little naive. Su Zimo nodded. There were too many injustices in the world. The idea that both good and evil deeds would both be paid in kind was just wishful thinking of humans at the end of the day. In order to break through the restraints of the heavenly court, the ancient great emperors chose to fight against the heavens. Not only did they die, they bore endless infamy. What sort of good karma did they receive for their good deeds? The 9 great emperors of the heavenly court were high and mighty. They looked down on the human world, enslaved all living beings and sealed the path of ascension for the living beings of the 10,000 races. They caused several catastrophes in the world and erased all the truth. They established the blessed heaven world to monitor the 10,000 races. Despite those heinous crimes, what sort of bad karma did they receive for their evil deeds? In the end, only Great Emperor Flame Heaven was suppressed by Great Emperor Infinite in Avicii. Dayu said, I once asked her something. The world slandered you as Empress Evil and called you an evil spirit. Why have you never explained yourself? What did she say? The martial Tao Prime Body asked. I don't care. Dayu imitated Empress Evil's tone and said indifferently. Those words made the figure of Empress Evil clearer in the mind of the martial Tao Prime Body. Empress Evil was Empress Evil. She had her own pride. She did not even bother to explain. I don't care if everyone in the world slanders me. I only care about my own beliefs. I believe in the cycle of the heavenly Tao and that evildoers should receive the punishment they deserve. If any evildoer escapes karma, I'll drag him into the beast Tao and endure the bites and attacks of other beasts. Empress Evil was indeed different from Feng Du, however. There was clearly an even greater secret and mystery about Feng Du that the martial Tao Prime Body could not guess or see through. What's your first impression of Feng Du? Suddenly, Dayu asked. Most of the time, the first impression when people get upon the first contact was something that was magical. They would often be able to see something hidden in the depths through the surface. A sense of difference. The martial Tao Prime Body said in a deep voice, I've seen the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil and Brahma Ghost Mother before. However, the moment I saw Feng Du, I felt that he was very different from the Fiend Lord and the other two. Because he's a great emperor in terms of essence spirit? Dayu asked. That's naturally one of the differences between him and the Fiend Lord and the other two. The martial Tao Prime Body shook his head. However, that difference alone wasn't enough to give me that feeling. In fact, the moment he left Divine Firmament Palace, Feng Du had revealed similar information. Feng Du said that he was different from the Lord of Hell and the others. Even if Great Emperor Infinite reincarnated, he could not suppress and kill him. Why was that? If it was just his essence spirit that was a great emperor, there was naturally no way he could be stronger than the Lord of Hell and the others. Where did Feng Du's confidence come from? The Fiend Lord's attitude towards Feng Du was clearly a little strange, as though he was deliberately avoiding mentioning the latter. Why was that so? In the spatial tunnel, a huge immortal boat sailed at an average speed. Many figures stood on the deck of the immortal boat and observed their surroundings through the spatial tunnel. After leaving the Dragon Abyss Star, Su Zimo and the others steered the immortal boat and floated in the vast starry skies of the medium Kaihacosm. A year had passed. It was not easy to find a suitable habitat. Almost all the areas suitable for living beings of the medium Kaihacosm had been occupied by the major worlds. Everyone steered the immortal boat north and drifted further and further away. By the time they arrived, their surroundings were already desolate. Although a large number of stars were still floating because the heaven and earth essence QJ here was almost exhausted and was far inferior to the Dragon Abyss Star, there were almost no living beings on these stars. However, through these stars, they could vaguely tell that there were indeed traces of life on them from ancient times. When Su Zimo saw that, he fell into deep thought. Several eras ago, without the seal of the 9 heavens, the heaven and earth essence QJ of the medium Kaihacosm was dense. This place was definitely covered by the heaven and earth essence Qi as well. However, the appearance of the heavenly court severed a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi, causing the medium kiliacosm to lack essence chi. The major worlds could only rely on various heaven and earth spirit roots to absorb and plunder the heaven and earth essence chi, causing this area to gradually become desolate. We left our hometown and followed this group of people to such a godforsaken place. How unlucky. That's right. From the looks of it, it's inferior even to our night heaven star. If this continues, when will it end? In some cabins, some cultivators complained softly. Su Zimo could hear them clearly with a little attention. He could understand the resentment of these cultivators. However, to begin with, his plan was to stay as far away from the medium kiliacosm as possible. Ridge Lord, you brought so many of us from Snow Wind Ridge here. In the end, we floated outside for so long towards an unknown future. Wasn't what you did a little rash? A voice sounded from another cabin. Everyone, calm down. I believe in fellow Taoist Su. Xia Qingying's voice sounded. A year has passed and we don't even have a place to stay. Another person complained. Furthermore, even if we find a habitat here, the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi is almost dried up and is inferior to our dragon abyss star. What's the point of us following them here? Everyone. Yu Hao said in a deep voice. There are many experts on the immortal boat this time round. Fellow Taoist Su Zimo and the others are all heaven immortals and perfected spirits. They also need to cultivate. There's no way they will find a place without heaven and earth essence chi to settle down. Boom! Right then, the immortal boat suddenly vibrated and tore through the spatial tunnel. It arrived in the vast starry skies and gradually stopped. Right in front of the immortal boat floated a gigantic land. Compared to the heavenly world, this land was naturally far inferior. It was similar to the divine firmament immortal domain. It was more than enough to accommodate billions or tens of billions of living beings, let alone tens of millions. However, at a glance, the land was filled with dust and gravel. There was not even a single plant in the area covered by his spirit consciousness, let alone living beings. Many cultivators walked out of the cabins one after another. Tens of millions of cultivators and living beings stood on the immortal boat densely and looked over. When they saw the land ahead, they could not hide the disappointment in their eyes. Are we going to stay here from now on? This is truly a godforsaken barren land. Why don't we return home? Without the escort of such an immortal boat, how can we return alive with our cultivation? Yu Hao, Xia Qingying, and the others had just consoled everyone from Snow Wind Ridge. However, when they saw that, they fell silent as well, not knowing how to explain. A commotion sounded from the crowd, and it became even more noisy. Lin Zhan, Immortal Queen Ling Long, Feng Cantian, and the others were not worried. After all, Su Zimo had snatched a 7 treasures wondrous tree from the elixir firmament immortal domain. With this heaven and earth spirit root, the cultivation environment here could be improved, even if it could not compare to the heavenly world. What everyone was concerned about was whether the 7 treasures wondrous tree could survive in such a vile environment. Su Zimo and the others descended from the immortal boat and flew into the air, arriving above the mainland. Su Zimo took out the 7 treasures wondrous tree from his storage bag and threw it casually to the east of the mainland. Lin Zhan frowned slightly. Given the harsh environment of this mainland, even if the 7 treasures wondrous tree survived, the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi would probably not be able to cover the entire mainland. If it was placed in the east, it might not be able to take care of a large part of the territory in the west, south, north, and middle. Lin Zhan was about to speak when Immortal Queen Ling Long gently pinched his large hand and shook her head slightly, indicating that he did not have to get anxious. All he had to do was continue watching. Immortal Queen Ling Long believed that Su Zimo would not throw the 7 treasures wondrous tree to the east casually. There must be more to it. Indeed, before long, Su Zimo took out a withered willow branch from his storage bag and threw it casually, allowing it to take root in the south. This is the immortal willow? Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long's eyes lit up. The immortal willow was the heaven and earth spirit root of the green firmament immortal domain. However, this branch was clearly dead. The 7 treasures wondrous tree had just been plucked, and there was still large amount of life force in its body. However, this branch of the immortal willow was not alive at all. Su Zimo took out the Ashoka wood from his storage bag and placed it in the west. In the end, he planted the immortal peach tree in the north. The seven treasures wondrous tree, immortal willow, Ashoka wood and immortal peach tree were all extremely rare heaven and earth spirit roots. It was precisely because of this that it became extremely difficult for them to survive. Back in Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo had tried to revive the immortal willow and Ashoka wood. He tried for many years, but there was no reaction. Now that he was in this barren land where the surrounding environment was even worse, there wasn't even any single plant to be seen, let alone precious heaven and earth spirit roots as such. It was a complete desert. It was even harder than ascending to the heavens to restore the vitality of the four spirit roots. However, it was not impossible. Back in Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo's green lotus true body had yet to grow to the peak of grade 12. Furthermore, the green lotus true body cultivated in Heaven and Earth Academy and always had some reservations. He did not dare to absorb the Heaven and Earth essence chi with all his might, afraid that he would cause too much of a commotion. Right now, Su Zimo no longer had to hide the fact that he possessed the creation green lotus. From a certain perspective, the grade 12 creation green lotus was the rarest spirit root in the world and was even stronger than the builder tree of the heavenly world. Therefore, Su Zimo was not worried about heading to any barren land. Even if it was a desert, he could turn it into an oasis. Su Zimo circulated his bloodline slowly, and the sound of a tsunami sounded from his body. The next moment, right in front of everyone, Su Zimo's figure had already vanished. In his place was a jade green lotus that took root in the ground and soared into the skies. The creation green lotus swayed and shone. The lotus flower bloomed, emitting a multicolored light. At that moment, the creation green lotus seemed to have communicated with the world and become the only god who ruled it. Wah! The cultivators were dumbfounded and looked at this scene in disbelief. Phew! Suddenly, the ears of tens of millions of cultivators heard violent winds. Before everyone could react, heaven and earth essence chi that was as vast as the sea surged over from all directions and gathered on this land. The heaven and earth essence chi gathered continuously and surrounded the jade green lotus, spreading towards the barren land. The heaven and earth essence chi on this land became denser. Many cultivators were dumbfounded. Most of them came from the desolate stars around the heavenly world where essence chi was thin, and they had never sensed such a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi. Everyone was enveloped by the rich heaven and earth essence chi and were stunned. They were not the only ones. Some cultivators who were originally cultivating in the heavenly world, such as people from the Battle Kingdom, Tianhuang sect, and the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, had shocked expressions as well. The cultivation environment on this land was now similar to back when they were in the heavenly world. However, the transformation of the barren land by the grade 12 creation green lotus had yet to stop. The heaven and earth essence chi on this land was still increasing. In just 2 hours, the density of the heaven and earth essence chi alone had already begun to surpass the heavenly world. This scene was unimaginable for Lin Zhan, Feng Cantian, and the others. In reality, the reason why it could reach this state was because of the terrifying creation green lotus. At that moment, the creation green lotus was rooted in the ground and his lotus flower was about to burst through the firmaments. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the creation green lotus was not only absorbing heaven and earth essence chi from the starry skies of the medium kaihacosm, it was even absorbing wisps of heaven and earth essence chi from the heavenly court. Although the 9 heavens sealed them, they could not stop the plundering of the creation green lotus. The changes in the barren land continued. At that moment, Su Zimo transformed into the creation green lotus and countless roots extended continuously. His spirit consciousness followed the roots and spread to every corner of the ground. In reality, countless plant roots and seeds were buried deep in the ground. However, as the heaven and earth essence chi gradually dried up, the vitality of the land dissipated and countless living beings perished. The flowers and trees withered one after another. At that moment, as the roots of the creation green lotus stretched and spread, they injected endless vitality into the ground and awakened the flowers and trees. Under countless gazes, a layer of green gradually appeared in the original desert. A large number of buckthorns gradually grew in that desert. Slowly, grass and trees filled the bare and continuous mountain ranges. They were green and filled with vitality. Boom! Right then, thunder sounded from above. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered the sky. Feng Santian's gaze was like lightning. In a flash, he appeared in the clouds and formed a blinding sea of lightning around him. The sound of spring thunder resounded and everything was revived. Splash! In the blink of an eye, heavy rain poured down. Tens of millions of living beings of the lower worlds were in the heavy rain and allowed the rain to drench their clothes with excitement. This was no ordinary rain. The heaven and earth essence chi on this land was way too dense. As the heavy ram descended, it synthesized endless heaven and earth essence chi with the lightning dermic Tao, causing every single drop of rain to be like spirit liquid. Potholes that were originally on the ground gradually filled with rainwater and lakes were formed again. Water surrounded green mountains. Rivers surged endlessly and fell from the peak of mountains like waterfalls, stirring up large waves and mist. In the valley, spring water gurgled. Flowers bloomed and butterflies danced. The heavy rain lasted for a day and night before gradually stopping. Feng Santian's face was pale, and he had expended a lot of energy, but his eyes were filled with relief. After the heavy rain, the sea of clouds in the sky was vast and unpredictable. A gorgeous rainbow crossed the ground and shone with the creation green lotus that connected the heavens and earth. Someone closed his eyes and spread his arms, sensing everything around him. Someone was emotional and burst into laughter. Someone could no longer hold it in and plunged into a lake, swimming freely. Someone picked up a handful of moist soil and took a deep sniff of the fragrance emitted by the soil and vegetation after the heavy rain. Someone knelt on the ground and looked at his surroundings with tears streaming down his face. As far as the eye could see, there were thousands of rocks and tens of thousands of ravines. The vegetation was abundant and colorful. Green mountains filled the background and the smoke was vast, like clouds evaporating. How was this a barren land? This was simply a paradise. Even the heavenly world was far inferior to the land before them, let alone the dragon abyss star. Everyone from Snow Wind Ridge looked at the scene before them in shock. To everyone, the scene before them was like a miracle. Their doubts and complaints had long dissipated. All of that, everything was done by Uncle Su. Yu Yiming snuggled into Xia Qingying's arms and asked in disbelief with widened eyes. Even Yu Hao and Xia Qingying could not imagine it, let alone this child. Su Zimo seemed to be even stronger than they had imagined. Could a perfected spirit possess such methods to change the world? I think so, Xia Qingying murmured softly and looked at the child in her arms instinctively before suddenly exclaiming, "What's wrong?" Yu Hao asked hurriedly. Xia Qingying's spirit consciousness probed Yu Yiming's body a few times, and she could not help but ask, how did you break through again, child? When he left the Dragon Abyss Star, Yu Yiming was only a grade 4 black immortal. After being nourished by the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi and washed by the spirit rain, he had already broken through once more and cultivated to a grade 5 black immortal. I don't know. Is it difficult to cultivate? The child asked in confusion. When Xia Qingying heard that, she glared at Yu Yiming angrily and almost could not help but raise her hand to slap him. When Duan Tianliang, Xin Fei and the other cultivators of Snow Wind Ridge heard that, their expressions darkened. You too have to take good care of this brat? Duan Tianliang pouted. They had cultivated bitterly on the Dragon Abyss Star for more than 10,000 years and only cultivated to become grade 8 and 9 black immortals. However, this brat broke through 3 cultivation realms just by sleeping. After that rain, he broke through again. How could those people endure this? The reason why Yu Yiming had such a change was mainly because of the foundation Su Zimo had built for him previously. As his cultivation increased, this cultivation speed would gradually slow down and return to normal. In reality, Yu Yiming was not the only one. For example, Xia Qingying, Duan Tianliang, and the other living beings of the lower worlds, Their cultivation realms had loosened to varying degrees when they suddenly came to a cultivation environment with such rich heaven and earth essence chi and were washed by the heavy rain. In fact, there were already people in the crowd who had begun to break through and were prepared to break through to the earth essence realm. Right then, Yuhao's gaze shifted, and he saw a familiar figure in the crowd who had broken through. Look, isn't that the original city lord of Dragon Abyss City? Su Shi? Yuhao pointed at a person not far away and asked in a low voice. Xia Qingying, Duan Tianliang and the others looked over and nodded with bright eyes. Xia Qingying said, "The one beside him should be his child, Su Xiaotian." There was no news of Su Shi and Su Xiaotian after they left the Dragon Abyss Star back then. To think that they would meet here now. Su Xiaotian's cultivation realm is already higher than his father's. Yuhao probed with his spirit consciousness and murmured. He was only a grade 1 Earth Immortal and could not detect the exact cultivation realm of Su Shi and his son. He could only determine that the two of them were Earth Immortals and far surpassed him. As though he sensed someone probing, Su Shi looked over and was slightly stunned when he saw Yuhao, Xia Qingying and the others. Thereafter, he walked over in surprise. "Fellow Taoist Yu, fellow Taoist Xia, long time no see." Su Shi cupped his fists from afar and greeted. Everyone from Snow-Wind Ridge welcomed him hurriedly as well. They could be considered old friends of the Dragon Abyss Star. If not for this trip, it would be difficult for them to meet in the vast medium kiliacosm in the future. Now that they were reunited here, everyone felt a little emotional and could not help but exchange pleasantries. "Fellow Taoist Su, where did you stay after leaving the Dragon Abyss Star?" Yuhao asked. "It's a long story." Su Shi sighed gently and recounted briefly what happened after he and Su Xiaotian headed to the Divine Firmament Immortal domain. Back then, on account of Su Zimo, Xie Qingcheng brought the two of them along by his side. However, to think that Xie Qingcheng would meet with misfortune later on and the two of them almost died as well. Later on, they escaped death and returned to Xie Qingcheng's side in the end. Now, they had already joined Heaven and Earth Academy. "Who did you come with?" Su Shi asked. Yuhao said, "We only made up our minds to leave the Dragon Abyss Star after fellow Taoist Su came looking for us." Su Shi smiled. "Old friends like you guys are probably the only ones who can make the World Lord appear personally." "Ha! World Lord." Yuhao, Xia Qingying and the others were stunned for a moment and did not understand. Duan Tianliang and the others thought that they had misheard and did not take it to heart. Xia Qingying blinked and could not help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Su, did you just mention the World Lord?" "That's right." Su Shi nodded. "Ah, I understand." Yuhao was enlightened. Among the group of people who came with fellow Taoist Su that day, one of them was the World Lord of this world. Was it that expert whose eyes flickered with lightning? I even saw him attack just now. When Su Shi heard that, he could not help but laugh. "The World Lord is the fellow Taoist Su you're talking about." "Ah!" Everyone from Snow-Wind Ridge was shocked when they heard that. For the past year, they had practically stayed in the cabin and did not interact or communicate with the surrounding cultivators. Su Xiaotian smiled. "The expert with lightning in his eyes you mentioned earlier on is King Heavenly Wrath of Tianhuang sect." Xia Qingying and the others' hearts skipped a beat. So the person who had gone to Snow-Wind Ridge with Su Zimo was King Heavenly Wrath. "I've heard of him before." Yuhao nodded hurriedly. "I also heard that King Heavenly Wrath's combat strength is extremely strong. He even killed King Jin and destroyed the entire Great Jin Immortal Kingdom." "Something like that." Su Shi nodded. "That matter was mainly orchestrated by the World Lord." Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Su Zimo was the one who led the destruction of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom? Yuhao seemed to have realized something and gulped. He could not help but ask, "What's the cultivation of fellow Daoi, the World Lord?" "Grotto Heaven Realm," Su Shi said. "Grotto Heaven Realm." That realm was way too far away for everyone from Snow-Wind Ridge. However, they all knew that Grotto Heaven Realm experts were kings. "Holy!" Duan Tianliang was stunned and murmured, "What has Boss Su experienced in the past 10,000 years?" Su Shi continued, "Although they're both at the Grotto Heaven Realm, King Heavenly Wrath shouldn't be a match for a World Lord. Su Shi and Su Xiaotian were by Xianxia's side after all, and knew more about Su Zimo's affairs. They also knew the matter of Su Zimo suppressing King Yunyu, a quasi-emperor. In that case, World Lord Su has the highest realm among everyone? Xia Qingying asked. Higher than the Battle King and Immortal King creation? Immortal King creation? Su Shi was stunned for a moment before smiling. The name of Immortal King creation was probably created by some nosy people. They gave the World Lord that title because he has the body of the creation Green Lotus. The World Lord's cultivation realm shouldn't be the highest. Right now, the Battle King is a quasi-emperor. However, everyone acknowledges that fellow Taoist Su should be the World Lord. Actually, no one had any objections to the position of the World Lord. On the one hand, Su Zimo only created this world so that many living beings of the lower worlds could have a place to rest and not affect the development of the various factions. This title as the World Lord was more like an empty title. On the other hand, Lin Zhan, Feng Cantian and everyone else knew Su Zimo's true strength. He was backed by Emperor Desolate Marshal. Even if they ranked it based on cultivation realm, Su Zimo was the only one suitable to be the World Lord. Does this world have a name? Yu Hao asked. Tianhuang World. Su Shi said. The World Lord, King Heavenly Wrath, Battle King and Immortal Queen Linglong are all from Tianhuang mainland. The original intention of the World Lord to create this world was also to protect his many old friends from Tianhuang mainland. In midair, Lin Zhan, Immortal Queen Linglong, Feng Cantian and the others stood in the air and sensed the changes in Tianhuang world. While everyone was gratified, they also felt a little regret. Lin Zhan shook his head gently and sighed. To think that even the power of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus could not revive the 4 spirit roots. Everyone could sense that under the influence of the creation Green Lotus, the heaven and earth essence chi of Tianhuang world was already extremely dense. Green buds appeared on the 4 spirit roots as well. However, in reality, it was only a manifestation of the immense vitality of the creation Green Lotus. There were no new roots growing under the 4 spirit roots. This meant that if the creation Green Lotus left and Tianhuang world still did not have its own spirit root, the heaven and earth essence chi would gradually flow away and eventually dry up. If this problem was not solved, the scene in Tianhuang world right now would only be a mirage. Like a dream, it would shatter easily. It was impossible for Su Zimo to stay in Tianhuang world forever. After all, he was a human and not a true spirit root. Feng Cantian Heavenly Tao said, if even the grade 12 creation Green Lotus can't save the 4 spirit roots, I wonder what other solutions there are. Actually, it's not that the creation Green Lotus is not strong enough. Immortal Queen Ling Long pondered for a moment and said, the creation Green Lotus can provide sufficient vitality. Look, the flowers and trees on this land have already revived. Lin Zhan shook his head. However, these flowers and trees are only ordinary items after all and don't need a good environment. As for the 4 spirit roots of the 7 treasures wondrous tree, they're rare immortal seeds in the world and have extremely harsh requirements for the environment they grow in. Indeed. Immortal Queen Ling Long nodded. If we can change the soil of this land, there might be a turning point. It's too difficult. Feng Cantian sighed. This land has been abandoned for countless years. It's probably been more than a few eras. It's almost impossible to change it overnight. The fact that we can reach this point can already be considered a miracle. Su Zimo stood in midair and closed his eyes in deep thought. He was also thinking of a countermeasure. Hearing the conversation of Immortal Queen Ling Long and the other two, he had an idea that he could give it a try. When he ascended to the lower worlds to undergo tribulation transcendence, his creation Green Lotus gave birth to an utmost treasure of the world, the 9 heavens living soil. At the same time, there were also lineage memories related to the 9 heavens living soil. The 9 heavens living soil looked like an ordinary pile of yellow soil. However, in the lineage memories, it was recorded that the 9 heavens living soil was the ancestral source of the earth. It was endlessly mysterious and was born from the chaos. A portion of the living soil transformed into the 9 heavens and another portion nurtured the creation Green Lotus. Back then, Su Zimo did not fully understand the lineage memories. Now that he thought about it, the reason why the 9 great emperors could build the 9 heavens between the medium kiliacosm and the major kiliacosm and establish the heavenly court was probably because of the living soil. If the 9 heavens' living soil was the ancestral source of the earth and could even nurture the creation green lotus, it was not impossible for the 4 spirit roots to recover their vitality. However, there was only a small handful of the 9 heavens' living soil in Su Zimo's hands, and it was unknown if it could be of any use. At that thought, Su Zimo no longer hesitated and summoned the 9 heavens' living soil, scattering it on the ground beneath his feet. The 9 heavens' living soil landed on the ground and fused into it rapidly, disappearing before long. However, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the ground beneath him was undergoing a tremendous change. Just a handful of the 9 heavens' living soil was enough to remold this land. The vegetation on the ground seemed to have been stimulated and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a young green sapling grew into a towering tree. The 7 treasures' wondrous tree was the first to recover. After all, the spirit root had just been removed from the elixir firmament immortal domain and its roots were intact. Now that it was in the 9 heavens' living soil, thousands of roots spread and took root deep in the ground once more. The 7 treasures on the tree trunk gradually shone with a gorgeous glow as well. After the 7 treasures' wondrous tree revived, it began to absorb the heaven and earth essence chi of the medium kiliacosm as well. Immediately after was the sapling of the immortal peach tree. The sapling sprouted green buds and grew a lot in a short period of time, becoming much thicker. The immortal willow gradually grew roots that took root in the ground and extended. A tender green willow branch grew on the withered tree trunk and swayed gently with the wind, as though it was expressing some joy and excitement. The Ashoka wood was the last to recover its vitality. As one of the 3 sacred trees of the Buddhist monasteries, the Ashoka wood had been trapped in Avicii for too long and had long lost its life. Now, under the stimulation of the 9 heavens' living soil and the creation green lotus, it gradually recovered its vitality and took root here, absorbing and gathering heaven and earth essence chi and gradually growing branches. Among the 4 spirit roots, the Ashoka tree was the last to recover. However, the vitality in the tree trunk was the most vigorous. Back then, Buddha was BOM under the Ashoka tree. The Ashoka tree nurtured a Tao of life to begin with. The 4 spirit roots recovered their vitality and began to absorb and gather heaven and earth essence chi. Coupled with the grade 12 creation green lotus, the heaven and earth essence chi in Tianhuang world was rich and far surpassed the heavenly world. When they saw that, Lin Zhan, Feng Cantian and the others exchanged glances with smiles and were finally relieved. At this point, Tianhuang world could truly establish itself in the medium kiliacosm and become one of the worlds. Tiger, Qing Qing, Little Fox and Golden Lion arrived in midair. They each took out a spirit treasure that could imprison life and released countless living beings. There were ferocious beasts like tigers and leopards, fish and shrimps swimming in rivers, and tiny and weak mayfly insects and ants. There were even many rare beasts. They had captured all of them before leaving the great wilderness world. Knowing that Su Zimo was prepared to create a world, the more living beings there were, the more life force there would be. Initially, these living beings were filled with resentment after being captured and imprisoned for more than a year. However, after arriving in Tianhuang world, the birds and beasts immediately became extremely excited. Compared to the great wilderness world, this was simply a paradise. Beasts returned to the mountains, birds returned to the forests, WRMS returned to the sea and phoenixes returned to their nests. Tianhuang world was filled with vitality and a myriad of phenomena. When Yang Ruoxu saw that, he lamented, "Initially, I was worried that I might not be able to find a suitable place to establish the academy in the new world. From the looks of it," Fairy Scarlet Rainbow smiled. "From the looks of it, as long as the academy is established in Tianhuang world, it's much better than anywhere we were before." In Tianhuang world, mountains stood and clouds lingered. It was no exaggeration to say that every mountain peak was a rare spirit mountain. Old Xian could not help but laugh as well. "Initially, my time was almost up. From the looks of it, I think I can hold on for a few more years. Ha! A crack appeared in the void not far away and a gigantic immortal boat appeared. There were dozens of graceful and beautiful women that resembled fairies standing on it. Furthermore, their cultivation levels were not weak. Many of them were king realm experts, and there were even a few quasi-emperors. On this immortal boat were hundreds of millions of Rakshasas who were imprisoned in the Rakshasa sin ground back then. Initially, these Rakshasas were hiding in Great Empress Nine Nether's inheritance ground. Now that they received a notification from the martial Tao Prime body, they rushed over as well. In that mysterious place, the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi was thin. It was fine to hide for the time being, but it was not suitable for cultivation. In reality, many of these Rakshasas who were imprisoned in the Rakshasa sin ground could not break through because they were restricted by the laws of the sin ground. After escaping, some Rakshasas became quasi-emperors in a short period of time. Now that they were in a paradise like Tianhuang world, if these Rakshasas continued cultivating, more kings, quasi-emperors, and even emperor experts would be born in the future. The living beings of the hell world were facing a similar situation. Many living beings of hell were no longer in the hell world. Instead, the martial Tao Prime body used the gates of hell to secretly bring them to the great wilderness world. They could make use of the perfect laws and dermic Daos of the medium Kiliacosm to break through their bottlenecks and advance to the emperor realm. In other words, Su Zimo's two true bodies were already in control of two Rakshasa and hell armies with unlimited potential. Blessed Heaven World. Secret Ground Hall. The 6 blessed Heaven World Lords sat side by side in the middle. On both sides of the hall sat dozens of emperor experts. 6 world lords appeared at the same time, and so many emperors came to the hall. They definitely had something to discuss. There's a little news from the heavenly world. An emperor said, "What's worth noting is that an immortal king with the body of a grade 12 creation green lotus called Su Zimo led a group of living beings of the lower worlds and caused a ruckus in the 9 firmament immortal domain. He destroyed an immortal domain, 2 immortal kingdoms, and even killed a few immortal kings before retreating unscathed." "Oh!" one of the world lords exclaimed softly in surprise. The world lord had blonde hair and blue eyes and was clearly from the god race. However, after arriving at the blessed heaven world, he had to give up his identity as a god race being and his previous Tao title. His name was then affixed with the name of the blessed heaven world. As such, he was now known as God Emperor Blessed Heaven. God Emperor Blessed Heaven asked, "An immortal king caused such a ruckus in the 9 firmament immortal domain, but no emperors appeared?" "No," the emperor expert said. "It said that there were a few emperor experts protecting Su Zimo in secret at that time. There were 2 world lords of the Kuan Peng world, the new dragon world lord and Emperor Iron Crown of the sword world. Although Su Zimo came from the lower worlds, he seems to have some connections with these super large worlds. Otherwise, they wouldn't have supported him." Another emperor said, "Su Zimo is actually the first peak master of the sword burial peak, Su Zhu. That's why he has a close relationship with the sword world." Back in the evil fiend battlefield, this lad comprehended many peerless divine powers and was invincible. He became famous in a single battle. "World lords, you should have seen him before." "It's him." Another world lord raised his eyebrows slightly. This world lord was originally from the stone race. However, after joining the blessed heaven world, he gave up on his previous Tao title as well and was now known as Stone Emperor Blessed Heaven. Back in the battle of the evil fiend battlefield, Su Zimo killed more than 20 supreme perfected spirits alone and was invincible, attracting their attention. More importantly, they were once alerted due to the dermic Tao of the Heaven Burial Sutra released by Su Zimo. How many years has it been, and he's already at the Grotto Heaven realm? This lad's cultivation speed is rather fast. Another world lord murmured softly. "Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament didn't interfere either?" God Emperor Blessed Heaven asked. "He did not appear the entire time," another emperor replied. The 6 blessed heaven world lords were deep in thought. Stone Emperor Blessed Heaven frowned. "In that case, could this lad really be related to Great Emperor Heaven Burial?" "There's one more thing," another emperor said in a deep voice. More than 10 Rakshasa sin spirits appeared beside Su Zimo. Their cultivation is not weak. Apart from kings, there were also quasi-emperors. The eyes of the 6 blessed heaven world lords lit up. After the Rakshasa sin ground shattered, hundreds of millions of Rakshasa sin spirits vanished without a trace, as though they had evaporated into thin air. For many years, there was no news or trace of them. To think that more than 10 Rakshasa ghost kings and Rakshasa quasi-emperors would appear all of a sudden. Interesting. The corners of Stone Emperor blessed heaven's lips curled as he said faintly, "As long as we keep an eye on Su Zimo and follow this lead, we'll definitely be able to find the remaining Rakshasa sin spirits." An emperor said. Su Zimo led a group of living beings from the lower worlds to the desolate borders of the medium Kiliacosm and created a world called Tianhuang World. In fact, I suspect that the group of Rakshasa sin spirits are hidden in Tianhuang World. Another emperor said coldly, "The cultivator with the highest cultivation realm in Tianhuang World is only a quasi-emperor. Should we attack now? I'll bring a few people and destroy Tianhuang World in half a day. If that group of Rakshasa sin spirits are hiding there, we'll kill them all. There's no hurry." God Emperor blessed heaven narrowed his eyes. If we attack Tianhuang World, the other worlds shouldn't dare to make a move. However, there's a high chance that the Sword World will interfere. They wouldn't dare to. Stone Emperor blessed heaven slammed the table and berated loudly. If the Sword World dares to interfere in the blessed heaven world's matters, it's equivalent to going against the heavenly court. I don't mind destroying the Sword World first. There were grudges between the Stone World and the Sword World for several eras to begin with. If there was an excuse to destroy the Sword World, Stone Emperor blessed heaven did not mind doing so. In the Battle of the Great Wilderness, the blessed heaven world lost dozens of emperor experts. However, there were still more than 100 emperor experts remaining. There was still no world in the medium Kiliacosm that could contend against them. God Emperor blessed heaven said, "It's not just the Sword World. If the Rakshasa sin spirits are really hidden by Su Zimo, it means that Tianhuang World is backed by an expert who can shatter the Rakshasa sin ground. From the looks of it, it's very likely one of the 3 from the heavenly world." When another world lord heard that, he frowned. "If it involves heaven burial, this matter will be a little complicated. I'm afraid we'll have to ask the heavenly court to step in." "That's right," God Emperor blessed heaven said in a deep voice. "Our blessed heaven world suffered heavy losses in the great wilderness world previously, and dozens of emperors died. If anything goes wrong the next time we attack, the prestige of the blessed heaven world will probably be gone. The next time we attack, we have to be prepared and nothing will go wrong. The best way is to ask the heavenly court to appear. It would be best if an ombudsman angel comes down personally. There were only 9 ombudsman angels in the 9 heavens. Apart from the 9 great emperors, only emperor experts with the strongest combat strength were qualified to be conferred the title of ombudsman angel. If something major happened in the medium Kiliacosm, the ombudsman angels could descend to the lower worlds and watch over the 10,000 races in place of the 9 great emperors of the heavenly court. They would have the supreme authority to kill and seize. If an ombudsman angel descends, it probably means that the heavenly court is prepared to suppress the evil fiends. It's about time. Although a great emperor has yet to be born in the medium Kiliacosm, an anomaly has appeared in the great wilderness world. It would naturally be best if we can kill it in advance. An emperor asked, "How long will we have to wait?" God Emperor blessed heaven said in a deep voice, "It won't be long." Previously, the 3 young masters of the heavenly court returned in defeat. They must be frustrated and are definitely raring to make a comeback. They will definitely not miss this opportunity. With the resources of the heavenly court, they can recover from their losses in about 100 years. At that time, there will naturally be a response. Stone Emperor blessed heaven looked at the emperor experts below. During this period of time, keep an eye on the movements of the Sword World and Tianhuang World. However, don't act rashly lest you alert them. Understood. The emperors stood up. Stone Emperor blessed heaven's gaze was cold and murderous as he said slowly, The next time we attack will be the battle to establish the might of our blessed heaven world. Previously, the blessed heaven world suffered a crushing defeat. Although no world still dared to challenge their status, there would definitely be many criticisms in private. The blessed heaven world needed a satisfying victory to re-establish its supreme prestige in the medium kiliacosm. That's right. God Emperor Blessed Heaven had a cold expression as he looked into the starry skies and said indifferently, "Chaos is about to break out. It's time to tell the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm how to choose their side." One light world. Outside the Hall of Light, 1,000,000 troops of the god race gathered. Their armor shone with a myriad of golden lights, and their war halberds emitted endless sharpness. Their war flags fluttered with a murderous aura. 3 god emperors entered the hall. In the hall, the light world lord sat in the middle with a dignified expression. As he opened and closed his eyes, they shone with a resplendent light that made people not dare to look at him. World Lord. The army has already gathered and can move at any moment to head to Tianhuang World to kill the darkness sin spirit. A god emperor said in a deep voice, "Let's disperse first." The light world lord suddenly spoke. The 3 god emperors frowned slightly. One of them asked, "World Lord, why?" The light world lord pointed at the sky. "I just received a reply from God Emperor Blessed Heaven, telling the god race to hold back and wait for news from the heavenly court." Heavenly court. When the 3 god emperors heard that, their hearts skipped a beat. A god emperor was surprised. Even the heavenly court is alarmed by this? Not really. The light world lord explained. The blessed heaven world should be prepared to take this opportunity to establish their might. Someone from the heavenly court will also come down. At that time, they won't only be dealing with a mere Tianhuang world. 100 years was way too short a time for many living beings of the medium kiliacosm. Many living beings often went into seclusion for 1,000 or 10,000 years. 100 years passed in a flash. However, for Tianhuang world, 100 years was enough to undergo a tremendous change. With Su Zimo's grade 12 creation green lotus holding down the center and the 4 spirit roots in all directions, they absorbed and plundered the heaven and earth essence chi that was wandering in the medium kiliacosm crazily. In fact, the creation green lotus could even steal a lot of rich essence chi from the heavenly court. This caused Tianhuang world to change rapidly in just 100 years. Apart from Tianhuang sect, many factions of various sizes were established on this land, including Heaven and Earth Academy, Battle Kingdom, and Snow Wind Ridge. Under the push of Immortal Queen Linglong, Enigma Palace was established in Tianhuang world. Chess Immortal Jun Yu once followed Su Zimo and the others over and became the first palace lord of Enigma Palace. Although Jun Yu had never acknowledged Immortal Queen Linglong as her master, she had inherited the most dermic daos from her. As for the first storyteller of Enigma Palace in the upper world, he was none other than Lin Xuanji. The existence of a storyteller was extremely special in Enigma Palace and bore the responsibility of establishing teachings. To establish teachings was to record history, extend merits, pass down civilization, and inherit the great Tao. In Tianhuang mainland, the tragic days of the primordial era when the humans were in darkness and the monarchs of the ancient era rose together were recorded by Enigma Palace and spread by the storyteller. At that moment, Lin Xuanji was still the extremely mysterious Elder 10 of Heaven and Earth Academy. However, to Lin Xuanji, he loved the identity of a storyteller the most. Given his personality, he could not stay idle at all and wanted to talk to people. His days in Heaven and Earth Academy almost drove him crazy. On this day, Lin Zhan and the others arrived at Tianhuang Hall and found Su Zimo, suggesting, "Zimo, 100 years have passed and Tianhuang world has already stabilized and taken shape. I suggest that we invite world lords of some worlds as guests. On the one hand, it's also to befriend these worlds and have a connection. On the other hand, the Lord of the Sword World, the 2 world lords of the Kuanpeng world, the Dragon World Lord, and the others have also appeared to help us back then. This invitation can be considered a form of thanks." Su Zimo pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "All right, back then, He had promised Yunju that he would invite her to take a look after the new world was established. He could use this opportunity to let Yunju have a tour. Su Zimo did not have much of a relationship with most worlds of the medium Kiliacosm. Most of the old friends he knew were in Tianhuang world now. Su Zimo thought for a moment and wrote down a few invitation letters, leaving teleportation runes outside. Finally, he threw them away and sent them to the Sword World, Dragon World, Flower World, Heavenly World, Sanguinape World, and Kuanpeng World. The invitations transformed into streaks of light and entered the void, disappearing. Right then, Su Zimo sensed a tremendous power fluctuation from the east of Tianhuang World. Someone was breaking through to the Grotto Heaven realm. That was in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy. Su Zimo bade farewell to everyone and arrived above Heaven and Earth Academy. Sweeping with his spirit consciousness, he saw Mo Qing on a mountain peak with her eyes closed. Her Dao fruit appeared in front of her and she was accumulating strength continuously, prepared to pierce through the void. Her slender fingers danced gently in midair like white jade brushes, leaving beautiful marks. The Dao and Dermic arts revealed by those marks fused into the Dao fruit continuously. Her aura rose continuously as the power of her Dao fruit increased. Su Zimo did not leave. Instead, he stayed here to protect Mo Qing. There were many academy cultivators standing around the mountain peak. When they saw Su Zimo appear, they heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xuanji was not in the academy all year round and old man Xian was too old to step in. No one in the academy could provide Mo Qing with any help for her breakthrough to the Grotto Heaven realm. If anything really happened, everyone would be helpless. The World Lord is here. Don't worry, everyone. When Yang Ruoxu saw Su Zimo appear, he cupped his fists slightly and chuckled. Su Zimo nodded in acknowledgement as well. For some unknown reason, Mo Qing, who was originally advancing smoothly, seemed to have heard something. The aura in her body suddenly became extremely unstable and chaotic. If this continued, there was even a danger of qi deviation. Su Zimo frowned slightly but was in no hurry to intervene. Why did this suddenly happen? She was fine just now. Right then, Mo Qing suddenly opened her eyes and looked in Su Zimo's direction. An extremely complicated expression appeared on her elegant and beautiful face, as though she was angry, resentful, angry, and embarrassed at the same time. Mo Qing was engrossed in the painting Dao and her state of mind had always been calm. She was like a celestial being in a painting that was untainted by the mortal world and had never had such an expression. At that moment, she was like a fairy who had descended into the mortal world. Her eyes were filled with resentment and love, looking unprecedentedly moving. Even with Su Zimo's mental attainments, he was slightly dazed. However, when he saw that Mo Qing was in a bad state, he did not have time to think too much. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and recited a Buddhist sutra softly. The Dharma is present in everything and the world is like a dream and a bubble. Let go of all impermanence. Senior Sister Mo Qing. Remove all distracting thoughts and protect your spirit platform. That sutra was indeed useful. Furthermore, Su Zimo used the sound domain technique of the Buddhist monasteries, stern admonition, to help Mo Qing wake up instantly. Mo Qing took a deep breath of air and closed her eyes again. However, her expression was still complicated. A moment later, her aura gradually stabilized. It's all your fault. Right then, the ice butterfly ran to Su Zimo and said angrily, "If you hadn't come, nothing would have happened to her." "What's that got to do with me?" Su Zimo was puzzled and was about to speak when Mo Qing's angry and strange expression, as well as resentful gaze, flashed through his mind again. Su Zimo frowned internally. When he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he secretly took out the painting that Mo Qing had given him from his storage bag and unfolded it slowly. Su Zimo was stunned when he saw the person in the painting. The person had black hair and purple robes and held a silver mask in his hand, as though he had just taken it off. It was obvious that she had drawn the martial Dao Prime body. However, the face of the person in the painting was identical to his. Mo Qing already knew. Emoching did not sign her name anywhere on the painting. Instead, there was only a single word. Humph! Blessed heaven world. Suddenly, a gigantic crack opened above the secret ground and emitted a terrifying might, alarming the emperors of the blessed heaven world to come out of seclusion one after another. Only people from the heavenly court could descend into this secret ground casually. The 6 blessed heaven world lords appeared immediately with respectful expressions and knelt on the huge square to welcome the descent of the heavenly court. Gradually, figures appeared from the crack, each of them emitting a terrifying and sharp aura. They were all emperor experts. Among the few people standing at the front, 3 of them were the 3 young masters of the heavenly court who had escaped death after suffering a crushing defeat, previously Emperor Azure Flame, Emperor Baiyu and Emperor Xianxia. Before long, the heavenly court experts descended into the blessed heaven world completely. There were a total of 200 of them, and they were all emperor experts. Everyone from the blessed heaven world was secretly alarmed. The foundation of the heavenly court was simply unfathomable and unimaginable. Although the heaven conquest battle would break out in every era, the main battlefield of every heaven conquest battle was in the medium kiliocosm. The heavenly court did not suffer much impact. Furthermore, the 9 heavens served as the court and sealed the most condensed heaven and earth essence chi of the major kiliocosm in the heavenly court, allowing them to have a unique environment. At the same time, the heavenly court was always the victor of the heaven conquest battles, allowing them to possess countless treasures, cultivation techniques, and secret manuals. Under such circumstances, the difficulty of cultivating in the heavenly court and stepping into the emperor realm was much lower than in the medium kiliocosm. That was also the reason why there were even more emperors in the heavenly court. Why the 200 emperor experts of the heavenly court this time round could be clearly divided into 4 factions according to the identity tokens on their waists. Blue heaven of the east, flame heaven of the south, advent heaven of the west, and mystic heaven of the north. Previously, these were the 4 heavens that descended as well. However, there were only less than 30 emperor experts at that time. This time round, blue heaven, flame heaven, advent heaven, and mystic heaven each sent out 50 emperor experts, a total of 200 emperor experts. Apart from the 3 young masters, there were even 4 ombudsman angels. From this, it could be seen how much importance the heavenly court placed on this trip to the medium kiliocosm. In front of the 4 camps stood 4 ombudsman angels with terrifying auras. Even the positions of the young masters of the heavenly court were half a body behind the ombudsman angels. There was no new young master of flame heaven in flame heaven's camp. There was only flame heaven's ombudsman angel. He wore a flaming robe and had scarlet hair and a vermilion face. His gaze was burning, and just by standing with his hands behind his back, the surrounding void was already distorted and blurry. Welcome, ombudsman angels, young masters, and emperors of the heavenly, the 6 blessed heaven world lords shouted. The 100-odd emperors of the blessed heaven world echoed. Get up! Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven said indifferently and descended with the emperors of the heavenly court, entering the blessed heaven hall. It was not until the 200 heavenly court emperors entered the hall that the 6 blessed heaven world lords dared to stand up and follow quickly. We all saw your news. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven said, open the treasure pagoda completely and allow for exchange of battle merits. Get the medium kiliocosm to prepare for a fiend-slaying battle. The 6 blessed heaven world lords were energized. Under normal circumstances, the treasure pagoda would only be open to the 5th level. It would only open completely when the world was in chaos. On the 5th floor of the treasure pagoda, there were treasures that kings and emperor experts needed and required even more battle merits. In the evil fiend battlefield, killing a convergence perfected spirit would only give 1 battle merit. Killing a paradise void perfected spirit would only give 10 battle merits. Tens of thousands of battle merits were easily required in order to exchange for king-level treasures. Every time before the world was in chaos, the blessed heaven world would completely open the treasure pagoda and allow for battle merits to be exchanged. Killing minor grotto heaven evil fiends and sin spirits were worth 2 battle merits. Killing major grotto heaven evil fiends and sin spirits were worth 250 battle merits. Killing perfected grotto heaven evil fiends and sin spirits were worth 500 battle merits. Killing ordinary emperor evil fiends and sin spirits could even earn 1,000 battle merits. Under the temptation of huge benefits, even without the coercion of the blessed heaven world and the heavenly court, many experts of the medium kiliacosm would take the initiative to kill evil fiends and sin spirits. That was the greatest meaning of the existence of the treasure pavilion and the evil fiend battlefield. The blessed heaven world would open once every 10,000 years for people to kill evil fiends and sin spirits to obtain battle merits and exchange for treasures. That was a subtle influence that had already been embedded deep in everyone. Of course, that was the first step of the fiend-slaying battle. The temptation of benefits alone might not be able to make most experts of the medium kiliacosm useful to the heavenly court. Absolute power as well as the baptism of fresh blood was also required to instill fear in the medium kiliacosm towards the heavenly court. That way, they could only be controlled by the heavenly court to go against the evil fiends. If they wanted to instill fear in the living beings of the 10,000 races, they had to establish their might. Only the stimulation of blood could produce an immediate effect. Ombudsman Angels. May I know what arrangements you guys have? God Emperor Blessed Heaven asked. Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven said, since Su Zimo of Tianhuang World has a close relationship with the Sword World, let's split into two groups. Emperors of Advent Heaven, Mystic Heaven and Flame Heaven. Follow me to the Sword World. Blue Heaven. Bring people to Tianhuang World. Tianhuang World was only a new world and did not even have an emperor. The appearance of Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven as well as Emperor Azure Flame and the other 49 emperors of the heavenly court showed that the heavenly court was already giving them sufficient respect. Suddenly, Stone Emperor Blessed Heaven said, if we head to the Sword World and those three old fogies suddenly wise up and choose to submit to the heavenly court, should we still attack? Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven smiled when he heard that. We're not heading to the Sword World this time round to make the Sword World submit, but to kill and establish our might. Regardless whether the Sword World submits, there's no longer a need for them to continue existing. Understood. Stone Emperor Blessed Heaven was overjoyed. I suggest that we head to the Heavenly Eye World, Stone World, Blood World and Golden Crow World first. These worlds have been on bad terms with the Sword World all these years. We can also take this opportunity to make these worlds express their stance. Lords, at that time, there might not even be a need for the blessed heaven world or you guys to attack. The alliance of these worlds alone is enough to destroy the Sword World. Yes, that's a good idea. Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven nodded. God Emperor Blessed Heaven suggested hurriedly as well. Lords, I heard that recently, Su Zimo is inviting the Sword World, Dragon World and a few other super large worlds to Tianhuang World as guests. The God race has long wanted to head to Tianhuang World and kill the darkness in spirit. At that time, we can get the Light World to send the God race army to follow you and give Tianhuang World a surprise. At that point, God Emperor Blessed Heaven's eyes shone with excitement. The Light World had wanted to make a move 100 years ago. However, he held them back at that time all for this day. Might as well. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven nodded. Emperor Azure Flame merely sneered, not interested at all. He did not take that Tianhuang world established by an immortal king seriously at all. This time round, he would at most kill a few people to vent his anger. However, the true grudge in his heart was still the great wilderness world. Emperor Azure Flame found it boring and could not help but say, let this group of people from the blessed heaven world join forces with the other worlds to surround Tianhuang World and Sword World. Let's head to the great wilderness world. We'll definitely head to the great wilderness world. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven said, but now is not the time. In a few days, the remaining 5 Ombudsman Angels will bring people down as well. When the time comes, we naturally have to meet Emperor Desolate Marshal. There's 4 of you Ombudsman Angels and 200 Emperors. Isn't that enough to defeat Desolate Marshal? Emperor Azure Flame frowned. That Desolate Marshal isn't that strong either. If not for a flaw in the 28 Mansions formation back then, he wouldn't have been able to win. Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven said, It's definitely enough for these people to kill desolate Marshal. However, if we want to reduce the casualties of the heavenly court as much as possible, we have to wait for the other ombudsman angels to arrive. At that time, the few of us will join forces and not give him any chance. Initially, the heavenly court did not intend to appear so quickly. However, because Emperor Azure Flame and the other two young masters had been frustrated and wanted to kill their way back to the medium Kiliakosm, the 4 ombudsman angels brought these men down in advance. God Emperor blessed heaven coughed gently. Lords, the news we obtained is that there's a Tianhuang sect in Tianhuang world that might be related to Desolate Marshal of the Great Wilderness World. Oh! Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven raised his brows slightly. It's only a possibility. God Emperor Blessed Heaven explained hurriedly. After all, Emperor Desolate Marshal did not have much contact with Tianhuang's sect after heading to the Great Wilderness World. He might not even care about a small sect that he casually created. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven said in a deep voice, "That's simple. When the time comes, seal the surroundings of Tianhuang world completely and no news will be spread." Since they had decided to make a move to establish their might, the heavenly court would naturally not give the Sword World and Tianhuang world any chance. "Let's go." Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven patted Emperor Azure Flame on the shoulder. "I heard that there might be many Rakshasas hidden in Tianhuang world. Those female Rakshasas are all peerless beauties. You can choose a batch back." At the mention of that, Emperor Azure Flame was tempted and nodded. In the spatial tunnel, a gigantic classic ship was sailing towards the desolate border of the medium Kiliakosm. The ship had a total of 9 floors and was 1,000 feet tall. Many figures could be seen on every floor. There were immortal soldiers in armor and wielding spears, as well as plump palace maids in veils. Divine sounds could be heard from the ship, and it was shrouded in fragrance with an extraordinary aura. On the bow of the ship stood a figure in plain clothes. She held an ancient book in her hand but only glanced at it occasionally, seemingly distracted. "Yun Zhu," a deep voice sounded from behind. A man in a yellow robe walked over slowly, surrounded by many palace maids and guards. He had an extraordinary bearing and was rather dignified. When Yun Zhu heard the voice, she turned around and called out, "Father!" The person who came was Immortal King Xian. "I've long said that Su Zimo's idea of creating a world was way too naive." Immortal King Xian pointed around and said, "Look, where are we now? The surrounding starry skies are desolate and the heaven and earth essence QJ is almost dry. What development can he have by establishing a world in such a place? How many people would be willing to come here?" Yun Zhu was silent. The surrounding scene was indeed as Immortal King Xian had said. She had nothing to refute. However, if given a choice, she would be willing to come over. Immortal King Xian said, "Back then, you even persuaded me to move the Xian Immortal Kingdom over, but I rejected you. Do you understand now?" Yun Zhu remained silent. Immortal King Xian sighed gently and said earnestly, "Yun Zhu, you've read a lot. Even I can't compare to you in this aspect. However, there are some things that you can't learn from books. Just in terms of reading people, I'm much better than you." Yun Zhu glanced at Immortal King Xian with a strange expression and thought to herself, "You've really misjudged this time round. The moment that Su Zimo sent you an invitation, you insisted on coming over and even wanted me to come and take a look. You must be trying to prove that I was wrong back then." Immortal King Xian smiled. "What about now? I've lived for hundreds of thousands of years. This is a judgment made through experience and foresight. You won't be able to learn it from books." "Got it." Yun Zhu smiled and pushed Immortal King Xian gently. "Father, quickly go back and rest. We have a deal." Worried, Immortal King Xian continued, "You can't stay in Tianhuang world. You'll head back with me today after we congratulate him. I can't bear for you to suffer here in such a desolate and dilapidated place." Right then, Immortal King Xian and Yun Zhu in the spatial tunnel suddenly felt a stream of pure heaven and earth essence QJ. Through the tunnel barrier, one could see endless rays of light vaguely appearing in the horizon ahead. This is, with a thought, Yunju controlled the flying ship to break through the spatial tunnel and approach. Immortal King Zixian was stunned on the spot as he looked at the land that was filled with vitality and looked like a paradise in front of him. He even thought that he was hallucinating. It was too surreal for such a paradise to suddenly appear in the desolate borders of the medium kiliocosm. Before he truly entered Tianhuang world, Immortal King Zixian could already sense the rich and pure heaven and earth essence qi surrounding this mainland. Such a cultivation environment far surpassed the Zixian Immortal Kingdom. What world is this? Before Immortal King Zixian could react, he was shocked. There was actually such a paradise in the medium kiliocosm? Right then, a few figures rose from the continent. The person in the lead was painting Immortal MOQJNG of Heaven and Earth Academy. Sister, you're finally here. MOQJNG welcomed them with a smile. Yunju was one of the few friends she had acknowledged in her heart. Back then, the two of them were trapped in Avicii together and had an unforgettable experience. Sister, you've already advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm. Yunju looked at MOQJNG and her eyes lit up. MOQJNG seemed to have thought of something and blushed as she nodded. Fairy MOQJNG. Which world is this? Immortal King Zixian could not help but interrupt and ask. Tianhuang world, of course. MOQJNG said. Immortal King Zixian opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something. However, when he saw Yunju's teasing gaze, he was momentarily speechless. How was that possible? Even if Su Zimo possessed the body of a grade 12 creation Green Lotus, could he establish such a paradise in just 100 years? This had already exceeded Immortal King Zixian's understanding. MOQJNG said, Sister Yunju, follow me. Junior Brother Su and the others are in Tianhuang Hall. Junior Brother Su? Yunju looked at MOQJNG with a faint smile. MOQJNG said softly, I'm long used to calling him that. I can't change it for the time being. Yunju smiled and did not continue probing. Instead, she followed MOQJNG to the skies above Tianhuang world and surveyed her surroundings, praising in her heart. Right then, Immortal King Zixian's voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Yunju, Sikoff, there's no need for us to leave in a hurry. After all, we came from afar. It's impolite for us to leave immediately. After Immortal King Zixian arrived at Tianhuang world, he felt that the bottleneck of his cultivation realm that had been stagnant for many years was showing signs of loosening. Immortal King Zixian brought many guards and palace maids and followed behind Emoqing and the others. When he saw the scene around Tianhuang world, he was even more shocked. Looking into the distance, one could see the vastness of the horizons, the rotation of the galaxy, the clouds connecting the sky and mists. Looking around, one could see green mountains rising and falling continuously. Green water surrounded them and plants were flourishing. There were also jade buildings and purple palaces. They were either built by mountains and rivers or stood in the clouds at the peak of mountains. They were scattered and mysterious. In Tianhuang world, Immortal King Zixian was surrounded by rich heaven and earth essence qi that lingered around him like clouds. The group of them seemed to be traveling through the vast smoke and clouds in an inexhaustible, leisurely, and elegant manner. In his vision, there was a magnificent mountain and river that was filled with vitality. Even the best painter in the world might not be able to depict it. Everything here was ingenious, as though it was the best gift from the heavens. Along the way, Immortal King Zixian's impression of Su Zimo had changed greatly. However, he was still unwilling to admit that he had misjudged and said in a deep voice, Yunju, Su Zimo is rather capable indeed. However, we came from afar and he didn't even come out to welcome us personally. It's impolite of him to do that. However, Yunju did not mind and smiled. He must have been delayed by something. Emoqing added, Junior Brother Su originally wanted to come out and welcome you guys. However, a few guests arrived and he is held up for the time being. Who are these guests that are so important? Immortal King Zixian chuckled disapprovingly. In these remote, desolate borders, if Yunju had not pulled him along, why would he have come here? Immortal King Xian thought that Emoqing was finding an excuse for Su Zimo. He shook his head gently. I'm the ruler of a country after all, and my cultivation realm is even higher than his. No matter what, he should come out personally to welcome me. Emoqing did not answer and only glanced at Immortal King Xian. Given her personality, the fact that she was willing to explain once to Immortal King Xian was already out of respect for Yunju. If it was anyone else, she would have ignored them. Before long, everyone arrived in front of Tianhuang Hall. Under Emoqing's lead, everyone entered the hall. The moment King Xian entered the hall, his expression changed starkly. There were indeed a few guests in Tianhuang Hall, and they were all unfamiliar faces. However, the auras emitted by them made Immortal King Xian shudder in fear. The guests turned around expressionlessly and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. This was an invisible pressure. Immortal King Xian had once felt it when he faced Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament. However, even against Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament, he did not feel such immense pressure. Almost instantly, Immortal King Xian broke out in cold sweat. These guests were all Emperor experts. Only Emperor experts could emit such a might and aura. Right then, a figure stood up from the main seat of the hall. When he saw them enter the hall, he welcomed them. Su Zimo cupped his fists. Yunju, fellow Taoist Xian, I was delayed earlier on and could not welcome you guys. Please forgive me for my lack of etiquette. Yunju smiled when she heard that. Yucks. You don't need to say such things to me. Su Zimo smiled as well. There was indeed no need for such politeness between the two of them. Su Zimo's words were mainly for Immortal King Xian to hear. Initially, Immortal King Xian wanted to teach Su Zimo a lesson. However, when he arrived in the hall, he was targeted by the guests and was sweating profusely. He could not even hear what Su Zimo said properly, let alone teach him a lesson. Immortal King Xian merely could not understand how Su Zimo could remain calm and composed when facing these guests even though they were both immortal kings. I heard that you're the ruler of a country. Wow, what a grand entrance, huh? On the left of the Tianhuang Hall, a man in a dark blue robe suddenly spoke and looked at Immortal King Xian with a mocking expression. Beside him sat a golden-haired and golden-robed man with a sharp gaze like an eagle. He said, "That's right. Even though the two of us are world lords, we didn't even bring so many people over." In reality, that was also the case. There was only a single young man behind the two guests. It was a small group. As for Immortal King Xian, he brought many guards and palace maids here. It could be said that he was surrounded by people, and it was indeed quite ostentatious. When Immortal King Xian heard that, he was shocked and hurriedly turned around to berate, "All of you, disperse. Who asked you to follow me?" Many guards and palace maids felt aggrieved, but they did not dare to argue and left the hall with their heads lowered. I forgot to make the introductions. Su Zimo pointed at the two people who spoke earlier on and smiled. These two are the world lords of the Kuan Peng world, Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng. Immortal King Xian's heart skipped a beat. Kuan Peng world. Initially, the Kuan and Peng worlds were super large worlds. After the Kuan Peng worlds fused into one, they were even stronger. The two of them were world lords of the Kuan Peng world. Even Immortal Emperor Divine Firmament would have to lower his head in front of these two. Su Zimo looked at the silver-haired old woman on his right again. That's the new world lord of the Dragon world, Dragon Empress Frost. Good lord. Immortal King Xian had a terrified expression and gulped. He was extremely nervous and under immense pressure. At that moment, all his talk about experience and foresight was useless. That was because he did not have such experience at all. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had never seen such big shots before. But now, these important figures who could make the medium Kiliacosm tremble with a single stomp of their feet were all sitting in this hall, staring at him with seemingly hostile gazes. That's the Flower World Lord. That's the Sanguine Ape World Lord. Immortal King Xian. Suddenly, the old ape smiled at Immortal King Xian with a cold glint in his eyes and asked faintly, "I wonder if the few of us are important enough." Hiss! Immortal King Xianxia gasped. The few of them heard what he said earlier on. The sanguine ape world lord's tone clearly revealed killing intent. Emperors were not to be humiliated. He was criticizing these emperor experts and they were all world lords. That was as good as jumping into hot soup. When Immortal King Xianxia thought of this, his face turned pale and his legs went weak. Yunju hurriedly supported Immortal King Xianxia to prevent him from kneeling down and embarrassing himself. Su Zimo consoled, "Fellow Taoist Xianxia, the sanguine ape world lord is just joking. Don't take it to heart." When the old ape heard that, he grinned and turned around, no longer scaring Immortal King Xianxia. The other world lords no longer made things difficult for Immortal King Xianxia as well and retracted their gazes. They were only trying to dampen Immortal King Xianxia's arrogance. With their statuses, they naturally would not fall out with an immortal king just because of a few words. Everyone who comes is a guest. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, come in and sit. Su Zimo smiled gently. I wouldn't dare. Immortal King Xianxia glanced at the few people sitting in the hall and hurriedly waved his hand. Who was he? How could he be qualified to sit with these people? Yunju did not care about that and followed Mo Qing and the others into the hall. She found an empty seat and sat down, smiling at Su Zimo. Immortal King Xianxia could only brace himself and follow. Feeling awkward regardless of whether he sat or stood, he could only look around to hide the nervousness and embarrassment in his heart. Right then, Immortal Queen Linglong, Old Xian and Lin Xuanji arrived together and barged into the hall hurriedly with grim expressions. What's wrong? When Su Zimo saw the three of them arrive at the same time with strange expressions, he vaguely guessed that something might have happened. Immortal Queen Linglong glanced at Emperor North Kuan, Dragon Empress Frost and the others and said hesitantly, during this period of time, I've been observing the phenomenons of the skies. Dark clouds overshadow the medium kiliocosm and there are undercurrents surging. It's as though something major is about to happen. LM Xuanji said, the results of my divination aren't good either. However, I can't divine the exact outcome. Old Xian nodded as well. I didn't divine anything. It's just that I've been feeling a little uneasy for the past few days and don't know the reason. I met the two of them and realized that the three of us were in a similar situation. So we came over to inform you. Su Zimo frowned slightly. When Emperor North Kuan and the others heard that, their expressions changed slightly as though they had thought of something. Dragon Empress Frost said in a deep voice, during this period of time I heard that the blessed heaven world has completely opened the treasure pagoda and restarted the battle merit rewards. Is that related? Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng thought of that at the same time. Furthermore, the two of them had thought even further. If there were to be any dangers or calamities for Tianhuang world, there could only be two sources. First, the light world. Second, the blessed heaven world. For the past 100 years, there had been no movement from the blessed heaven world and the light world. They were even a little puzzled and thought that Tianhuang world had managed to tide through this crisis. Now that the blessed heaven world had suddenly released such a signal, there was a high chance that it was a precursor to settling old scores and establishing their might. At that thought, Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng wanted to retreat and leave Tianhuang world as soon as possible to avoid being forced into it. In reality, the two of them did not intend to come in the first place. They thought that sending an envoy was already giving Tianhuang world enough face. However, Carefree insisted on coming over personally to offer his congratulations, and they could not stop him. Coupled with the chaotic situation in the medium kiliocosm in recent years and the long journey, the two of them were worried that Carefree would be in danger and personally brought him to Tianhuang world. The two world lords of the Kuanpeng world were also shocked by the changes in Tianhuang world. They were even praising it earlier on. However, the situation right now was complicated. The two emperors exchanged glances and stood up at the same time with a tacit understanding. Emperor North Kuan said, World Lord Su, this trip to Tianhuang world has indeed broadened our horizons. However, the medium kiliocosm has indeed been in chaos in recent years. We have to return to the Kuanpeng world as soon as possible to preside over the overall situation. Emperor North Kuan's reason was also very good, and it was difficult to reject. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. That's right. Dragon Empress Frost hesitated for a moment before getting up slowly as well. Dragon Queen Hornless stood up hurriedly as well. Dragon Empress Frost said, "In that case, we'll return as well. We'll take our leave now." After the battle of the dragons and phoenixes, the dragon world was severely injured and there were less than 10 emperor experts. They could no longer withstand the impact of any battle. Dragon Empress Frost did not want the dragon world to be in danger and cause an extermination. All right. Su Zimo could understand where she was coming from as well and agreed immediately without asking her to stay. When the Flower World Lord saw that, she stood up and bade farewell as well. Only the old ape sat on the chair with a frown and a displeased expression. When they saw that a calamity might befall Tianhuang World, these people left one after another. Although no one could blame them for caring about themselves, he despised it in his heart. On second thought, the old ape sighed gently. In these times, it was already rare to find people like these who would not kick others when they were down and take advantage of the situation. "Senior, you should return too." Su Zimo arrived before the old ape and cupped his fists slightly. The old ape was stunned. Yuan Huang's brother is indeed a magnanimous and loyal person. He took the initiative to persuade me to leave because he's unwilling to implicate others. Before long, the old ape could tell what Su Zimo meant and thought to himself, "Something's wrong. Something's about to happen." Immortal King Xianxia was secretly shocked and sent a voice transmission to Yun Zhu's spirit consciousness. "I knew it. We shouldn't have come to Tianhuang World. Look, these big shots are leaving. As expected, I wasn't wrong. Su Zimo can't support an entire world after all." Emperor North Kuan tore through the void casually, wanting to leave this place. However, when his fingertip tore a crack in the void, he suddenly felt a tremendous resistance. They could not enter the void at all. Emperor North Kuan's heart sank. "The surrounding space has been sealed," Emperor South Peng hollered. The two of them were still a step too late. The expressions of Dragon Empress Frost and the others changed when they heard that. If only one or two emperor experts sealed the void, even peak emperors would not be able to stop experts of Emperor North Kuan's level from leaving. In other words, the ones sealing the void were definitely experts among peak emperors, and there was more than one. More importantly, the meaning behind the act of sealing the void was obvious. Only with absolute confidence would one seal the void in advance. Sealing the void implied only a single possibility: they were going to leave no one alive. What was even more terrifying was that none of the emperor experts in the hall even realized that the surrounding void was sealed. Who was the one who attacked? Tianhuang World has just been established. This is such a joyous affair. Why are the few of you in such a hurry to leave? Right then, a voice sounded from outside the hall. The next moment, incomparably powerful auras burst forth from the skies of Tianhuang World and descended slowly. Outside the hall, golden light spread and illuminated the world like daytime. Suddenly, horses neighed and a large number of cultivators and living beings descended into Tianhuang World. Everyone's expressions changed when they swept their spirit consciousnesses. The cultivators outside were densely packed and almost covered the skies of Tianhuang World. They came from different worlds and looked like there were at least 100 million troops covering the mountains and plains. "It's the light world," Dragon Empress Frost said in a low voice. There were so many cultivator armies outside, and they came from different worlds. However, after observing, they could tell that these worlds were mainly following the light world's lead. They were either subsidiary worlds of the light world, attached to the light world, or on good terms with it. There were more than 80 emperor experts alone. Apart from the 15 emperor experts of the light world, the remaining emperor experts came from other worlds. Led by the light world lord, these emperor experts arrived in front of Tianhuang Hall in the blink of an eye. An unimaginable aura and pressure surged over, majestic and suffocating. Before the light world lord and the others could enter the hall, Immortal King Xianxia could no longer stand. He slumped weakly beside Yun Zhu and murmured softly in despair, "It's over. It's over. We're all going to be killed because of Su Zimo." Even peak immortal emperors and world lords, like Emperor North Kuan and Dragon Empress Frost, felt immense pressure, let alone an immortal king like him. Even a battle between super-large worlds could not compare to such a huge formation. The few of them did not bring anyone over. If there was a conflict, no matter how strong they would not be able to defend against the 8-odd Emperor experts led by the Light World Lord. More importantly, the surrounding void was sealed, which was equivalent to cutting off all connection with the outside world. They could not even ask for reinforcements. When the Light World Lord led more than 80 Emperor experts into Tianhuang Hall, the ground shook. Fellow Taoist Tian Yao, what are you doing with such a huge formation? Emperor North Kuan cupped his fists and asked. Of course I'm here to congratulate World Lord Su. The Light World Lord shifted his gaze and looked at Su Zimo, saying faintly, World Lord Su, you won't blame me for coming uninvited, right? This is the Light World Lord. Suddenly, the voice of the Dragon Empress Frost sounded in Su Zimo's mind, reminding, these people don't have good intentions. Be careful. Before Su Zimo could say anything, the old ape suddenly sneered. Is there a need for so many people to come and offer congratulations? It's more lively when there's more people. The Light World Lord smiled. I mentioned to these world lords that the world lord who established Tianhuang World has guts and boldness. Not only does he dare to take in the darkness sin spirits, he's even entangled with the Rakshasa sin spirits as well. As such, these world lords also want to come over and take a look at this amazing person. Those words were already filled with killing intent. An emperor raised his voice. This must be World Lord Su. Why do you look like you're not very welcoming when you see us coming to congratulate you? The person who spoke was World Lord Yu Zhao. Up till now, Su Zimo was the only person in the entire hall who could remain calm. When he heard that, Su Zimo smiled. Of course you're welcome. As I said, everyone who comes is a guest. Everyone, take a seat. Ha 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 ha. When the emperors heard that, they burst into laughter. Under such circumstances, who would dare to not welcome them? Su Zimo was rather smart. Have a seat. The Light World Lord waved his hand and gestured for the emperors to take their seats in the hall. What was strange was that the 8-odd Emperor experts, including the Light World Lord, did not sit on the upper seats. Instead, dozens of seats were vacated. It's truly surprising that Tianhuang World has such a climate after a mere 100 years of establishment. The Light World Lord looked at Su Zimo and praised with a smile. World Lord Su, you're really capable. You flatter me. Su Zimo replied indifferently. It's a pity. The Light World Lord changed the topic and retracted his smile. He said slowly, this beautiful scenery is about to disappear. Emperor North Kuan and the others shuddered when they heard that. Those words almost indicated the intentions of the Light World Lord and the others. I've heard about that as well. There should be some misunderstandings. Emperor South Peng tried to smooth things over. Su Zimo is from the lower worlds after all and might not know much about the evil fiends and sin spirits. The matter will be resolved once he hands over the darkness and Rakshasa sin spirits. In reality, by saying that, Emperor South Peng was also reminding Su Zimo to hand them over as soon as possible. 100 years. The Light World Lord sighed. For a full 100 years, he hadn't handed over the darkness sin spirit. It's too late for him to hand her over now. Emperor North Kuan and the others exchanged glances in silence. From the looks of it, the Light World Lord was clearly not going to let the matter rest. It was useless even when they stood in. Tianhuang World could not escape this calamity. 100 years. Indeed, there should be an explanation for this matter. Su Zimo said. However, this has nothing to do with these world lords. Let them leave first. Emperor North Kuan, Dragon Empress Frost and the others had conflicted expressions. To be fair, they quite liked Su Zimo. Even though this young man knew that he would definitely die, he did not want to implicate them still. No one can leave until today's matter is resolved. The Light World Lord sneered with a resolute tone. Emperor North Kuan frowned when he heard that. His expression turned cold as he said in a deep voice, Why? Fellow Taoist Tianyao, are you intending to hold us back as well? The old ape said coldly. If the few of us join forces and fight to the death, even if we can't win, how many of the 8 emperors you brought here will be left standing? The old ape's words were extremely powerful as well. If the Light World Lord wanted to attack them, he would definitely have to pay a heavy price. Most of the 8 emperors were not from the Light World. These emperors were definitely not completely united. The old ape wanted the emperor experts to be wary and not dare to act rashly. However, after he said that, the group of emperor experts merely chuckled with mocking expressions, as though they were not worried or bothered. Dragon Empress Frost frowned in deep thought. The Light World Lord and the 80 emperor experts were naturally a powerful force to be reckoned with. However, those people alone should not be able to seal the void outside Tianhuang world silently. In other words, there were other experts who sealed the void. Dragon Empress Frost glanced at the empty main seat and many upper seats in Tianhuang Hall. As though she thought of something, her heart suddenly sank. Could it be? Right then, an incomparably domineering aura suddenly surged from outside, suppressing even the dozens of emperor experts in the hall. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures appeared at the entrance of Tianhuang Hall. The leader wore a green robe and was the first to enter the hall expressionlessly. When the green-robed man entered the hall, a shuddering aura spread and enveloped the heads of everyone in the hall. Many emperors in the hall could sense fear that came from the depths of their bloodlines. This was a bloodline suppression. Even with the powerful bloodlines of the Kuan, Pong and Dragon races, Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Pong and Dragon Empress Frost could not avoid it. The hall instantly fell silent. Who wants to leave? The green-robed man surveyed his surroundings and landed on Emperor North Kuan and the others. He said indifferently, I can send him on his way first. Hiss! That single sentence sent chills down Emperor North Kuan, and the other spines and their scalps tingled. It was as though as long as they dared to say a word, the green-robed man would attack and send them to the netherworld. Even the unruly old ape was shocked. When he saw that person, his eyes released a blood glint with an agitated expression. He clenched his fists and tried his best to restrain himself. He recognized the green-robed man. Back then, this was the person who led the Blessed Heaven world and killed half of the Sanguinape world. As for this person, he was not from the Blessed Heaven world but from the Heavenly Court. Furthermore, the old ape could clearly sense that the green-robed man was even stronger than back then. Su Zimo swept his gaze and landed on the tokens on the waists of the Emperor experts. On them was the word blue. Blue heaven, one of the 9 heavens. Behind the green-robed man, Su Zimo saw someone familiar. Emperor Azure Flame. However, Emperor Azure Flame did not recognize him. The green-robed man and the other 50 emperors of the Heavenly Court entered the hall and walked forward. The Light World Lord and the others stood up one after another and bowed respectfully. Emperor North Kuan and the others could not withstand the pressure and bowed one after another. The green-robed man shifted his gaze and looked at the old ape. The old ape had been sitting on the chair the entire time. At that moment, he stood up slowly and grit his teeth, raising his head without bowing. You're still the same. The green-robed man was indifferent. He walked past the old ape and said casually, Back then, I should have killed all of you monkeys. The old ape trembled slightly without saying a word. Under everyone's gaze, the green-robed man naturally arrived at the main seat in the hall and sat down, as though he was the master of this place. The other emperors of the Heavenly Court sat down as well. It was only at that moment that Emperor North Kuan and the others realized that the empty seats were reserved for this group of people. Just who in the world have Su Zimo offended? Immortal King Xianxia wailed in his heart. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had not seen more than 5 emperor experts. He had never seen such a scene before. More than 100 emperor experts appeared at once. Furthermore, the 50 that appeared later on clearly had an even greater background. Even a figure like the Light World Lord had to bow obediently in front of this group of people. In reality, that was indeed the case. After the green-robed man appeared and asked a question, everyone in the hall fell silent. The auras of world lords like Emperor North Kuan and Dragon Empress Frost were completely suppressed. Although they had never seen the green-robed man before, they could already guess the background of this group of emperors. Emperor North Kuan and Emperor South Peng exchanged glances and shook their heads internally. Tianhuang world was finished. They thought that the worst possibility was that the blessed heaven world and the light world would cause trouble for Tianhuang world. To think that the actual situation was even more serious than they had imagined. The colossus behind the blessed heaven world actually sent someone over. Furthermore, 50 emperor experts were dispatched to deal with a tiny Tianhuang world. It was no longer possible to save Tianhuang world. Right now, they only had a single thought: they wanted to escape unscathed without getting implicated. After the green-robed man arrived at the main seat of the Tianhuang hall and sat down, he smiled when he saw that the light world lord and the others were still bowing. Everyone take a seat. There's no need to be so reserved. Thank you, Lord. After the light world lord and the others thanked him, they sat down carefully. At that moment, Su Zimo, who was standing in the middle of the hall, became abnormally conspicuous. Emperor North Kuan, Dragon Empress Frost and the others could not help but glance at Su Zimo, stunned. Under such circumstances, this world lord of Tianhuang world looked extremely calm. His expression was normal and he was not flustered, surprised or afraid. Even as bystanders, the few of them endured immense pressure and felt uneasy. No one could imagine how much pressure Su Zimo, who was in the middle of the hall and the center of the storm, was under. Under such circumstances, they would not be surprised and could understand whether Su Zimo was terrified, trembling or even crying and kneeling to beg for mercy. The only thing they did not expect was for Su Zimo to be like this. He was way too calm. He was so calm that it was incomprehensible. However, right from the beginning, the green-robed man did not even look at Su Zimo. To him, the so-called world lord of Tianhuang world, a supreme immortal king, was not worthy of his direct attention. Dong dong. The green-robed man extended his finger and tapped the table gently, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat, and they became nervous immediately. Let me introduce myself, the green-robed man said. I'm from the heavenly court. I believe some of you should know something about the heavenly court. To put it simply, the blessed heaven world is acting under the orders of the heavenly court. Emperor North Kuan, Dragon Empress Frost and the others had already guessed the origins of this group of people and were not surprised. For people like the Flower World Lord and Immortal King Xianxia, this was the first time they had heard of this. Even the blessed heaven world had to listen to the orders of the heavenly court. The green-robed man continued. I'm from the heavenly court's blue heaven and I'm its ombudsman angel. The hall was silent. Oh, you guys probably haven't even heard of the term ombudsman angel. The green-robed man continued. To put it simply, in Blue Heaven, only the strongest person apart from Great Emperor Blue Heaven is qualified to be conferred the title of Ombudsman Angel. The strongest expert below the Great Emperor realm. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven said, every time before the evil fiends cause trouble, a few Ombudsman Angels of the Heavenly Court will head to the medium Kiliacosm to patrol and chat with the world lords of the current era. Foo-foo, everyone. Please don't be nervous. There's no need to be afraid either. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven looked at Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Peng and the others and chuckled. It's good that we met here. It saves me the trouble of paying you guys a visit to ask you a question. Emperor North Kuan and the others shuddered. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven spoke gently and had a warm attitude. However, Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Peng, and the others knew that if they gave a wrong answer, this person would turn hostile and kill them. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven's tone gradually darkened as he said slowly, now that the evil fiends are creating chaos in the world, is the Kuan Peng world, Dragon world, Sanguine Ape world and Flower world intending to join forces with the evil fiends to cause trouble? Or do you plan to be at the disposal of the heavenly court to kill these evil fiends and pacify the chaos? The expressions of Emperor North Kuan, the Flower World Lord and the others changed slightly. It was obvious that he wanted them to express their stance. Emperor North Kuan said, the Kuan Peng world is definitely on the side of the heavenly court. The Flower World Lord added hurriedly, "It's our duty to kill the evil fiends." "Very good. All of you are very obedient." Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven clapped and smiled. His gaze shifted and landed on the old ape and Dragon Empress Frost. The old ape clenched his fists tightly without saying a word. Dragon Empress Frost was silent for a moment before forcing a smile. "Lord Ombudsman Angel, the dragon world has just experienced a catastrophe, and our clansmen suffered heavy casualties. Less than 10% of us survived, and we're truly unable to participate in the fiend-slaying battle. Although I'm old, I still have some strength. I'm at your disposal, Lord Ombudsman Angel." In reality, Dragon Empress Frost was prepared to abandon herself to protect the dragon bloodline and prevent the dragon race from getting involved in this catastrophe. "Oh," Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven smiled. "I guess that means the dragon race is intending to join forces with the evil fiends." It did not. Dragon Empress Frost's expression changed as she explained hurriedly. "The dragon race is just powerless to participate in the battle. However, we won't help the evil fiends. Since they're unable to participate in the battle, there's no need for the dragon race to exist." Before Dragon Empress Frost could finish, Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven interrupted her and said faintly, "If you're not at the disposal of the heavenly court, you're on the side of the evil fiends. The dragon race wants to sit on the fence and ignore everything else? Do you think things can be that simple?" Dragon Empress Frost's face was pale. Su Zimo stood in the hall in silence the entire time. He was observing, wanting to know the true motives of these people. The reason why the Heavenly Court mobilized this group of people shouldn't be just for Tianhuang World. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to transfer the Martial Dao Prime body over. He was guarding over the Great Wilderness World as well. However, when he heard that, he was certain of something. The Heaven Conquest battle was started by the evil fiends. However, the side that forced the medium Kiliacosm to express their stance and involved the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium Kiliacosm in this battle was indeed the Heavenly Court. The Fiend Lord had once looked for him. Empress Evil had once looked for Dai Yu to seek her help as well. Even though Dai Yu rejected her, Empress Evil did not make things difficult for her. Be it the Fiend Lord or Empress Evil, they had never forced them. Instead, they let them choose for themselves. However, in front of the Heavenly Court, the medium Kiliacosm had no choice. They could either be forced by the Heavenly Court to charge at the front and fight the evil fiends, or they could die. The Heavenly Court is truly impressive. Right then, a voice sounded in the middle of the hall, sounding incomparably ear-piercing. Under the might of Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven, the emperors trembled in fear. Who would dare to speak out of line? Furthermore, that was a sarcastic statement. There was no hope for this person. Everyone looked at Su Zimo in the middle of the hall as though they were looking at a dead person. Emperor North Kuan and the others shook their heads internally as well, feeling a sense of pity. 5 Fufu. Suddenly Emperor Azure Flame sneered. "Oh no! We forgot about the World Lord of Tianhuang World and he's now upset." Su Zimo ignored Emperor Azure Flame and looked at Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven, sitting on the main seat with a calm expression. Why did the Heavenly Court seal the medium Kiliacosm and block the path of the 10,000 races ascension? Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven raised his brows slightly. This was an extremely secret matter to begin with, and not many Emperor experts of the various worlds knew about it. The blessed Heaven World did not allow the medium Kiliacosm to discuss it or anyone to mention it. Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Pong, Dragon Empress Frost and the others were visibly moved when they heard that, as world lords of super-large worlds that had been passed down for several eras, they naturally had some secret inheritances. Although the few of them did not know the exact situation, they had a rough guess. "You actually know about this?" Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven smiled. Su Zimo continued. "I also know that with the 9 heavens as the court, a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi accumulated in the major Kiliacosm was sealed in the heavenly court. That one's the reason why essence chi is relatively thin in the medium Kiliacosm and cultivation became much more difficult for living beings of the 10,000 races." Ha 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 ha. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven burst into laughter and asked, "So what if you know?" Su Zimo did not answer and continued asking, "What's the goal of the heavenly court? Are you questioning me?" Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven looked at Su Zimo with a mocking gaze and smiled. "You living beings of the medium kiliacosm are a bunch of ants and livestock we rear. As livestock, you have to have the awareness of livestock. If there comes a day when you're indignant and want to escape from your cages, what awaits you is only slaughter, since he was already prepared to kill them all." Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven had no intention of hiding anything. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven looked at Emperor North Kuan, the Light World Lord, and the others below and said gently, "The heaven and earth essence chi of the medium kiliacosm was also bestowed to you by the heavenly court. You have to be content and grateful." Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven humiliated the emperors of the medium kiliacosm by referring to them as livestock. However, Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Pong, and the others were expressionless and did not dare to retort. They could only suppress the anger in their hearts. The Light World Lord hurriedly stood up and knelt on the ground, shouting, "The lightning, rain, and dew are all the grace of the heavens. The Light World will definitely remember this. As long as the heavenly court gives the order, the God race beings of the Light World will not hesitate to sacrifice our lives." Everyone from Tianhuang World felt disgusted, let alone Emperor North Kuan. Even some emperors of the Light World lowered their heads slightly with a look of guilt in their eyes. Emperor North Kuan and the others had no choice but to compromise under pressure. However, the Light World Lord was just a fawning slave. "Yeah." Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven nodded slightly with a satisfied expression. He pointed at the Light World Lord kneeling in front of him and praised, "Everyone, look, this is what enlightenment means." "Oh, right." Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven surveyed his surroundings. Tianhuang World is indeed not bad. It's not inferior to the various immortal palaces in the heavenly court. However, it's too extravagant for you ants to live in a place that's similar to the heavenly court. That in itself is a heinous sin. You're livestock. How are you worthy of living and cultivating in such an environment? In the hall, only the voice of Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven reverberated. No one dared to interrupt, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Everyone knew that there would definitely be a massacre today. However, no one knew when this massacre would arrive. In the hearts of Emperor North Kuan and the others, they even hoped that Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven would continue talking like this. Perhaps the massacre would come later. "It's about time." Right then, Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven suddenly said. Thereafter, he looked towards the middle of the hall where Su Zimo stood calmly and asked with a fake smile, "Let me guess. The reason why you're so composed even now is because you're expecting people from the Sword World to come and save you, right? Unfortunately, the surrounding void has been sealed. Your messages won't be sent out. It doesn't matter though. I'll let you take a look at the Sword World situation." The moment he said that, Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven took out a transparent water ball and suddenly threw it out of the hall. It landed in the sky above Tianhuang World and shattered, turning into a gigantic water screen. Through the water screen, everyone saw the 9 sword-shaped continents and a gigantic palace surrounded by the 9 continents. Through the water screen, everyone saw everything in the Sword World clearly. At that moment, the void around the 9 sword peaks of the Sword World had been sealed as well. Cultivators stood in a densely packed manner that far surpassed the army outside Tianhuang World and surrounded the Sword World tightly. Emperor North Kuan, Dragon Empress Frost, and the others were shocked and their gazes focused. Among the major factions that surrounded the Sword World, there were more than 10 Emperor experts of the Heavenly Eye World, Stone World, and Golden Crow World. These 3 were super large worlds. There were also people from the Blood World. However, not many cultivators came. However, these emperors were not enough to make Emperor North Kuan's expression change. Apart from the emperors of the few super large worlds, the experts of the Blessed Heaven World were also present, including the 6 blessed Heaven World Lords. More than 100 Emperor experts led the Blessed Heaven World Army. In front of the 100-odd Emperor experts stood 3 major factions. The tokens on their waists were made of the same material as the tokens of Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven in the hall. However, the words on the tokens of the three factions were Flame, Advent, and Mystic. There were 50 Emperor experts in each of the three factions. Coupled with the Blessed Heaven world and the three super-large worlds, there were nearly 300 Emperors around the Sword world. The Sword world was finished. That was the only thought in the minds of Emperor North Kuan, Dragon Empress Frost, and the others. 300 Emperor experts were enough to sweep through all the worlds of the medium Kiliacosm. Furthermore, these were emperors of the heavenly court who were in the lead. In the Sword world, the Iron Crown Old Man appeared with cultivators of the Sword world one after another. Through the water screen, everyone could clearly see the pale face of the Iron Crown Old Man and the fear in the eyes of many sword cultivators. Everyone could even see the sweat on the foreheads of the sword cultivators clearly. The army led by nearly 300 Emperor experts was like a torrent that was enough to devour everything and destroy all living beings. In the face of this shocking torrent, the Sword world seemed so tiny and helpless. Eventually, the Iron Crown Old Man still stood out and asked loudly, "Everyone, why did you mobilize so many people to come to the Sword world? The Sword world is colluding with evil fiends and sin spirits. Everyone shall be killed without mercy." Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven said coldly. The Iron Crown Old Man asked in a deep voice, "Do you have any evidence?" "My words are evidence," Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven said expressionlessly. In Tianhuang Hall, Emperor North Kuan and the others could already tell the intentions of the Heavenly Court and could not help but sigh gently. The Heavenly Court and Blessed Heaven world had joined forces with many super-large worlds. From the looks of it, they clearly had no intention of giving the Sword world a way out. No matter how the Sword world explained, it was useless. The fiend-slaying battle was imminent, and it was clear that the Heavenly Court was trying to establish their might. They wanted to use the blood of the Sword world to warn the living beings of the 10,000 races in the medium Kiliacosm what would happen if they stood on the wrong side. Even if it was not the Sword world, it would have been some other world. In short, the Heavenly Court wanted to use the blood of a super-large world to establish their might. In the hall, Lin Zhan and Feng Cantian were not worried about Su Zimo initially. After all, they knew that Su Zimo had the Martial Dao Prime body backing him. Although the surrounding void was sealed by the Heavenly Court and no news could be sent out, they could not lock down the connection between Su Zimo's two true bodies. With a thought, the Martial Dao Prime body could descend here at any moment. However, when they saw that, everyone from Tianhuang had grim expressions and looked at Su Zimo worriedly. No matter how strong Desolate Marshal was, he could not split himself up and could only save one side at most. If Desolate Marshal descended on Tianhuang world, everyone could only watch helplessly as the Sword world was destroyed. If the billion-strong army led by nearly 300 Emperor experts attacked with all their might, the Sword world would probably not be able to last for even half an hour. If Desolate Marshal headed to the Sword world, Tianhuang world would be destroyed instantly as well. This was destined to be a difficult choice. When Su Zimo saw that, he merely narrowed his eyes slightly without any emotions. He had been waiting for the Heavenly Court to reveal their trump card. That was the reason why the Martial Dao Prime body did not appear the entire time. Now, the Heavenly Court had placed a large number of troops in the Sword world. However, there were still 5 out of the 9 heavens that had yet to show themselves. Su Zimo wanted to confirm the movements of the remaining 5 heavens: Blue Heaven, Flame Heaven, Advent Heaven, and Mystic Heaven. Su Zimo said, "Since there are 9 heavens, why are there only 4 here?" "Fufu," Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven chuckled. "A single heaven is enough to deal with the Sword world and Tianhuang world, let alone 4. Emperor Azure Flame pouted. "The 5 heavens will arrive soon. However, an ant like you won't have the chance to see them." "Oh," Su Zimo nodded. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven stood up and spread his arms. He looked at Su Zimo and the others and smiled. "Everyone, you're lucky to witness this massacre feast with us. There's no need to thank me because I'll send you guys on your way to reunite with the Sword world soon." The voice of Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven spread to every corner of Tianhuang world. The gigantic army led by the Light world became abnormally excited with bloodthirsty glints in their eyes. As for the living beings of Tianhuang world, they looked at the water screen above their heads and already realized that a calamity was imminent. They were terrified and uneasy. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven's voice continued. This battle will spread throughout the medium kiliacosm. You livestock will understand what the will of the heavenly court is. The outcome of the sword world shall be the outcome of anyone going against the will of the heavens. Great wilderness world. Butterfly Valley. The martial Tao prime body woke up from his seclusion and opened his eyes. At the same time, Dai Yu returned from outside. You sensed it? The martial Tao prime body asked. Yeah. Dai Yu nodded and asked, it's the heavenly court, right? The martial Tao prime body said, there are nearly 300 emperors in the sword world. They are led by 3 ombudsman angels, 2 young masters of the heavenly court and the blessed heaven world. There are more than 100 emperors in Tianhuang world, led by Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and Emperor Azure Flame. Dai Yu stood up and said indifferently, go to the sword world. Leave Tianhuang world to me. For 100 years, Dai Yu had yet to take that step. In fact, during this period of time, Dai Yu did not enter seclusion to cultivate or stay with the martial Tao prime body. Instead, she was like a mortal who worked at sunrise and rested at dawn, strolling among the flowers, washing her feet by the streams, sitting quietly in the mountains, drinking alone under the moon. Unknowingly, Dai Yu's injuries had already healed. Occasionally, the martial Tao prime body would glance at Dai Yu from afar. Dai Yu's cultivation realm remained unchanged. However, the martial Tao prime body could sense that Dai Yu was changing at every moment. That change was indescribable, and even the martial Tao prime body could not explain or see through it. It was as though Dai Yu had completely fused into this world in 100 years and blended into nature, becoming one with the mortal world. However, it was also as though she was roaming outside the world as she looked down on all living beings. She had already reached a transcendent state of extreme clarity where she's able to immerse and extricate at will. The martial Tao prime body could sense that Dai Yu was much stronger than 100 years ago. However, he could not say for sure what level her combat strength had reached. There's an ombudsman angel in Tianhuang world, Emperor Azure Flame, and more than 100 emperor experts. The martial Tao prime body hesitated slightly, still worried about Dai Yu. Dai Yu smiled and said, I don't have much confidence going against 3 ombudsman angels. However, it won't be a problem dealing with one. Indeed, it's hard to ascertain victory with the addition of that 100-odd emperors. However, at the very least, they can't hurt me. At that point, Dai Yu paused for a moment and looked at the martial Tao prime body with a grim expression. Instead, I'm worried for you. The martial Tao prime body was silent. He could tell that Dai Yu was not worried about the 3 ombudsman angels and nearly 300 emperor experts. Instead, she was worried that if the martial Tao prime body saved the sword world, he would definitely not hold back. Once he went on a massacre, there was a high chance that the experts of the other 5 heavens would be alerted, or even great emperors of the heavenly court. Back then, the Fiend Lord had also reminded the martial Tao prime body about this. The great emperors of the heavenly court did not appear the entire time during the previous battle of the Great Wilderness. This time round, if there was another conflict with the heavenly court, the great emperors might interfere. To the martial Tao prime body, there was no need to be in a hurry to launch the heaven conquest battle in this generation. Right now, he was at the minor emperor realm. If he had enough time and cultivated to the major or even perfected emperor realm, their chances of winning the heaven conquest battle would be higher. However, if the great emperors of the heavenly court were to attack in today's battle, it would be a huge danger for the current martial Tao prime body. It might even cause the heaven conquest battle to be brought forward. More importantly, there had yet to be a great emperor born in the medium kiliacosm in this era. If the great emperors of the heavenly court attacked, no one in the medium kiliacosm could help the martial Tao prime body. Dai Yu had yet to become a great emperor and could not help. There was a high chance that the impact of the martial Tao prime body's attack this time round would be extremely far-reaching, and no one could guess how the situation would develop in the end. If the great emperors of the heavenly court step in, I can only fight. The martial Tao prime body had a deep gaze and a fearless expression. It was impossible for him to not save the Sword World and Tianhuang World. Even if the Heaven Conquest battle was brought forward, it was not a big deal. After all, he still had one last trump card. "I'll send you to Tianhuang World first," the martial Tao prime body said. Although the martial Tao prime body was not a great emperor, he could use the 10 gates of hell to descend anywhere in the medium kiliocosm casually. That was something that other emperor experts could not do. "Humph, how dare you look down on me? Why would you think I need you to send me?" Dai Yu rolled her eyes at the martial Tao prime body. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body lit up. It seemed like Dai Yu's improvement in the past 100 years had already exceeded his imagination. The two of them parted ways and disappeared from the great wilderness world in a flash. At the same time, in the heavenly world, Immortal Emperor 9 Firmament, Heavenly Lord 6 Brahma, and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse seemed to have sensed something and woke up at the same time. They looked in the direction of the Sword World and Tianhuang World and revealed excited and strange smiles. "Kill! The more you kill, the better." The three corpses channeled their spirit consciousnesses and circulated the Heaven Burial Sutra at the same time. The entire heavenly world seemed to have turned into a gigantic tomb that was lifeless. Even the builder tree sensed something at that moment. The light on its body dimmed and its life force drained. Some of its leaves turned yellow and withered. Sword World. The Iron Crown Old Man, the fat and skinny Sword Emperors, and another 10-odd Sword Emperors of the Sword World had looks of despair. Against such a formation, no world could defend against it. Even 10 Sword Worlds would not be able to escape this calamity, let alone one. However, the Sword Emperors did not beg for mercy or explain. They could tell that the Heavenly Court, Blessed Heaven World, and the super-large worlds were here today to destroy the Sword World. No matter how they explained or begged for mercy, it was useless. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well fight to the end and kill to their heart's content. This was also the Tao of sword cultivators. They would rather break than submit and press forward. However, even the Sword Emperors did not know how long they could defend. Perhaps dozens of breaths or half an hour. Thereafter, the Sword World would become the history of the medium kiliocosm. Just like the Darkness World, it would gradually disappear from everyone's memories as time passed. Iron Crown, you sword cultivators love to wield swords and fight for injustice. Have you ever thought that this would happen to you today? The Heavenly I-World Lord sneered. Although the Heavenly I-World Lord did not say it explicitly, the Iron Crown Old Man could roughly tell what was going on. Back then, when the Heavenly I-World destroyed the 7-star Sword World and slaughtered billions of living beings, a few peak masters of the Sword World encountered them and saved some surviving sword cultivators of the 7-star Sword World. As a result, they became enemies with the Heavenly I-World. Later on, in the Evil Fiend battlefield, Lin Xuanjin and the others were retaliated against by the Heavenly I-race and almost died. Su Zimo was the one who avenged the Sword World. Later on, when the Evil Fiend battlefield opened again, Su Zimo was even surrounded by more than 20 supreme perfected spirits, including Xiayin, who was known as the number 1 perfected spirit back then. However, the supreme perfected spirits were all suppressed by Su Zimo. At that thought, the Iron Crown Old Man felt relieved. Fortunately, Su Zimo left early and did not encounter this calamity. There was a chance that Su Zimo could become a great emperor in the future. Since he knew the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic, he might be able to pass down the legacy of the Sword World still. Are you thinking that Su Zimo is lucky to have escaped this calamity? The heavenly eye on the Heavenly I-World Lord's glabella opened slightly, as though it could see through the thought that flashed through the Iron Crown Old Man's mind. Suddenly, he asked with a smile. The Iron Crown Old Man's heart sank and his eyes flickered with sword light. What do you mean by that? Ha 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 ha. The world lords of the Heavenly I-World, Golden Crow World, Stone World, and the other worlds laughed loudly without hiding the smugness on their faces. Today, I'll let you give up on that thought and let you die in peace, the Heavenly I-World Lord said. Right now, Tianhuang World is also facing the same situation. Everyone, including Su Zimo, won't be able to escape. You guys, The Iron Crown old man glared angrily, and a sharp and ear-piercing sword hum burst forth from his body. When the fat and skinny sword emperors heard that, they closed their eyes as well and sighed. This was truly extermination. The Stone World Lord laughed loudly. Iron Crown, the Sword World should thank us. After this battle, you and Tianhuang World can reunite in the Netherworld. There, you guys can create another Tianhuang World and Sword World to bring your sword Dao to greater heights. Ha ha ha! Laughter sounded from the side of the heavenly court. Right then, a calm and cold voice sounded from the crowd of the Sword World. Seniors, fellow disciples of the Sword World, don't worry. The Sword World won't die. That voice sounded extremely different among the surrounding laughter. However, it was powerful and abnormally firm. It was not only everyone from the Sword World. Even the emperors of the heavenly court looked in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke had not even entered the Grotto Heaven and stood side by side with the 8 peak masters. It was a woman with a sword on her back. She's Bimingxue, the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the Sword World now. Someone in the crowd recognized the woman and said. Immediately after, there was a burst of laughter. In such a situation, even the 3 world lords of the Sword World would be reduced to ants under the suppression of the absolute strength of the heavenly court, let alone the peak master of a sword peak. To everyone, Bimingxue's sudden words were a joke. The Iron Crown old man and the others looked at Bimingxue. Although they did not have much hope, they could not help but ask, Biming, what you said earlier on? Bimingxue said firmly. Master will definitely not watch the Sword World be destroyed. He will definitely save us. When the Sword Emperors heard that, their expressions darkened and they shook their heads. The Iron Crown old man had a bitter expression as well and sighed softly. Zimo sigh. Su Zimo could not even protect himself, so how could he rush over? Furthermore, even if Su Zimo rushed over, what was the use? Ha 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 ha. Bimingxue's words caused the Emperor experts to burst into laughter once more. Even the 3 ombudsman angels of the heavenly court could not help but chuckle with mocking expressions when they looked at the woman who had an icy expression. Similar laughter sounded in Tianhuang Hall. Hey, World Lord! That female disciple of yours is hoping that you'll rush over to save her. Go quickly. I'm sure he wants to. It'll probably take a year for him to reach there. By then, the bodies in the Sword World would already be cold. This female cultivator probably doesn't even know that her master has already been scared stiff and doesn't dare to move at all. Ha ha ha. When Su Zimo heard the laughter around him, he laughed as well. However, not many people knew what he was laughing about. He merely raised his head and looked through the dome of the hall at the gigantic water screen, smiling. Everyone's gazes were also on the water screen. Everyone knew that the massacre feast was about to begin. However, right in front of everyone, the void of the Sword World on the other side of the water screen suddenly split open and a figure strode out. It was as though an invisible pair of hands suddenly grabbed everyone's throats. Instantly, the laughter of the Sword World and Tianhuang World stopped. That was because not many people could smile in front of that figure. Purple robe, black hair and silver mask. Emperor Desolate Marshal. It's him, Desolate Marshal. When Emperor Azure Flame saw the person through the water screen, his expression changed drastically. As though he had awakened a terrifying memory. He instinctively grabbed Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven's arm and exclaimed. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven's expression was extremely dark. Through the water screen, he looked at the figure above the Sword World and frowned slightly. Desolate Marshal was indeed very strong. He was unfathomable. Even though they were billions of kilometers apart, Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven could still sense the immense pressure from Emperor Desolate Marshal's powerful aura through the water screen. It was not difficult to imagine that the group of people around the Sword World would sense it even more intensely when they faced Emperor Desolate Marshal head-on. However, Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven was puzzled. They split into 2 groups and deliberately hid their auras. They did not show off because they were worried that they would attract the attention of Emperor Desolate Marshal and cause other unforeseen events. The battle had yet to start and there were not many power fluctuations either. Under normal circumstances, Emperor Desolate Marshal should not have sensed it. After all, even if Emperor Desolate Martial's spirit consciousness was so strong that he could cover the entire medium kiliacosm with a single thought, it was impossible for him to keep an eye on every corner of the medium kiliacosm at all times. By the time both parties attacked and the huge battle broke out, the outcome would definitely be decided in a short period of time under the suppression of absolute strength. It would be too late by the time Emperor Desolate Martial sensed it. However, to think that this person would be alarmed before the two sides could fight. Sword World. The Iron Crown Old Man and the other emperors of the Sword World were stunned on the spot when they saw that figure. However, before long, everyone recognized the background of that figure. Emperor Desolate Martial of the Great Wilderness World. This was the person who had once defeated more than 100 emperor experts of the blessed heaven world single-handedly. The Sword Emperors were energized and a trace of hope reignited. The Iron Crown Old Man and the fat and skinny old man looked at each other. Apart from being excited, they had mixed feelings. In reality, the Iron Crown Old Man had always wanted to meet Emperor Desolate Martial. Back when he escorted Bai Mingxue to the Kuanpeng world and participated in the wedding of the young master of the Kuanpeng world, he was actually looking forward to meeting Emperor Desolate Martial in the Kuanpeng world. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the Kuanpeng world, Emperor Desolate Martial had already left and they did not get to meet. To think that Emperor Desolate Martial would suddenly descend during the calamity of the Sword World today. Furthermore, after Emperor Desolate Martial descended, the situation in the starry skies seemed to have reversed instantly. The aura of both parties was completely reversed by a single person before any attacks were even thrown out. Emperor Desolate Martial stood alone in the starry skies and faced the nearly 300 emperor experts and countless armies led by the heavenly court. However, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Not only that, after Emperor Desolate Martial appeared, there was even a commotion among the side of the emperors of the blessed heaven world, the stone world and the heavenly eye world. After all, the blessed heaven world had suffered greatly at the hands of the martial Dao Prime body. In the battle of the Great Wilderness, dozens of emperor experts died and their foundation was severely injured. As for the Stone World, Heavenly Eye World and Golden Crow World, they had long heard of Desolate Martial's ferocious reputation and were intimidated by him. A few years ago, Desolate Martial appeared and even pacified the battles between super-large worlds like the Battle of the Dragons and Phoenixes and the Battle of the Kuns and Pungs. The Witch World Lord and Poison World Lord died one after another. The Witch World was destroyed and the Poison World and Blood World suffered varying degrees of impact. In the medium kiliacosm, Desolate Martial was a terrifying existence that had already become a taboo. In recent years, there were even sayings that unless there was a great emperor, everyone shall hail Desolate Martial as supreme. Who would dare to clash with him? It was not only the blessed heaven world. Even the two young masters of the heavenly court were shocked and took a step back instinctively with terrified expressions. The battle in the great wilderness had really frightened them. They watched helplessly as the young master of flame heaven died before their eyes. It was only at that moment that they realized that although their statuses were noble, they were no different from those ants in a certain aspect. They only had one life, or rather, in the eyes of Desolate Martial, they were ants. After the young master of flame heaven died, the other three of them were almost killed by Emperor Desolate Martial. At that time, the Fiend Lord appeared and stopped Emperor Desolate Martial's attack. However, Emperor Baiyu and the other two were scared out of their wits. They only cared about escaping and did not see what happened behind them. After escaping back to the heavenly court, everyone felt a lingering fear and thought to themselves that they were lucky. After recuperating for more than 100 years, they initially thought that they could make a comeback after recovering from their injuries. However, when they met Emperor Desolate Martial again, the three of them felt the fear of their lives hanging by a thread once more. Compared to Emperor Baiyu and the others, the three ombudsman angels and the other emperors of the heavenly court were relatively calm. In particular, Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven looked at the martial Dao Prime body with a gaze filled with killing intent, almost spewing fire. "You're Desolate Martial?" Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven asked coldly. As the few strongest combatants in the 9 heavens, the Ombudsman Angels were not afraid of the martial Dao Prime body. The Martial Dao Prime Body glanced at the badge on Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven's waist and identified him. He said indifferently, "I killed the young master of Flame Heaven. Do you want to take revenge?" This was a blatant provocation. Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven's gaze was like a torch as tens of thousands of flames suddenly burst forth from his body, burning a gigantic black hole in the starry skies. Like a god of war bathed in flames, his aura increased exponentially. The remaining dozens of Emperor experts of Flame Heaven summoned their divine weapons one after another with killing intent. They were waiting for an order and were prepared to attack at any moment. Desolate Marshal. Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven's gaze was dark as he said slowly, "Our aim today is to destroy the Sword World and has nothing to do with you. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best if you return to your great wilderness world and stay there obediently. In a few days, we'll naturally pay you a visit." Who said that the Sword World has nothing to do with me? The Martial Dao Prime Body looked at Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven and asked instead, "Who do you think I am?" Those words stumped everyone from the heavenly court. The three Ombudsman Angels frowned, not understanding what the Martial Dao Prime Body meant. Even the emperors of the Sword World were slightly stunned. Could Emperor Desolate Marshal have some relationship with the Sword World? Many sword cultivators glanced sideways and subconsciously looked at the three world lords. If Emperor Desolate Marshal was related to the Sword World, the only ones who might know why were the three of them. At that moment, the Iron Crown Old Man and the fat and skinny sword emperors looked at each other in confusion as well. Tianhuang World. In the hall, when Lin Zhan, Immortal Queen Ling Long, Feng Cantian and the others saw the Martial Dao Prime Body appear in the Sword World, they sighed softly with conflicted expressions. It seemed like Su Zimo had made his choice after all. Since the Martial Dao Prime Body had headed to the Sword World, it meant that everything in Tianhuang World, including his Green Lotus True Body, would die here. However, there was still no worry on Su Zimo's face. He swept his gaze across the crowd and looked at Emperor Azure Flame and the emperors who were mocking him earlier on. With a sarcastic expression, he asked with a fake smile, "Everyone, why aren't you laughing anymore? Weren't you smiling quite happily just now?" When Emperor Azure Flame saw Desolate Marshal earlier on, he was scared out of his wits. How could he still be smiling? However, Emperor Azure Flame immediately felt embarrassed after being mocked by this insignificant immortal king in front of him. His gaze was cold and murderous as he said slowly, "Aunt, looks like you haven't realized your situation. With a single thought, I can kill you. With a single order, I can destroy the entire Tianhuang world." Su Zimo gradually retracted his smile and glared at Emperor Azure Flame, asking slowly, "Who do you think I am?" The emperors were stunned. That sentence sounded familiar. Emperor Desolate Marshal had just said that. Everyone raised their heads instinctively and looked at Emperor Desolate Marshal on the water screen. At that moment, under the gazes of countless people from the two worlds, Emperor Desolate Marshal raised his hand slowly and removed the silver mask on his face. The world fell silent instantly. Space seemed to have frozen. Many living beings of the two worlds seemed to be rooted on the spot. Hiss! When he saw that refined and familiar face, Emperor Azure Flame's eyes widened as though he had seen a ghost. "Why you? You are..." Emperor Azure Flame turned around abruptly and pointed at Su Zimo in the hall. His eyes filled with fear and his voice trembling. The next moment, Emperor Desolate Marshal swept his gaze and his eyes that were burning with purple flames seemed to be able to penetrate countless voids and land on Emperor Azure Flame, who was in Tianhuang World through the water screen. At the same time, in Tianhuang Hall, two purple flames burned in Su Zimo's eyes simultaneously. He took a step forward and the ground shook with a shocking aura as he shouted, "I'm Desolate Marshal." The moment that was said, it was as though a rock was thrown into the ocean and the entire medium kiliocosm was shocked. "Ah!" Emperor Azure Flame's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. He jumped up from his seat in shock and staggered back, hiding behind Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven. The chair flipped and fell onto the ground, creating a sound that led to chaos in the surroundings. It was no wonder why Emperor Azure Flame was so frightened. To begin with, He was already rattled when he caught sight of Emperor Desolate Marshall's true appearance. Thereafter, in the hall, Su Zimo's eyes burned with purple flames as well. In a daze, he thought that Emperor Desolate Marshall was in the hall and was inches away from him, wanting to take his life. This was not Emperor Azure Flame's imagination. The Marshal Dao Prime body had looked over from the sword world as well. His gaze crossed the endless void with a biting cold killing intent. At that moment, the auras of the two true bodies almost fused into one. Even Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven felt a strong sense of danger at that moment, let alone Emperor Azure Flame. His hair stood on end and he stood up instinctively, waiting with rapt attention. At that moment, Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven had an illusion. Although he had the high ground, it was as though Su Zimo who was in the hall who was looking down at him. If that was the case for Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and Emperor Azure Flame, the other emperors were shocked as well. Their expressions changed and they stood up one after another to retreat and distance themselves. Instantly, a large empty space was created in the middle of Tianhuang Hall. There was no one within 100 feet of Su Zimo. The impact of this scene on the Sword World and Tianhuang World was way too great. Some people who knew about Su Zimo's two true bodies, such as Lin Zhan, Immortal Queen Ling Long, Baiming Shui and Yun Zhu, were not surprised. However, the others were dumbfounded by this scene and their minds went blank, unable to recover for a long time. What is this? Lin Lei stood in the sky above the Battle Kingdom and looked at the water screen in the sky before looking in the direction of Tianhuang Hall. He was dumbfounded and stunned. Many of the things that Lin Zhan and Immortal Queen Ling Long had said to him in the past seemed to make sense at this moment. Lin Luo arrived beside Lin Lei and said faintly, "Brother, I remember you seemed to have looked down on Emperor Desolate Marshall back then." "I did not." Lin Luo shuddered and denied it instantly. "Gee, good lord." Immortal King Zixien grabbed Yun Zhu's palm instinctively, and his arms trembled uncontrollably. He gulped and muttered, "Have I misjudged again?" Long Li's eyes widened. Disbelief appeared on Mu Lian's face. The old ape was excited. Emperor North Kuan, Emperor South Pong, Dragon Empress Frost, and the Flower World Lord had conflicted expressions. At that moment, they finally understood many things. They finally understood why Carefree always wanted them to maintain contact with Tianhuang World and befriend Su Zimo. They finally understood why Emperor Desolate Marshall suddenly descended on the Dragon World back then. It was probably not only because of Long Ran. They finally understood why Su Zimo was still fearless in the face of the current situation. They finally understood. All the strange things that happened around Su Zimo finally made sense at that moment. Sword World. The moment the Marshal Dao Prime body took off his mask, many sword cultivators were stunned when they saw that refined face. In fact, someone in the crowd even called out the name Peak Master Su. Instinctively, "What the hell?" Yun Ting stomped his feet and was momentarily worked up. He could not control the lightning dermic Dao in his body and electric arcs surrounded his body, crackling. He had always treated Su Zimo as his target, even though the gap between the two of them was getting wider and wider. However, Yun Ting never gave up. He believed that one day, he would catch up to Su Zimo. However, he had not expected such an outcome. What was this? Even when he lost to Su Zimo and even Baiming Shui back then, he was not dejected. However, the blow he received after the Marshal Dao Prime body took off his mask managed to bring him down. The more Yun Ting thought about it, the more indignant he became. He muttered, "If you want to fight, so be it. Why take off your mask for no reason?" When the emperors of the Sword World saw the true appearance of the Marshal Dao Prime body, they were shocked and delighted. The Iron Crown old man was still a little uncertain and could not help but turn to look at Baiming Shui with an inquiring expression. Baiming Shui had a cold expression as she raised her chin slightly and said indifferently, "I've already said so earlier. Master will definitely save us." "Good, good, good." The Iron Crown old man was emotional and could not help but say repeatedly. The fat and skinny old men lamented endlessly as well. Back then, the Iron Crown old man merely thought highly of Su Zimo's potential and wanted to establish good karma with him. Who would have thought that they would receive this massive surprise today? Emperor Desolate Marshal was once the peak master of the Sword World's 9th Sword Peak. This matter alone was enough for the Sword World to brag for an entire era. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Sword World had to survive this tribulation. Even with Emperor Desolate Marshal around, it was unknown if the Sword World could survive. Even including the Sword World, there were only 10-odd emperors here. On the other side, led by the Heavenly Court, Blessed Heaven World, and a few super-large worlds, there were nearly 300 emperor experts. Emperor Desolate Marshal was only one person after all. It was impossible for him to take care of everyone in a battle of this level. What was certain was that no matter what the outcome of this battle was, it would be incomparably tragic. Emperor Desolate Marshal? So what? Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven's gaze was searing, but his tone was abnormally cold as he said icily, "You came at the right time today. It saved us the trouble of finding you and killing you." Desolate Marshal. Before he could finish his sentence, Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven channeled his blood chi and instantly transformed into his true form. A fiery red vermilion bird with boiling lava dripping from his body. Shriek! Suddenly, Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven shrieked and his body trembled as thousands of wings fell from his body. Every single feather shone with blazing flames and circled around him like an arrow burning with flames, charging towards the Martial Dao Prime body with him. The moment Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven charged over, the Martial Dao Prime body attacked immediately. In a flash, he intercepted Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven. There were no fancy hand seals, incantations, scriptures, or weapons. He merely threw out a punch. Boom! It was the epitome of simplicity. A good old-fashioned punch that contained the dermic Dao and will of the martial Dao. The moment that punch was thrown, the starry skies ahead collapsed instantly and a gigantic black hole appeared. A powerful suction force burst forth from the center of the fist and pulled in all the 108,000 feathers surrounding Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven. This was a dermic Dao vortex formed by the full dermic Dao of the Martial Dao Prime body. Even Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven could not maintain his own balance. He had never seen such a terrifying punch. No divine weapon could withstand a single blow from this fist. Before the 108,000 feathers could collide with the fist of the Martial Dao Prime body, the flames on them were extinguished. The power released by that punch was way too terrifying. Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven wanted to retreat and avoid it. However, he realized that he was already trapped and could not break free from the dermic Dao vortex of the punch. Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven had just put out a blatant threat that he was going to kill Desolate Marshal. However, before anyone could react, he was already shouting, "Come and help me quickly! Attack!" Without needing Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven to call for help, Ombudsman Angel Mystic Heaven could tell that the situation was amiss. He immediately shouted and transformed into his black tortoise form. Roar! Accompanied by a tiger roar, Ombudsman Angel Advent Heaven revealed his true form of the white tiger. His body was filled with torrential killing intent, causing the stars to fall into chaos and the world to turn upside down. The attack of the three Ombudsman Angels immediately kicked off a huge battle. Nearly 300 Emperor experts summoned their divine weapons one after another, prepared to attack the Martial Dao Prime body. Under the lead of the three World Lords, the Iron Crown Old Man and the Fat and Skinny Sword Emperors, the Sword Emperors of the Sword World attacked one after another to support the Martial Dao Prime body. A battle between kings and perfected spirits broke out as well. The Martial Dao Prime body knew very well that in such a situation, only by severely injuring the strongest expert of the other party immediately could he minimize the casualties of the Sword World. Therefore, while Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven was trying to kill him, he was also targeting the three Ombudsman Angels. If he was surrounded by the 300 Emperors, it would probably take him some effort to kill the three Ombudsman Angels. The moment the Martial Dao Prime body attacked, he was already prepared to kill Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven immediately. That was also the reason why Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven felt such immense pressure and danger. Roar! Before the other Emperor experts could attack, the Martial Dao Prime body surrounded them and released his sound domain secret skill, Myriad Being Sound. A gigantic sound wave burst forth from his mouth, and fluctuations that resembled water ripples spread rapidly in the starry skies. However, everyone could barely hear anything. The magnitude of his sound had silenced all other sounds. The myriad being sound had already touched the threshold of the Tao and reached the level of a taboo technique. The 3 ombudsman angels and 2 young masters of the heavenly court were the first to react, and their expressions changed drastically. Against the taboo technique level sound domain attack, even if they were prepared, they would suffer a considerable impact. Shriek! Roar! Ow! The 3 ombudsman angels and 2 young masters of the heavenly court released the sound domain secret skill of the sacred beast race immediately to defend against it and block more than half of the damage of the myriad being sound, giving the other emperors an extremely precious time to react. Most emperor experts realized the danger before long and either released their sound domain secret skills to fight against it or channeled their blood chi to prop up a world. Some quickly distanced themselves from the center of the battlefield and avoided the range of the sound domain attack. However, there were also a few emperors who reacted slower. The ripples caused by the myriad beings' sound swept past them. The gazes of the emperor experts froze and their life force drained rapidly. They collapsed into the starry skies and were no longer breathing. Although the emperors were not injured at all, their consciousnesses were shattered by the sound waves and their essence spirits were destroyed. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for emperor experts to die. However, because of the intervention of the martial Tao prime body, the emperor battle was raised to another level and became abnormally tragic. Even emperor experts would die on the spot if they were not careful. Boom! 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 Almost instantly, the emperor experts did not hold back and channeled their blood chi to prop up their worlds. In front of Emperor Desolate Marshal, no one dared to be distracted or hold back. If they did, their outcomes would be the same as the few emperor experts who had just died. However, as a result, the remaining emperor experts' attacks paused and they could not surround him immediately. The reason why the martial Tao prime body released the myriad being sound was not to kill, but for that fleeting moment. The fight between the top experts was for this moment. Although there were nearly 300 emperor experts around at that moment, the situation was one where Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven was facing the martial Tao prime body alone. Furthermore, Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven was the closest to the martial Tao prime body and suffered the strongest impact from the myriad being sound. After the two of them attacked, before they actually collided against one another, Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven was already bleeding from his 7 orifices and his face was covered in blood from the impact of the myriad being sound. The fist of the martial Tao prime body struck his 108,000 feathers. Without any obstruction, the feathers turned into dust instantly. Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven's figure was still flying uncontrollably towards the dermic Tao vortex. That scene was extremely strange, as though he was heading towards the fist of the martial Tao prime body on his own accord. Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven realized that if he could not break free, he would probably be killed on the spot by that punch. All he had to do was withstand this move. Thereafter, the attacks of the remaining 2 ombudsman angels and the other emperor experts would descend and he would be able to escape. Ah! Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven reared his head and roared, channeling the blood chi in his body to its limits. At the same time, he propped up his perfected world and conjured hand seals. Blazing flames flickered as he condensed a taboo technique. Concurrently, Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven channeled his spirit consciousness and released an essence spirit secret skill. Bloodline, world, taboo technique, essence spirit secret skill. At the brink of death, Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven released all his trump cards in order to withstand the punch of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body pressed forward with his ferocious punch and had no intention of dodging. With a thought, he put on the Mara mask again. With the Mara mask, he could resolve the essence spirit secret skill of Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven. At the same time, his glabella flickered and the hell suppression tripod transformed into a stream of light. It arrived above Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven's head and descended from the skies, smashing down fiercely. Boom! Before the perfected world of Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven was fully formed, it swayed from the impact of the hell suppression tripod. Dense cracks appeared and it shattered before long. Under the immense impact, the dermic Tao of his taboo technique dissipated under the tearing of the martial Tao vortex and could not condense. He was dealing with everything that came. No matter how strong the other party was, he had countermeasures. All of Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven's attacks were blocked by the martial Tao Prime Body with other methods. As for the fist of the martial Tao Prime Body, it still maintained an invincible and destructive attack. Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven had an expression of despair and wanted to summon a few great Emperor weapons to defend against the martial Tao Prime Body. However, the moment those divine weapons were released, they were sent flying by the fist of the martial Tao Prime Body. This punch carried a torrential momentum as it surged over. Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven felt an unstoppable sense of powerlessness. It was as though no power could rise in the face of this punch. At that moment, he felt a burning, fearless, and powerful will. It was majestic and covered the skies. Against that will, he was as insignificant as an ant. Bang! Under many gazes, the martial Tao Prime Body seemed to brush past Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven. However, when the two of them passed each other, the martial Tao Prime Body was the only one left. Behind him, there were still faint flames. Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven was crushed by a single punch from the martial Tao Prime Body, and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. The moment the battle broke out, an Ombudsman Angel died. That scene dealt a huge psychological blow to the emperors of the Heavenly Court and blessed Heaven World. There were only 9 Ombudsman Angels in the entire Heavenly Court. Right now, in a single exchange, one of them was beaten to death by the martial Tao Prime Body right under the noses of nearly 300 Emperor experts. How domineering was that? In Tianhuang Hall, when things were getting tense at the side of the Sword World, Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven had already quickly snapped out of his initial shock and calmed down. Everyone, there's no need to panic, Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven said in a deep voice. The person in front of us is only a supreme king. There's a huge difference between him and Emperor Desolate Marshal of the Sword World. Emperor Desolate Marshal is surrounded by more than 300 Emperor experts of the Sword World and can't care about this side at all. The World Lord of Tianhuang World here is only using the power of Emperor Desolate Marshal to stall for time. Before long, Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven saw through Su Zimo's farce. At that moment, Emperor Azure Flame gradually reacted and flashed out from behind Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven. He frowned and glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away, with a bewildered expression. In other words, Su Zimo is only putting on a front? In reality, he's truly only just a major Grotto Heaven king? That's right. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven nodded and looked at Su Zimo with a mocking gaze. If I'm not wrong, you're just trying to stall for time. You're waiting for Emperor Desolate Marshal to reinforce Tianhuang World after dealing with the situation at the Sword World. Unfortunately, you underestimated the methods of the Heavenly Court. You didn't expect the Heavenly Court to split into 2 groups and attack the Sword World and Tianhuang World at the same time. Even if you have Emperor Desolate Marshal as your trump card, you won't be able to do anything and can only save one side at most. You didn't expect me to release this water screen that reflects the Sword World in the Heavenly Court and transmit the situation of the Sword World at the same time. Emperor Azure Flame's eyes lit up. We can attack together with everyone at the side of the Sword World and not give Emperor Desolate Marshal a chance to return and reinforce. That's right. Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven paid attention to the commotion in the Sword World through the water screen in the sky at all times and said indifferently, before the battle at the side of the Sword World ends, Tianhuang World will already be gone. Although I don't know the exact relationship between Desolate Marshal's 2 bodies, if we destroy this Green Lotus body of his, it will definitely cause him considerable damage as well. Right then, in the Sword World on the other side of the water screen, the Martial Tao Prime Body and Ombudsman Angel Flame Heaven had already attacked at the same time. A cold glint flashed through Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven's eyes as he soared into the air, and his voice spread to every corner of Tianhuang World. Everyone, listen to my orders. Kill all living beings in Tianhuang World without exception. The armies of the Light World and more than 100 other worlds had been guarding the sky above Tianhuang World for a long time and could not hold back any longer with a murderous aura. When they heard that order, they charged into Tianhuang World immediately. There were billions of troops from more than 100 worlds led by the Light World. However, there were less than 100 million living beings in Tianhuang World combined. Furthermore, the people with the strongest combat strength in Tianhuang World, such as Su Zimo, Lin Zhan, Feng Cantian, and the others, were trapped in Tianhuang Hall. This was almost a massacre for the cultivators of Tianhuang World. Even so, the cultivators of Tianhuang World did not give up. Under the mobilization of Yang Ruoxu and Mo Qing, Heaven and Earth Academy had already gathered all the cultivators who could participate in the battle and were prepared to fight. Under the orders of Lin Lei and Lin Luo, the Battle Kingdom had already gathered. Although most of Snow Wind Ridge were black immortals and were almost defenseless in such a battle, they did not give up and were prepared to fight one last time. Of course, there were also many cultivators of Tianhuang World who were in a mess and fled in all directions. However, Tianhuang World had long been sealed. Even kings and emperors could not leave, let alone them. In Tianhuang Hall, sensing the situation outside, Lin Zhan, Immortal Queen Linglong, Feng Cantian, and the others had anxious expressions. Of course, there was also a huge group of Rakshasas hidden in Tianhuang World. As long as the Rakshasas attacked, they should be able to defend against the armies of the Light World and many other worlds for a moment. The situation they were facing now was even more dangerous than outside. There were more than 100 Emperor experts in the hall. However, there wasn't even a single Emperor on the side of Tianhuang World. As long as Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven gave the order, everyone, including Su Zimo, would be killed instantly. The only ones who had a chance of saving Su Zimo might be Emperor North Kuan, Emperor Southpong, Dragon Empress Frost, and the Flower World Lord. The old ape stood out immediately and stood in front of Su Zimo. He looked at Emperor North Kuan and the others and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, are you still going to submit to the heavenly court at this moment? As long as we join forces and delay as much as possible, we can naturally resolve this calamity when Emperor Desolate Marshal returns from the Sword World. If it was just the old ape alone, he would indeed not have the courage to fight against the heavenly court. However, when he found out that Emperor Desolate Marshal was Su Zimo, the combat intent that belonged to the sanguine ape lineage reignited in his heart when he stood against the heavenly court. When Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven and the other emperors of the heavenly court heard that, they only smiled disdainfully. Emperor North Kuan and Emperor Southpong were silent. Although that was the case, even if the few of them joined forces, how long could they defend? In fact, even if the few of them joined forces, they might not be able to defend against Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven. Even if Tianhuang World was backed by Emperor Desolate Marshal, he was far away in the Sword World right now. There was no way he could take care of things at this side. If they stood out now, it would be equivalent to committing suicide. Dragon Empress Frost and the Flower World Lord had troubled expressions. Emperor Desolate Marshal had once saved the Dragon World and Flower World. They all wanted to help Tianhuang World and Su Zimo survive this calamity. However, in the current situation, it was useless even if the two of them stood out. Just as they were hesitating, Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven's expression was cold. He had already waved his hand and said indifferently, "Leave no living beings of Tianhuang World in the hall alive. Kill anyone who dares to stop us." Emperor North Kuan, Emperor Southpong, and the others' hearts skipped a beat. The last sentence was clearly meant for the few of them. The Light World Lord sneered and his gaze intensified. He glared at Su Zimo immediately and pounced towards him. In Tianhuang Hall, more than 100 Emperor experts attacked at the same time. The entire hall could not hold on and swayed. Su Zimo was the World Lord of Tianhuang World, the Grade 12 creation Green Lotus and Emperor Desolate Marshal. Almost instantly, dozens of Emperor experts charged towards Su Zimo. When they saw that, the expressions of Emperor North Kuan, Emperor Southpong, and the others darkened and they lowered their heads slightly, unable to bear to watch any longer. Roar! The old ape roared and released a perfected world. However, under the impact of dozens of Emperor experts, his world swayed and could collapse at any moment as soon as it was formed. Even though the old ape stood in front of Su Zimo, he could not protect him. Emperor Azure Flame had just been scared half to death by Su Zimo. However, when he saw that, he could not help but laugh. Desolate Marshal. No one can save you today. Suddenly, Ombudsman Angel Blue Heaven seemed to have sensed something and his expression changed. He pulled Emperor Azure Flame's figure and retreated rapidly. At the same time he shouted, "Be careful!" Before he could finish his sentence. Boom! There was an earth-shaking bang. An incomparably thick and leafy gigantic tree descended from the skies, breaking through the dome of Tianhuang Hall and smashing heavily in the middle of the hall. The Light World Lord and the other Emperor experts reacted quickly and retreated immediately. However, there were still more than 10 Emperor experts who could not dodge in time. They were slightly distracted and the worlds they condensed were shattered as their bodies were smashed into pieces. It was a tragic sight. The flesh of this group of Emperor experts was smashed into the ground by the towering tree, mixed with blood and mud. More than 10 emperors died on the spot.